All right, what's going on, everybody?
Right then, I'm here with Coach Greg, and today we are going to be doing a full body workout.
I'm here with Mr. Delicious. I've got the matching red shorts. Let's see if I can keep up with them.
Let's go. Okay, so first exercise, what do you want to do?
Do some chins.
Yeah, cool.
Do you have a favorite body part you like training? Is it like chest?
It's got to be chest.
Same here.
But the thing is, with my chest, I would like to train it more, but because it's in relative to everything else, it's like probably the biggest muscle group, so I need to train it the least.
Yeah.
So the most enjoyable thing I like to train, I do the least, unfortunately. Yeah. My back and my shoulders, I would like to improve.
I do the most volume for my shoulders because they never get sore.
Yeah.
And legs, I can hardly do anything. If I do one hard set of legs, I'm sore for 2 days.
Yeah, that's your legs are built from biking, would you say?
I always had good legs, and I did bike ride since I was a kid. As I got older, my legs seem to be my best body part now. When I was younger, it was my abs. Now that I'm old, abs are
my legs,
not the same.
My legs are a weak point. I have to really hammer my legs to get them to actually grow.
I don't know, it looks balanced to me. It looks proportioned. So you're doing full body workouts once a week and you're training right now?
Yeah, so it's different to what I would usually do, but I have one upper, I have one lower, then I have one full body, and then we have the long run, which is the 5K, and then we have the core and hip workout. So that's probably the most different in terms of what I've been doing recently. More focused on cardiovascular endurance.
Yeah, I'm way more into cardio now.
Yeah, before that it was like 5 bodybuilding sessions a week.
Yeah, it's like I used to do. I used to do the full bodybuilder split, like a 4-day split, 5-day split. I never thought that I could keep muscle by training full body like twice a week, but since I've done
Yeah, Sean Strickland got fucked up. He got absolutely destroyed by Duplessis.
it, it's just as good.
That's one thing I've learned. I can do, as we were speaking on the podcast, I could probably do 3 sessions, maybe even 2 sessions a week, and just maintain. So where I thought like, oh, you need to be doing like blasting your body every single day just to maintain where you're at, you don't need to do that.
People don't understand that you could get 80% of the results of a pro bodybuilder by just training 20% of the time.
Yeah.
Like if you just making it in the gym twice a week, you're gonna get really good results.
Yeah. I would used to go to failure every single set, but do like 3 sets.
Yeah.
And I was overdoing it.
Always overtrained.
Yeah.
Sore.
Yeah. I realized, I don't need to be doing that.
It's hard when you're hardcore and you're like us, you want to be the best, you want to go all the time hard, but then you realize if you just push back a little bit, it's still going to get, close to the same results.
Yeah, you don't need to recover for as long.
I mean, I'm 49, I don't need to go crazy anymore.
Yeah.
So many injuries that piled up.
Have you had any recently, or is it okay?
My shoulders are a mess, my hips are a mess. Like I can't do the deadlifts, the squat, bench press, all those. Like I was a power lifter.
Yeah.
Now I can't do any of those exercises. Those are my favorite 3.
Yeah.
So rarely I'll do a squat or something, but it hurts the hips. So I just trying to leave the ego at the door and just try to stay fit.
Beat Only Tellers, look who finally made a video about you. Starts at 3110. The fucking flat earth crazy.
Happy Sports Ball Day. Did you bet any money? Also, Plaza React.
Do you think
I'll skip through that. I don't think any of that's going to be interesting. I could not give 2 fucking shits about football, dude. So, thanks for the donation, though, Ali G.
Vegan Bitcoiner donated $2. Wait, did you and Jasmine split up? Yeah. And also, I agree with that. What you're saying about marriage. My mom is divorcing my dad right now. It is pretty much guaranteed to happen. If your wife finds better, she can always upgrade. Hosing.
Vegan Gains is doing what? Absolutely nothing. That's why Jasmine left his low energy ass. Keep in mind, Jasmine was unemployed for the entire duration of our marriage until like the last 2 months when I forced her to get a job. Then she divorced me. So I'm low energy and doing nothing when I was the one providing all the income for the household. And she was doing nothing and didn't have to work. And low energy, like Daphne Reloaded is overweight. She doesn't exercise. Like, I'm fit. I train every day.
Ain't loyal. That's usually like 99% of the time not why women break up. Sure as fuck wasn't the reason she broke up with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to, help her pay her rent for the first fucking month in the new place she's getting.
Is she gonna give any
That
commentary?
channel-
But
Okay, so I don't actually totally believe what he's saying here. I think that the vibes are off, and based on what's going on with his channel, it's looking a whole lot like he's running on E, a lot like Hench Herbivore. He's running on low energy. He might be in the end stages of veganism. He might even be cheating on
I benched 410 pounds like a few months ago. I'm bigger and stronger than I've ever been. Like, yeah, this is end stage veganism. Oh, yeah, look. Oh, yeah. The vegan diet is just fucking killing me, dude.
veganism in, his spare time when he's not filming, which he almost never is filming anymore, which is what I wanted to talk about. I think that it's possible that Vegan Gains was fueled to do his videos and keep his channel going because of Jasmine. I don't know for sure.
No. Like, whenever I try to actually put effort into a video and do skits and shit, it either gets demonetized, then I get no views or money, or I get a community guideline strike. YouTube cannot handle my sense of humor, and so many times I've put effort into long-ass videos that are like 20, 30 minutes long, making fun of people, doing skits and jokes. Community guideline strike, can't upload for a week, lose out on thousands of dollars because I can't upload, stream, or anything. So yeah, I've kind of been demotivated with making content that much.
This is just a theory, because based on what's happening here, she leaves him and now he can't make content. She leaves him and he's like clinically depressed. And
I'm not clinically depressed. She hasn't been following my channel, has she?
he says that money wasn't the reason that she left him, but then he money shames her, basically like, well, didn't she start an OnlyFans to save their finances because his
No.
channel was plummeting? Didn't she start an OnlyFans to save their marriage because the magic was failing?
No.
Like, I think she did a lot for this guy. She tried a lot. She tried really hard for this guy. It's my opinion.
She never got a job, never did anything, sat and played video games pretty much all day long. No, she didn't really do much of anything.
Although I can't wait for the full truth to come out about all of this. But he was live when we were making this video, and I noticed that there was no continuity. There was just no continuity to what he was saying, and he is not talking about veganism anymore. He's not talking about veganism at all. He actually
A lot of streams I just cover political content. So sometimes I talk about veganism, sometimes I don't.
talked the whole time about mental health and being a psychopath or a sociopath, and like he talks shit on some carnivore people. Like here he's talking some crap on Frank Tufano, but like he doesn't talk really about veganism. He doesn't seem to be driven by veganism anymore. He doesn't seem to be fulfilled by it anymore, and I think his life is crumbling around him, and his wife left him, his
Yes, my life is crumbling. I'm bigger and stronger than I've ever been. I get to keep all the money I make, and it stays in the fucking bank now that Jasmine's gone. My life is just in shambles.
diet's over, his channel's over, and even with 310,000 subscribers, there were like 150 people in his live stream. Yeah. That was really pathetic. Like, I don't think people are...
I mean, it's a live stream, and it was late at night, and it may have been a topic that people weren't concerned with. Like, by the way, like, yeah, by the time midnight comes around, people go to bed. So peak viewers can hover around 200 to 250, but yeah, if you catch my stream either at the beginning or towards the end, people leave.
are very interested in what he's doing right now. I do think his story is interesting, and he could become interesting again if he decided to eat meat and tell people like what veganism did to him, like what happened, you know?
Yes, this is what veganism did to me. It's horrible.
His life.
Well, I mean, it made him a lot of money, but it's destroyed his mental health, and I don't really think he had really good mental health.
She has not been following my channel.
Going into it, you know?
He's always been very angry.
Anyway, that's my update. That's my hench herbivore update. Everybody's hungry.
By the way, this is coming from a chick who believes the earth is flat, and she went out and bought a book about the solar system, and she literally hallucinated, saying that the photographs taken of planets like Jupiter are painted, and she could see the paintbrushes in the photograph. And this is somebody criticizing my mental health.
Does your mom have any animal companions or a job she can't take a break from? I was thinking now that you have less animals depending on you, maybe she could watch yours at your place while you go camping and vlog it or something. Could be fun.
She lives like 4 hours away from me. If I was in a really desperate situation, she could look after my cat. Like, she could come up and pick up my cat, but she can't, like, stay here and house sit for me. Thanks for the donation, though, Boopity Bop.
Hungry. Everybody's starving. Vegans are failing. The people that we used to cover just don't upload very much anymore because
yeah. Did she say she works as a nurse or used to work as a nurse?
Alright guys, welcome back to the channel.
This woman is unfit, out of shape, overweight. And she's telling me my vegan diet is destroying my body and mental health, and she's also like a crazy flat earther? Well, that's Daphne Reloaded.
Watching a lot of porn affects your dating life in any way?
Yeah, absolutely. I have no dating life, and I love it.
Yeah.
No drama. Yeah.
Do you feel you're able to replace that with porn?
100%.
We're at AVN convention.
Based.
What animal would you most want to do it with?
Do it with is crazy. What animal would you hook up with spiritually? A cat, because my girl right here is giving kitty. More.
These women are annoying.
Right away.
Donate $2 how it started. Let me see. Point of view from the white supremacists protesting with swastika flags in Lincoln Heights, Cincinnati.
Look at all these niggers coming for us. Look at the niggers coming.
The cop's gonna give us an escort to Freddie's car.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And he's gonna let the boss.
Look at all the niggers.
Nah. You filming?
I'm filming.
I am in full and complete support of any N-words and whatever other racial slur minorities are willing to attack Nazis. I have absolutely no problem with that. So let them come and beat their asses. Oh. How it started, how it's going.
Hey, nothing. What's going on, man? That shit, man. Burn that bitch, man. You feel me?
Yeah, burn that bitch up.
You feel me? Burn that bitch up, man.
Burn
Let
that
that
bitch
bitch burn. Let that bitch fuck out of here.
Well, so much for them being a superior race. East Malaysia's a weird place that I don't think about ever.
Sea claims could bring it into conflict.
Okay.
Kilometers away across the South China Sea, Penang to Johor Bahru and Singapore. Ethnic minority, ethnic Malay Vietnam.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Way, I love it.
Oh, yes.
Did you, right before you turned 18, did you know that's what you wanted to do?
I knew since I was a baby.
Really?
Yes. My dad had these work garages, right? And he had the posters of the hot porn stars. And I was like, I want to be one. At like 12 years.
Yeah, supporting Nazism is not something that should be protected by free speech. It's a call to violence.
Your dad had photos of hot porn stars in his garage?
Naked ones.
What did your dad say to you saying that?
I was like, I want big boobs. I want to be one of them. He was like, chase your dreams, babe. He knew I was going to be a star. I never felt like something else should be. Well,
how was that? What's the craziest fetish someone's come to you with? Like poop or pee?
Definitely pee. I've gotten peed on a lot. Well,
how is that?
I love getting peed on.
What do you love about it?
I just love feeling like a dirty little slut, like a human toilet, you know?
Do you like pain?
Do I like pain? I like
Oh, damn, her nose. Holy shit, that's a nice schnoz.
administering pain.
Am I in the right spot? It's a memento mori. I got my death socks on. This is. When did you know you had skills at Spain?
I haven't gotten that high up there. 54.
Yeah. When you're having sex, do you imagine other girls?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We should kiss.
Oh my God. Was there a moment when you knew you were very sexual?
Probably when I was getting gangbanged in high school. Like, I would go to parties and be like, you four, let's go.
Okay.
Confident, yeah. Promise I'm really this the start.
You know, I really wish they wouldn't add music to these fucking videos. It's just so awful. Like, it's not even, it's not, what do you call it? Like, it's louder, than just them talking. So every time the music plays, I have to turn the volume down. Then they talk again, and it keeps flipping back. It's so fucking annoying. I don't know if they do that intentionally, but, like, it's so easy in software to just match the fucking audio. Like, any noise. You can... There's literally a button you can press to just level out the fucking audio so all the noises are consistent. Dodo donate $2, let me see.
It's a machine gun! Machine gun!
Yeah, usually machine gunners shoot in like 6 to 8 round bursts. So there's not really any point in doing 2-shot bursts.
In 2015, a man in Turkey climbed onto a roof with a shotgun after wounding 3 police officers and refused to let anyone approach. However, what he didn't anticipate was the presence of a police special forces sniper aiming at him. While the first shot seemed like a miss, the sniper took 2 more shots and the man still appeared unharmed. Only after the incident was resolved was the sniper's remarkable skill revealed. It turned out that the sniper had managed to hit the man's shotgun with all 3 shots from a distance of 200 meters, reminiscent of a similar incident that occurred in the
That was a crazy shot.
United States in 1993.
Yeah, that was a crazy shot. That was one of the best shots ever. Let me see if I can find that one. Yeah.
August 16th, 1993, Doug Conley's in a standoff. Mike Plum's son, former Green Beret Frank Plum, not too long ago. And Frank mentioned that one of his dad's biggest regrets was hitting that shot and setting a near impossible standard for law enforcement snipers in the future.
Yeah, that is crazy.
But you may be surprised to learn that only about 1% of an atom's mass comes from adding up the masses of its fundamental components. So where does the remaining 99% come from? According to the theory of general relativity, any object with energy has the ability to curve the fabric of space-time. This curvature is what creates gravity. And at the very core, atoms contain a tremendous amount of energy concentrated in the strong interaction between quarks inside nuclei. Einstein's equation equals mc squared reminds us that this energy from the strong force gives rise to the rest mass of atoms and to the gravitational force we observe.
All the machines in a hospital that have an on-off switch brought into the service of diagnosing the condition of the human body without cutting you open, they're all based on a principle of physics discovered by a physicist who had no interest in medicine. From the X-ray machine, one of the earliest of these diagnostic tools, to the entire department of radiology, the MRI, the PET scans, it's all physicists just doing physics. And so if you say, I want to be healthier, let's put more money in the medical community. No, you got to put money everywhere. All the machines in a...
Yes.
Not all Americans know that Hawaii is actually way bigger than it seems. We're used to seeing Hawaii like this, 4 bigger islands and 4 slightly smaller, which compared to the mainland seem quite tiny. But in reality, the Hawaiian archipelago stretches far beyond the usual 8 islands. It actually includes about 137 volcanic islands and atolls and spans nearly 1,600 miles. We only see the tip of the iceberg, as a significant part of Hawaii is hidden underwater because all the islands were formed by the Hawaiian hotspot, a source of volcanic activity located beneath the tectonic plate. This hotspot is almost stationary, unlike the Pacific eastern part, the military base.
Okay, thanks for the donation, dude.
All the machines.
Blacks beating up whites. Donators, notice any similarity between the videos? I can't show that on stream.
Shit. No, Eric, this isn't you. This isn't you.
Let it happen. Let it happen.
Oh, he's gonna kill him. Wait, this is fucked. We need to show him. We need to show him.
I didn't know UFC had DLC. This is... He's out.
Oh, he's gonna die. Fuck. Fuck. Alright. Oh my god.
Yeah, there's no way I can play that on stream. Why did all the black people feel the need to jump in? Well, they were helping to defend the security guard or dock worker.
And he's still in moving boat. Still in moving boat. Clapping his hand. He's like, he's clapping his hand.
Yeah, this crazy, retarded, redneck fucking family just attacked this fucking dock worker for no reason when they were doing something fucking stupid. And then the rest of the crowd rushed in to help him. Thanks for the donation, blacks beating up whites.
Full body, like all the time. Even guys who are bodybuilders, I now try to set them up more into that style.
Yeah, because I used to get people saying like, oh, I'm so sore after my session, what can I do to stop soreness? And I'm like, well, just stop blasting like one muscle group. Like if you spread it out and you just do one muscle group per session, then the soreness is going to be a lot less.
I trained my first 3 years doing full body 3 days a week. So when I was 10 years old starting out, that's exactly how I did it. And it was only 1 set per body part. 1 warm up, 1 hard.
Yeah, I don't watch football. I couldn't care less. Football just sucks.
Set, that was it. 3 years I trained like that.
I did bro split for 3 years.
So I went from doing that to like the typical bodybuilder split, and then I transitioned to training like when I was 10.
Yeah.
So basically now that I'm almost 50, I train like a 10-year-old.
You're going full circle again.
Yeah, right around.
Who would you say in the fitness industry gives good solid advice?
Jeff Nippard.
Yeah.
I would say he's probably overall the best out of everybody, just because it's science-based, research is everything. He doesn't really give his own opinion, he gives the opinion of the consensus of the research. So I'd say out of everyone, I'd say I watched the most of his, like as soon as he posts a video, I'm watching the video and I react to half of them. So not only does he have good information, I get to.
Jeff Nippard's okay. It's not amazing, but he's okay.
play off of it and make another video. So.
Yeah. And you sometimes learn like new things when you watch it.
Oh yeah, all the time. The most recent thing that I've learned was the long range partials, like stretching in the hole can actually give you just as much growth as like the full range. Never heard of that. So you're always learning. So I thought that was really interesting. So I actually train a lot different than I used to. I train more like Eric Janicki, who's really slow and controlled. Like if I would have trained with you 5 years ago, I would have put as much weight as I could, try to show off and get like eight heavy reps. Now, lighter weight, stretch, squeeze, everything controlled.
That's how I've always done it.
Yeah.
It would have looked a lot better.
It would have been better. Would have been enough.
But did he not even spray tan?
Oh, he had a proper spray tan, but it wasn't quite done right.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I think like I have like a good physique, because I'm just always tanned. Like it does actually make a huge difference if you do have a tan.
So me and Marie were talking about this. We said when you're in Ibiza, and I said there's no way this guy's natural. Is it possible that with the tan and the red shorts, it just made the physique look that much better?
It definitely helps.
So maybe Mike Isertel is onto something.
Yeah, it definitely helps. But I look freaky then.
Would you say you're like 10 pounds different than now? Because you look, honestly, you look way leaner than I expected.
At the moment?
Yeah. I didn't think you'd be this lean.
I'm probably leaner than I normally am right now because I'm doing a bit of a cut. So I've reduced my calories over the past few weeks and I'm doing a bit more cardio. But back then in Ibiza, that was 2020, so I would have been 29 at that point. And there was no partying at all because all the clubs were closed. So all I did was just sleep, eat and train. And that day was like, you know when...
How old is Mike Thurston? $34. Okay, so he's a year older than me.
You think you've got these sessions in your head where the pump was so crazy, you're like, yeah, that was...
Who really knows if Mike is natural? He says he is. I think it's plausible that he's natural. Like, I've seen him lift. I don't think he's as strong as me.
Good evening VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling fucking great tonight. So, recently at my work, I've had to pick up more shifts and collecting all that overtime pay. Check this out and thoughts?
Let me take a look. I asked my mentor, 80% of single men are no longer interested in dating. They're not even trying. Why is this the case? Modern marriage is glorified slavery for men. Your provision of her needs is not negotiable, but her submission to you is. He again said, men are no longer interested in marriage because a woman you'd barely married for 3 months could file for divorce and take away 50% of your hard-earned money. That's not really true. Depends on what country or state you're in, but usually the way it works is if your wife makes significantly less money than you, and she needs financial support, what they do is they file for alimony, and it can be negotiated, but the standard is 50% of what you made as a couple. So let's say over the course of 3 months, you were able to save up like $10,000 or something. She'd get 5,000 of that. So it's really nothing. This is why Jeff Bezos got fucked over so hard. He married his wife before he got super, super mega millionaire rich. Well, billionaire rich. And then when he got divorced, basically all the money he made was made over the course of the marriage. So that's why he had to pay out like, you know, what was it? It was like 300 billion or something fucking crazy. So that's why you hear these crazy stories of like, you know, mega millionaires or billionaires losing so much money. It's because they're able to generate so much wealth over a relatively short time period. that's why they have to give those huge payouts. But yeah, the chances of you losing half your money after 3 months of marriage, you wouldn't even have much money anyway if you're like an average person. Men aren't interested in marriage anymore for like one simple reason. There's just no benefit to it. There's nothing but downsides. So people do things out of logical self-interest, and there's no logical self-interest to get married. Modern women have become 20 times worse than their grandmothers. This is called hoflation. I mean, women certainly are entitled, like a lot of them, and they act like children. Modern marriages are like business, and there's no guarantee that business will always be successful. Women go into marriage for flimsy reasons and also dash out of it similarly. Well, women are fickle, so, you know, they're like, again, women have a lot of problems. You can just look at the statistics, like breakups are about 50-50 with non-marital relationships. So half the time the woman breaks up, half the time the man breaks up in non-marital relationships. It's 30-70 in marriages. So 70% of the time women initiate divorce. And there's a pretty obvious reason for that. It's because they benefit more from the breakup. Gay men also divorce at a way, way lower rate than lesbian couples. So women do seem to cause more trouble in a marriage, like just based on those statistics. This is just a lot of blabbing. Yeah, like the simple fact is people just make decisions out of logical self-interest. So why would a man ever get married when there's no point? This is the type of black-pilled thinking common among incels and red pill losers telling on themselves for their own weakness and insecurity. Who the fuck is this moron? Oh yeah, he's a beta male cuck. Like, what this guy said is mostly true. Like, the hoflation stuff, that's kind of stupid, but there's just no logical self-interest. You know,
what is up, guys? You're welcome.
It's just nonsense. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. And, I guess the overtime pay is good. Thanks again, Ben.
Watch this video, then look at Anthony Chaffee's comment and just laugh at it.
This may be controversial, but I'm quitting the carnivore diet. See those 2 dots right there? I'm going to show my cholesterol numbers, and in this video, I'm going to completely explain my decision.
I'm guessing his cholesterol score is close to 1,000.
Hi, I'm Chad.
You typically don't see cholesterol deposits like that unless somebody's cholesterol score is very, very high. Like, usually close to the thousands.
I have MS.
I'm going to guess at minimum it's in the 500s. It's probably in the high 6s, low 7 range.
And I've been on the carnivore diet for 7 months. I've lost over 30 pounds, reduced inflammation in my body, and even started shrinking one of the lesions on my cervical spine. Pretty cool. But what if I told you I had the highest cholesterol numbers that my cardiologist has ever seen? Here are my numbers.
Yeah, okay, 454. I wasn't too off. His triglycerides are through the fucking roof, too. And his HDL's not... It's like normal, but you'd expect higher HDL, given his total score. LDL 355. Holy fuck.
I'm definitely looking forward to seeing your comment. Under my eye, I have something called xanthelasma, kind of yellow dots that started forming underneath my eye. See those 2 dots right there? That's cholesterol buildup, which is caused by hyperlipidemia, which just means really high cholesterol. I'm sure you've seen the guy with the Cheetos fingers because of all the cholesterol buildup because he was on the carnivore diet. Well, we don't want Cheetos fingers. I totally acknowledge that you might be on the carnivore diet or you're evaluating if the carnivore diet is going to be right for you. To be fair, I've been on a strict carnivore diet for 7 months. That said, each of our bodies is different and metabolizes the food differently. I think you could certainly...
No. We're all fundamentally the same, and the carnivore diet is a bad idea for everybody. This looks like a fake account. He only has 7 posts total starting January 1st. 6 of those posts are seemingly carnivore. Then the 7th is the longest and most involved, talking about quitting the carnivore diet. How is that an indication that it's a fake account? So because he's not like some millennial child who has to post on Instagram every fucking day, it's a fake account? Like, this is an older guy. The videos are all professionally edited, well scripted, doesn't line up with the MS and a carnivore diet. He has emphysema from the first video, and then literally 12 days later, he has blood results back from his doctor saying that his moderate LDL is the worst. What? His LDL was 350. By the way, what's considered physiologically normal is below 70. So this guy had an LDL score that's like, what, 8 times higher than it should be? He posted 2 days before that about how great everything was, and then all of a sudden he has professionally edited it. Yeah, okay. That is insane cope. What a loser. Thanks for the donation, Poopy. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. The moment Julius Malema explains expropriation of land without compensation like he's explaining to a 5-year-old exactly how Trump and the rest are to be schooled.
He believes it's theft. Just taking land from someone is theft. No more, no less. So he believes you can't, no matter how bad the injustices were in the past, you can't fix it by grabbing.
And that is madness. How does taking my car, which you stole from you, become a theft? You steal my car, I come and take it. I find it, I take it. In Terra's mind, that is theft. I mean, that is insane. We're not stealing anything. We're taking what is rightfully ours. But I'm not taking my car and leaving you stranded. I give you a ride. This is my car, I'm taking it.
Without compensation? How are you getting a ride?
No, I'm giving you a ride. We're driving together. Right. I won't leave you here stranded. Right. Yes. Why should I compensate a criminal? You steal my car, you want money from me to buy it. You're committing more crime by wanting me to buy from you.
Because that was one of the fundamental... He believes it's...
I don't know what the fuck that has to do with Trump. Why should white people care about the white South Africans? Plays clip of South African political leader Julius Malema shouting, "Kill the Boer, white farmer," to the thunderous applause of thousands of people.
Alliance shoot to kill the mother, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer.
Yeah, that's kind of retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh, so they're talking about South Africa. South Africa is a crazy, insane shithole, dude. If you're white and you live in South Africa and you have money, like, yeah, leave. It's fucking nuts.
What is it?
It's
Welcome to live.
It's a full-on, like, just failed state.
Guys, and welcome to another video. We are a little bit on the lighter side, so I'll try and exercises to replace with So for example, if we're doing an incline press of some sort, it's fine to replace with any other sort of pressing movement. The program's too much because otherwise you're just going to end up
55 kilos. So what is that, like 120? Yeah, it's 122. Again, this is weight that I can lift.
Yes.
He's not that strong, so you know, usually dudes who take steroids, they just generally have more impressive numbers. So I'm not convinced the guy's on gear. Like, he does have a fucking crazy physique, but nothing screams, oh shit. Like, yeah, if I saw him incline pressing 405 for reps, I'd be like, yeah, he's on gear, guaranteed. But and this is like, what, 225 plus a 25-pound plate, 275-ish for heel elevated front squat. Like, again, it's just... none of his lifts are just so outrageously fucking crazy where it's like, that guy's on gear. He's what you... like, he's a strong, natty, recreational lifter. Like, that's what his strength levels are basically at. But yeah, like, at least for upper body movements, I can outlift him on practically every lift. He definitely has a better physique than me, but again, if this guy's taking steroids and working out all the time, I would have just expected him to be stronger, you know? So, yeah. When you see somebody incline pressing 405 for reps, you can basically 100% guarantee they're on steroids. If they're incline pressing like 245, you know, for sets of 5, I'd be very surprised if they're on gear. Dodo donate $2. Look up South Africa GDP, then look up Elon Musk net worth. What do you notice? His net worth is more than the GDP of South Africa, right? This is what we're dealing with.
Like, there is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse within a system.
Audits and waste, fraud, and abuse are not the same thing. So let's decompose these pieces.
Please educate me on
sure.
What
so an audit
the
is exactly what you just described,
yes.
Which is, do I know what was delivered to which place?
Right.
The ability to pass an audit, or the fact that the DoD has not passed an audit, is not suggestive of waste, fraud, and abuse.
So, yes, it is. It's not that they're not able to account for, like, maybe 5 or 10% of spending. The U.S. military is literally not able to account for about 50% of their spending. It's massive. So that's like if you're filing your taxes and you tell the government, I have no idea where half of my income came from, or I can't account for half of my spending. My money just poofed. Like, yeah, it's indicative of fraud or abuse.
That is completely false right there. So
what is
now it's a question of, it's suggestive that we don't have an accurate inventory that we can pull up of what we have where. That is not the same as saying we can't do that because waste, fraud, and abuse has occurred.
So
they can't account for 50% of their spending.
In my world,
yeah,
that's waste.
How is that waste?
If I give you $1 billion and you can't tell me what happened to it, that to me is wasteful. That means you are not responsible. But if you can't tell me where it went, then what am I supposed to think? And when there has been reporting, I mean, this is not, look, I'm not saying.
Like, again, the most salient point is they can't account for half of their spending. That is crazy. I could understand, like, maybe 5, 10, 15%, but, like, 50%? Give me a break.
Saying this is on you and that you caused this, but I think it's a tough argument to
I'm pretty
make
sure I
that
didn't cause it.
and 800 people would consider that somewhere in the realm of...
Okay, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Do you see any meaningful difference between the arguments that meat and abortion is murder? They both seem to stem from a name-the-trait-like reasoning.
Depends on whether you consider, it entirely depends on your position about abortion. Like, do you think life begins at conception? Do you think life begins at sentience? Do you think there's a point during fetal development where somebody gets sentience or personhood? You also have to consider, like, societal aspects, how it affects the mother, why they're getting the abortion, whether it's for medical reasons or just petty practical reasons. So it depends on your position. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Club. Shane Hunt is a young and highly successful powerlifter. Although he's a powerlifter, he performs many accessory movements during the off-season to increase muscle mass. One of the
One of them.
The veins and stuff can make a huge difference. If you have a good vein pump day, you look so much better.
And I think arms. When I train arms, that probably makes me look the freakiest, I would say.
Now, when people meet you, do they say you look bigger in person or smaller? What do they say, like, on average?
I think most of them would probably say I look bigger.
Yeah.
But sometimes there have been people who said, like, oh, you're actually smaller than I thought you would be.
Yeah.
But
I'd say you look bigger with your shirt off than your shirt on. That's typical when you're really lean. That lean body looks more impressive.
Yeah.
Without
because I could wear like a hoodie or a shirt.
N-word, donate $2. Let me see. Try that in a small town. Racist and inciting violence. Kill the white farmer. Just song. Don't take it literally. Yep. Puppy Bull just showed a Chihuahua German Shepherd mix, and I've got questions. Wait until you see your kids. Friendly reminder not to rape. We'd really appreciate it. It's impossible to loathe these degenerates enough. Furries warned against pedophilia and bestiality ahead of Glasgow Hotel Convention. Yep. The South African government is just insanely retarded and incompetent and corrupt. Thanks for the donation, N-word.
Or something long sleeves, and I would look fairly normal.
Yeah.
But when I take it off, you see the cuts, you're like, oh shit.
Yeah. For me, most people say, you're way bigger than I thought. I think everyone thinks I'm 5'2" or something. And when I do my videos, I don't pump or anything. I just record, like, in the morning. So when I'm at the gym and I see people and I have a good pump on, they're like, geez, you look a lot bigger than
me. Yeah, you're bigger than I thought you were going to be.
Taller too, or just, you think I was a manlet?
No, I didn't think you were that small.
Yeah.
No, but you're, like, your legs, I'm like, what the That's it.
They're the biker legs. As for me, it's my hamstring.
It's surprising that he's able to keep his leg gains so much while not really being able to squat.
That's my strength, bro. Like, I'm more developed in here. Not as much in the front, but
look like that, so.
Hamstrings. I don't carry much fat on my legs either.
I feel like for me, I carry it here.
Yeah.
And here. The back is...
When I was younger, like your age, I would get crazy abs. Like at this body fat, my abs would be just... Those are my best body part. I was going to do photo shoots and stuff. It was always all they care about my stomach.
Yeah.
But my legs were fatter. Like even on show day, they wouldn't be this lean. When I was natural competing, I had the craziest abs, but my legs were soft. I couldn't get cut. And then when I went on steroids later on, I was able to get like way leaner legs, but my stomach looked worse.
Yeah.
I was bloated and had a puffy face.
Yeah.
I actually look better natural than enhanced, I think, like overall. But
yeah.
That's what the love of money does.
Just to see what I'm capable of, because having want that goal in the future where you are going to be competing. You'll never train as hard, you'll never be as strict with your diet. So I want that. I want to see what I'm capable of. The thing is, when you compete, it's like that then becomes the priority, and everything else is on the back end. So you have to sacrifice quite a lot.
In this shape, you'd only need probably 6 weeks to get really dialed in. In terms of the diet, like you probably want to train harder, build up.
What's Destiny up to?
Voluntarily. It's the very reason you have body fat. It's not there for looks. It's there for you to use when you don't eat. And as a doctor, I had been prescribing fasting to patients. Pre-op, you have to fast. Colonoscopy, you have to fast. Post-op, you have to fast. Treatment of pancreatitis, you have to fast. For fasting blood glucose, you have to fast. So it's like, okay, if I'm telling people they should fast for all these reasons, then why can't they do it from a therapeutic standpoint? It doesn't make...
This guy, Jason Fung, is a complete quack. All of his theories have been debunked. He was promoting the insulin theory of weight gain for the longest time, and it's being completely disproved. It's entirely based on energy balance. The guy is just a fucking retard.
More muscle, but
more category.
You'd be probably best in men's physique, just because the size. Even though people are like, yeah, but classic physique. The weight cut. What are you like, 5'9"?
Well, height.
Your height, 5'11". 5'11". Okay, so your height weight cap is, I think, 212 pounds.
Yeah.
You know, in contest shape, you're gonna be well under 200, I would assume.
Yeah.
So you're giving off a lot of weight, even though there's a weight cap. So if you did classic, you would be a small classic guy.
Yeah.
And like in the pros, like Urs is in your weight class. And height class. You know Urs Kalasensi?
Yeah.
He's 275 pounds off season. He looks like a monster. So it's just, But I would say you'd be best in men's physique. I don't know if that's your goal or...
Could be.
I mean, you can honestly do all the categories, but you would place high, like in men's physique, you would do really good.
Yeah. I think I would definitely lose some more size if I was to get leaner. But I would need to practice the posing.
I don't understand how this guy can't bench press more with how fucking massive his chest is. It's just insane. Like, it's like Arnold Schwarzenegger chest where it just fucking protrudes so much. Yeah, it's really weird how people's body structure is so different.
And then bring up some weak points.
You could definitely do classic. Bodybuilding, you're a bit smaller than these guys, but like, you can still do it. I used to compete against heavyweights and as a lightweight.
They're not.
I would still win overalls as a lightweight.
Yeah.
It's the shape and the symmetry, but when you get to like the pro level or trying to get a pro card, I mean, the guys are just crazy then.
I think there's like an age where you hit your prime physique.
I think at 35-ish there.
Dodo, donate $2. I hate babies so goddamn much. They're so fucking ugly and disgusting. They actually need to be ran over by a car. Especially hate when I get an advertisement has a fucking baby on it and you can't really look away because you need to navigate, you know. Yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. High school diploma donate $2. What's your opinion on valedictorians? Do they have some genetic predisposition for tolerating boring schoolwork, or maybe they're forced by their parents to perform at such a high level? Did you know some from your school? I don't care. I don't care what other people do, don't care what their interests are, who cares? Thanks for the donation, dude.
A lot of guys think they're 22 and I can't make any more gains. I'm like, you're not even close. When I was 22, compared to when I was 30, I still had a ways to go, and I started training at 10. So I'd say somewhere in the mid-30s when you really peak out.
Just about to hit that.
So you got one more year, this is it.
1 year, then it's downhill.
One more year. It's pretty much
1 year, then we're on TRT.
You might be able to maintain the prime 35-year-old physique till 40, but I doubt you're going to get any better at that age.
Yeah.
You know, unless you start training at 30.
Yeah.
Then it's going to take you longer to hit that peak. If you've been training for 10 plus years, I mean...
17 years.
It's going to take a while to get to your max. Yeah, the kids these days, they're 22 and they think, oh yeah, I'm at my natural limit. I'm like, you don't even know.
I've personally known people whose, like, you know, if you're talking about aesthetics, that might be a different thing, like who has the most physically appealing physique. But I've personally known people who are at their biggest by the time they reach their 50s. And by biggest, I don't mean like just like fat or anything. Like they actually were more muscular and were at their strongest in their 50s. And they had been training since their early 20s. He was a black guy, though. That might, I don't know, different rules might apply. Like black don't crack. But I don't know, this idea that you can't keep getting bigger and stronger, you know, into your 40s. I think it's based on like a number of social factors and stuff. You know, like people didn't eat as well back in the day. They might have had more stressors. Medical technology wasn't as good. A lot of people back then weren't really focused on health and fitness like they are today. So there could be some like different cultural reasons and stuff. But I've personally known people where they were at their absolute biggest and strongest by the time they reached 50. But these are people probably with good genetics and, you know, they kept training. A lot of people just end up getting disinterested in training when they reach middle age, just because they get like a wife, kids, job, and other interests and hobbies and different, you know, things take over. But yeah, there's not necessarily, like, there's not really any strong case to be made that you can't keep getting stronger and bigger into your, like, at least into your 40s. It's not like you can't build any more muscle once you reach 40. N-word, donate $2. These are probably going to be fucking garbage. Yeah, I've already seen that guy. Anti-white, sentient is the real threat. Vindictive South African blacks have been chomping at the bite to take revenge on whitey for decades. Like, pretty much. 8 baby mamas, all this cope. Race mixing is fine. Real men have all different flavors of babies. Yeah, great. I just don't really care much about this shit, dude. Why do you keep sending this to me? By that logic, these two women aren't white. No sane person would suggest such a thing. If Jewish people are white, I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo, donate $2. If you were driving on the highway and saw a baby on the road and you knew you couldn't stop in time, would you swerve off into a ditch and risk dying not to hit it? Nah, just run over the baby. Also, what about the same scenario, but it's a deer or a cat instead of a baby? What's your answer? Well, I'd swerve to save the deer or the cat. I wouldn't swerve to save the baby. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What that is.
Always in such a rush.
No. I've never owned my own gym. I got offered to buy one, but I didn't feel like the time put in would be worth it. When you own your gym, then you have so much business things to do with it. Yeah. And I worked at a gym when I was younger, and that was the hardest time in my life to train.
Yeah.
I was just there all day. Like, you'd open the gym at 6, and then your shift's done at like 4 or 5 in the afternoon.
You get sick of the place.
I don't want to be here anymore. I've been here all day.
Yeah.
You think, oh, it's going to be easy. You can train. You're at the gym. I hated it. Even personal training, I was never really a big fan of the one-on-one stuff. I like being a one-on-one versus like 20-on-1. I love the big group. Like when I taught kids in school, like having 20 kids at the same time, I found that very easy to manage. But one-on-one interaction like that's so much harder for me. So wasn't a big fan of the one-on-one training stuff.
Yeah, it's if you're doing it all day, it's
Gig put 5K into a meme coin. Was this a smart financial decision? Well, time will tell, right? So you don't know if it's smart until it pays off or it doesn't pay off.
very draining.
Yeah.
I found it very draining. After a full day of work, I was like, oh my God.
Well, you have to give your best energy the whole time. They're there for you that 1 hour. They don't care that the last client was mad at you or you had a bad day. So it was the same thing like being a teacher. The kids in class, they don't know that you never slept the night before, that you're fighting or whatever. Like, you know.
Yeah, you've always got to give your best.
Yeah, they don't know.
All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let him. Women with sharks in the tank. Aquaman with how I think. How many could step on the stage and say they taking their art to the bank? You pulling rank. Boy, I'm
But after this cut, I'll probably be around 91, 92, I think.
What's the lightest you've ever been since you've been like in your 20s? Have you ever gotten like under 85? Have you been like that light?
The only thing I remember is when I was, this is probably my third year into training, I was always stuck at 88. Couldn't get any heavier, and I realized this was before I knew about nutrition and calories.
Yeah.
I just had to eat more.
Yeah.
And then I would say I've spent the majority of the time over 90. And then those times when I've been super lean or competed, I went below 90.
Yeah.
But I don't stay there very long.
My heaviest, I was at 105.
So he's around like 200 pounds. So 5'11", 200's big for sure, but he's not like super huge.
5 kg, like just over 230. That's in the morning, and I'm 87 now.
Yeah.
And when I was,
where you were fucking what height?
I was fat too, though. I was probably over 20% body fat. Yeah. But I would say with the same muscle, I would be like I'm 87 now. I would be like 95.
Yeah.
And the same body fat percentage. I probably lost like 10 kilos of muscle in the last like 5 years. It's significant.
Can't wait. Can't wait to experience that.
I usually lift more with my hands like this.
Yeah.
The hammer grip there, but one set later, I'm done. I don't have good rep endurance. Like if I go all out on one set, say chins, my warm-up set, I did more reps than my hard set. I just fatigue like that. I don't have stamina.
That's why I like, have you ever done reverse pyramid training?
Yeah, when I was younger.
Yeah, that was quite cool because the first set would be the heaviest set for the fewest amount of reps. You go all out on that, and then after that you taper up the reps and lower the weight.
Yeah. It's funny how some people are. Like you would do, say I did 5 sets of bench. Some people do like 5 sets, say it's 200 pounds. You do 8 to 10 reps. If I did 10 on my first set, I'm getting 7 on the second, and then 5. Like I have nothing left. So I'm not a guy that can handle a lot of volume. So in my training, like you know how you're supposed to do, let's say 10 to 20.
Who would you love to fight if you had to pick your choice of fighter? Well, the people I hate the most are all kind of scrawny weaklings, so... You know, like, I'd love to fight Penguin Zero in a cage, but it wouldn't really be a fight. It'd just be me beating his ass.
Sets per body part per week, I do 10 max. I just can't do the high volume. I don't recover from it. It doesn't feel good for me. So everybody's different where I go.
1 or 2.
Inside, like on my bike.
An actual fan.
An actual fan, like I pack 2 with me.
Yeah.
So I'm doing an hour of bike. I have 2 fans in front of me doing my ride, and then when I train, I'll have my fan in front of me.
It makes a difference, you know. Like when I train, if I train in the gym in a hot country with no air conditioning,
you can't.
Awful.
If I'm on a bike, I used to go to Mexico and I would train. I'd be like, I'm gonna do my normal hour. I'm at 40 minutes, and I'm like, there's just no way I can keep going.
Yeah.
Shirt's drenched. I can hardly breathe. I feel like garbage. But with a fan, I can just keep pushing harder.
Yeah.
Makes a big difference. Are you young enough where you can remember doing photo shoots on the beach, stuff like this, for magazines, or is that just ancient?
I don't think I ever got on the front cover of a magazine.
Never done that?
Nah,
like it's so ancient. Like when I was growing up, like your goal would be to be in a bodybuilding magazine or in a cover of a magazine.
When I was in my early 20s, I wanted to be on Men's Health.
Yeah.
But I think I was like out of that sort of border of being mainstream.
I think at this point you would look too big for Men's Health.
It wouldn't make sense for them to be like...
Have you bought a magazine in the last 10 years?
No.
I don't think I have either.
No.
But back in the day when I was growing up, that was the dream. I made a few covers and it was just like so
like all
exciting.
the old school bodybuilders I've met, like they were all, the goal was to be on the front cover of Flex.
Yeah.
Things like that. Or what was it, the Weeder?
Yeah, Weeder, Reps, there's several different magazines.
Completely different now.
Yeah.
I'd still like to be on the front cover of GQ, that would be cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Confidence, yeah, it really should.
I feel like... Can you do any gymnastics?
No. I did a gymnast session with Niall Wilson, did a YouTube video years ago.
Okay.
He taught me how to do a backflip.
You could?
Yeah.
Nice.
Standing backflip.
Awesome.
Which I would not like to try right now.
I learned that. I was a power cheerleader in university, and they taught me to do it in about 20 minutes.
He also taught me how to do a muscle up with the rings.
Yep. I still can't do that.
That was really hard.
Feast, fight, vote from. I'm the giant that they running from. You can pay for the cheese. I'm in a rock.
That was harder than every set I've done today. It's like, I think I was in shape. I ride a bike like every day. I do a set of 12 and I'm done.
Well, that's the thing with full body sessions. The calorie burn from a full body session is higher than...
Well, it's way better than arm day.
Yeah.
I mean, how many calories are you burning on a bench press?
Not much.
I burn more calories in my warm-up on a bike for an hour than I do in a 2-hour lifting workout.
Yeah.
But I mean, my warm-up is like, I burn 700 to 800 calories in the warm-up.
That's absolutely wild, to be honest. We were saying this on the podcast. Before every session, he warms up on the bike for at least
For an hour.
minutes. Yeah.
30 minutes would be like, okay, I don't have much time today, or I'm like too tired from racing the day before, but an hour is typical.
But why before and not after?
Because I prioritize cardio over weights.
There we
Like
go.
it's just like, you don't want to listen to my advice. If you want muscle, don't do an hour of cardio first, just because it's not what I'm doing it for. Yeah, you want to do the opposite. Or separate your cardio from your weights, like do it like, morning and night or something, but it takes time to get used to too. When I first started this, I would do like a 45-minute bike ride before the weights. I couldn't train.
Yeah.
I felt like garbage. Now, I almost feel weird if I don't do a warm-up.
Yeah, even with the split I'm doing at the moment, if I try to train after doing a 5K, definitely not as good performance-wise. Same thing with doing a HIIT session in the morning. Any session after doing that, it's just not quite the same. So if the priority is the weights and building size, do that first.
Yeah, 5K run, I would not be able to walk straight the next day. I played, basketball with my friends, and I'm like done.
Yeah.
I play pickleball now. Even that's hard on the legs.
The fuck is pickleball? Oh, it's like tennis for old people. I've never heard of pickleball. Yeah, so it's just like tennis, but a smaller court and smaller paddles.
You ever played that?
No.
Oh, that's fun. It's kind of like badminton and tennis at the same time.
Yeah.
Throw a ball, you just running
end
around.
up being sore in places
That you didn't know you used. Yeah, it's crazy. My surgeon said don't squat below 30 degrees after you did my hip operation. So I usually don't go very low, but I hate it. I like going low.
Yeah.
But I don't want to wear myself out too bad.
Did you get a hip replacement?
No, I had a femoral acetabular impingement cam type, it's called. It's just I had bone spurs and it was subluxating the bone out of the hip, and they had to shave it down, pull my leg out. It was brutal. I couldn't feel I don't know how you say this. I couldn't feel my private area for 6 weeks. It was numb. I was panicking. I'm like, Doc, is it ever going to come back?
Yeah, that's why they told me not to get surgery to reattach my adductor tendon. They said they could damage nerves in that area, and I might not feel my penis again.
Like numb, like how you sleep on your arm and it had the tingles? I had that for 6 weeks. I was just like,
scary shit.
I was petrified. I'm like, this isn't good. Like, what's going on? And I woke up and my hip didn't hurt. My ankle hurt. I'm like, why does my ankle hurt and why can't I feel anything here? And the day I was like, you had so much muscle in your leg, what they do is they tie something around your ankle and they pull your leg out of the socket to work on it. And so they pulled so hard on my ankle that it was actually bruised and was hurting from that. But yeah, that was not something I liked. Sent me home. I went back to the hospital 6 hours later, needed more pain meds. I'm in a wheelchair and they're wheeling me out and they trip over the edge of the sidewalk and I fall out of this thing. I'm like, this is the Canadian healthcare. Couldn't believe it. Oh my God.
The fuck does this have to do with Canada? I hate how he talks shit on socialized healthcare. Like the most minor inconveniences, this guy's like, why can't all the poor people just die of disease and then us rich people can just get a better standard of care because we'll be able to go to the fancy doctor? Like, fuck you, asshole.
So on a regular leg workout at home, I would maybe do like one more set of legs. In the total, like, I don't train hamstrings, don't need to do any of that stuff.
Yeah. Well, you clearly don't.
The bikes, oh my God, I think I was out of shape.
It was funny that when I trained with Larry's, did a leg day with Larry's years ago, and the moment he started doing like high volume leg stuff, gassed.
Like this?
Yeah. It was probably more high volume than that.
Oh my God. You should have seen after I would train for the Guinness record. It was how much weight you can lift in a minute. So I was doing sets of 40 to 50 reps all the time, as fast as I could. I would do one set and I'd be done 45 minutes, laying on my back, on as much gear as I could put into my body, just laying back like, oh my God.
I've done that a few times when I'll be training with these like crazy guys that would would smash the legs. And I would do, it would be like a double drop set on a compound movement. And after that, like, I'd see black dots, couldn't talk, went grey, just had to go lie down in the bathroom for like 15 minutes until I felt normal.
Oh yeah, the dumbest thing I ever trained for was I wanted to break the Guinness record for most deadlift in an hour. So I start training for this. So I put 2 plates on and I'm like, well, I'll do it for 15 minutes and I'll progressive overload to an hour. And I got to about 20 minutes and I'm like, yeah, this record is not meant to be. Do you know how hard it is to do 15 minutes of deadlifts? Would do it for like 30 seconds and then I would rest for 10. And then 30 seconds and rest for 10. I was doing hundreds of reps. I couldn't move. It was fun though, kind of fun, but I'm like, I can't do this for 6 months. It was just too much. All right, so that's it for this guy.
So I was asking Greg what he thinks my body fat percentage is at the moment.
And I'm saying you're probably about 8% body fat, like really close. I think in 6 weeks you could be like on stage, shredded, you know, winning a competition.
It's a lot, yeah.
When you say a lot,
for me it feels like relatively
a centimeter.
Relatively speaking. And then like the hamstrings not really diced.
I feel like we're close to the same body fat percentage. Yeah. I tested at 7.6, I think, the last time I tested it, so you gotta be close to that.
Let's see how long this lasts. Like my cut is going good, but then, as you said, once it gets to the point where you just start being hungry all the time, energy levels dip, strength dips, it's like, that's the time to call it a day.
Yeah, it's not worth that.
Low. Are testosterone levels really declining? Time to take TRT. Surgeon explains.
Testosterone. It's a big problem.
And you might just want to kind of scratch your head and write it off to normal aging.
Yeah, a lot of what we see today is abnormal.
Abnormal stress, accelerated aging.
Hey everyone, Dr. Chris here, not your everyday ortho. Quick question, have you been feeling more tired than usual, struggling to build muscle or stay focused? Well, you're not alone. I recently teamed up with After School for a video on steroid use in young men, which I'll link in the description. And a lot of people in the comments brought up the supposed epidemic of low testosterone affecting men of all ages. At first, I thought it was just people trying to justify their steroid use. But after seeing so many comments, I started wondering, are they just talking out of their ass or are they onto something? And if so, is there any evidence?
You know there's an epidemic of low testosterone in young males. It's because we're poisoning them.
Turns out, it's legit. Sort of. Testosterone levels have...
What's up everybody, it's Critical. I'm here to finally challenge Vegan Gains to an official debate on the topic of veganism. Just kidding, I have more subscribers than you, so I'm going to instead hide like a scared pussy and pretend that I won the argument.
Yeah, that's basically Moist Critical. Thanks for the donation, Penguin Zero.
Can you point to where you are in Canada?
That link isn't opening, but I'm in Ottawa. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Have reportedly been dropping for years, and apparently it's not just because of aging. From lifestyle changes to environmental factors, there's a crap ton, pun intended, affecting the hormonal balance of men today. In this video, we're breaking down why this decline is happening and what you can do to fight back. Stick around, there's a lot to unpack here, and this info could make a big difference in your health and well-being.
It's no longer at the point where, as young men in their early 20s, cannot pay attention to some of these factors, because I think some of the natural forces that are working against us, those are more prevalent now in today's modern world. And not paying attention to our daily habits is going to speed up that natural declining process.
Yeah, I'm talking to you, Jim Bros. I'm talking to you. So, testosterone. Why do we care? What is it? Well, although it's not the sole culprit, testosterone is primarily responsible for the many traits we typically classify as masculine, whether that's physically, like facial hair and a deeper voice, or even behaviorally, like drive and ambition. In fact, it's crucial for a lot of things in a man's body, both obvious and overlooked, which I'll let Dr. Sania Schweig, founder and president of the California Center for Functional Medicine, list off for you.
We think about sexual health, we think about strength of erection, sexual performance, we think about libido, drive for sexual performance, muscle mass, effects on mood, effects on irritability, cognition, effects on being able to think clearly, have your brain work optimally, cardiovascular health, our heart, our cholesterol, our blood pressure, even, the ability for, our body to maintain adequate bone mass and bone density, maintain blood levels, anemia, etc.
But over the past 2 decades, research has shown a steady decline in testosterone levels among men, particularly in the United States. Between 1999 and 2016, levels went from roughly 605 nanograms per deciliter to 451 nanograms per deciliter.
And
yeah, it's probably just obesity.
And what we can see is a pretty clear and pretty linear decrease of testosterone in each age group across time.
Our testosterone levels in men have gone so low that a lot of men today in their 20s have the testosterone levels of those of a 60-year-old back 20 years ago.
To put it into perspective, testosterone at peak levels amounts to just 605 billionths of a gram per 3.4 fluid ounces of blood plasma. Tiny amounts, which shows just how powerful testosterone is. Even with a 25% drop, it still gets the job done, just not that well. And men don't want to rely on just the bare minimum to support bodily function. generations.
I'm so thirsty. Oh my God, Brian. Do you see what I see? A Dr. Pepper machine. Yes. Oh, I can taste it now. Damn it. It was a mirage. An RC cola machine.
As Dr. Axe, a natural medicine specialist, points out, this is a serious problem.
Men with low testosterone levels had an 88% increase in a risk of death compared with those who had normal levels.
While individual habits do play a role, it's largely due to collective ones, that is, broader societal and generational changes that seem to be driving this decline.
The vast majority of the decrease in testosterone levels in people now versus former generations is caused by our current lifestyle.
Our lifestyles are shaped by a web of interconnected factors. For example, when one area goes awry, it can throw off others. Or 5 semi-stressed areas can combine to create one very stressed you, which then amplifies the stress on each of the individual areas. So Dr. Schweig likens the testosterone problem to a tangled ball of yarn, with factors like rising obesity, poor diet, lack of exercise, environmental toxins, and other societal changes all contributing to it.
Stress, we're thinking about sleep disruption, we're thinking about artificial light exposure, we're thinking about toxins, which all play into with each other, right? So it's all kind of this constant cross-communication happening.
Let's take a look at some of the reasons people think testosterone levels might be dropping. Kicking things off with one of the biggest culprits, obesity. Did you know that having a BMI over
Swedish and German people are the ugliest people on earth? Are you fucking out of your mind? Like, at least Swedish women are generally pretty good looking. I would say probably the UK has the ugliest people, like both men and women combined. India is not particularly a good looking country, especially when you're talking about men specifically. And probably Australian Aborigines. Those are probably the 3 ugliest, at least that I know of.
27 is strongly linked to lower testosterone levels. Yep. Carrying excess body fat, especially around the belly, can wreak havoc on your hormones.
However, we have good hard data showing that higher body fat levels in particular decrease testosterone levels.
To be honest, the stats are pretty alarming. Studies show that for every point increase in BMI, testosterone levels can drop by about 2%. Obese men are 2.5 times more likely to have low testosterone than their healthy weight counterparts. A 4-inch increase in waist size increases the odds of having low testosterone by 75%. And considering that obesity rates have tripled in the last few decades, it's no wonder testosterone levels are taking a nosedive.
Probably the best explanation, honestly, has to do with body weight.
Really?
Yeah, and it's not body weight, it's fat mass.
So why does excess fat lower testosterone? Well, fat tissue isn't just sitting there taking up space, it's actually active. Fat cells have higher levels of an enzyme called aromatase, which turns testosterone into estrogen through a process called aromatization. More fat equals more estrogen, which actually tells your brain, specifically the hypothalamus and the pituitary, to reduce testosterone production. Not exactly the trade-off we're looking for, right?
2 things are happening. One is you're siphoning off your testosterone, but estrogen also then increases the level of a protein called sex hormone binding globulin.
Right. Which increases gradually over time, and that will bind up some of that testosterone, so it won't be available for your cells, right? So
free testosterone is the active form of testosterone that can affect the body, and SHBG is a protein that binds to testosterone, making it inactive. Estrogen can raise SHBG, which reduces free testosterone. But in obesity, there's a hormonal tug of war. Estrogen raises SHBG, but elevated insulin and inflammation lower it. Typically, the latter win out, leading to lower SHBG levels overall. Basically, even though lower SHBG should boost free testosterone, these other factors, especially the high insulin levels, really make it harder for the body to use that testosterone, leading to low total testosterone.
So perhaps rather than saying that it's type 2 diabetes that is associated with low testosterone, it would be best to say that an insulin-resistant state in a man is associated with low testosterone.
Obesity can cause blood sugar spikes, leading to insulin resistance. In fact, these metabolic issues, driven by lifestyle factors and even aging, can begin long before any significant weight gain occurs, setting the stage for it, which will then, in turn, worsen blood sugar regulations.
The pancreas can't respond as well, it can't produce the insulin, but the cells also become turning off that signal because the insulin levels have been historically high. There's a huge feedback mechanism that happens there.
So yeah, metabolic problems and obesity definitely influence one another, and they both influence testosterone, with approximately 40% of obese non-diabetic men and 50% of obese diabetic men having low levels.
And I would say that type 2 diabetes and or insulin resistance, aka metabolic dysfunction, also increases your risk of a low testosterone because those Leydig cells, the pituitary, all of your hormonal axes are not going to function properly.
And those Leydig cells are crucial because they're the ones that produce testosterone.
Dude, why is he showing clips of Paul Saladino? That guy is just such a fucking cunt.
Another vicious cycle.
Like, by the way, this is the guy who made that carnivore code fucking ebook thing saying, oh, carnivore diet will make you like hyper male. Then he gets his testosterone checked. Hypogonadal. Starts eating fruits again. Oh, his testosterone's back up. The guy's a clown.
What happens when obesity lowers testosterone, which then decreases motivation to exercise, potentially leading to more weight gain and keeping the cycle going. But it's not a lost cause. Weight loss through diet, exercise, or bariatric surgery has been shown to increase testosterone levels significantly, potentially breaking this cycle.
Increased belly fat and low testosterone are signs our bodies need maintenance. Diet is the fuel, and exercise is the tool we use to do this maintenance.
So what's the takeaway when it comes to obesity? Maintaining a healthy weight through proper diet and exercise isn't just about looking good. It's about keeping your hormones in check too. Speaking of exercise, the lack of it is a huge factor too. If you're not getting at least 75 minutes of vigorous activity per week, your testosterone might be suffering. Physical activity basically sends signals to your body to produce more testosterone. But with our increasingly sedentary lifestyles, thanks Netflix, many people just aren't getting enough movement. And stats show that's approximately 1/3 of us globally.
That on average, today's 19-year-olds are about as active as sedentary 60-year-olds. And that has major implications in terms of their health and our nation's losing battle with obesity.
So yeah, exercise is key for boosting testosterone, especially strength training and weightlifting. Oh no, hear what me I said. Especially strength training and weightlifting. Heavy resistance exercises that target large muscle groups trigger the biggest spikes. High intensity interval training, or HIIT, also helps, particularly for older men who weren't active before.
Increasing the amount and intensity of our workouts is going to put us in a calorie deficit. This is the other half of the equation for reducing belly fat and increasing our testosterone levels back up to where they belong.
They kind of get that new user effect, yo. While some studies show that aerobic exercise can increase testosterone too, it's usually less than with resistance training. Doesn't mean that you should ditch the cardio. It's still great for overall health. But if your goal is to maintain or boost your testosterone, strength training is the way to go.
It's going to increase your testosterone levels because it's going to force your body, A, to build more muscle mass, to improve its muscle density, to improve its strength around your joints, tendons, and ligaments.
Several factors affect exercise's immediate effect on testosterone. Intensity and duration matter. Higher intensity, longer workouts tend to raise testosterone. It's a vicious cycle. Lower testosterone can increase the risk of these diseases, and having these diseases can further lower testosterone. So, receptor sites that should be available for androgens like testosterone, preventing your body from being able to absorb testosterone.
In our energy levels, in our focus, in our longevity, which is really a byproduct of low testosterone.
Another factor often overlooked is the impact of medications on testosterone levels. While meds can be lifesavers, they can also have unintended side effects. For example, long-acting opioids, morphine, oxycodone for pain, statins for cholesterol, SSRIs for depression, beta blockers for high blood pressure, spironolactone for heart.
Statins don't seem to affect testosterone. I don't know why you'd mention statins.
Heart failure, ketoconazole, an antifungal, and cimetidine for ulcers and GERD are all linked to lower testosterone levels.
Are you using your inhaler? All the time.
Yeah, they're not. I don't know why you'd mention statins.
Fine, go through one a week.
Corticosteroids and asthma inhalers can significantly lower testosterone, as can antihistamines for allergies, which may also increase estrogen levels.
You sure you're using it right? Do I look like an idiot?
And chemotherapy drugs can damage the testes, reducing testosterone production.
Why don't you show me how your inhaler works?
So if you're concerned about your testosterone levels and you're taking any of these medications, it's a good idea to talk to your doctor about potential alternatives or other treatments.
And if you're taking a medication that lowers your testosterone, then you want to know about that.
Symptoms like low energy, reduced muscle mass, low libido, erectile...
Yeah, what the fuck? Is this guy a fan of Paul Saladino and Ken Berry? He keeps using their clips. That's really retarded. That's bizarre. I think he might be a fucking idiot.
Porn is cancer. That's all I gotta say.
I made a video exposing the
No, I hate basketball.
berries and how they fake the carnivore diet for views and money. In that video, Ken appears and he's wearing a shirt that says Proper Human Diet. PhD. And I was confused about this because the first thing that popped in my head was, does Ken have a PhD? For those who don't know what that is,
If he is a medical doctor, he would technically have a PhD.
A PhD stands for Doctor of Philosophy and is a degree at the highest academic level that follows study and research. An MD is a doctor of medicine who diagnoses and treats people, while PhD focuses on research. This is very important to know. Let's go to Ken Berry's website and see what's going on there. Ken has the letters PhD in big bold letters on his page. And it's not crazy to think that others, especially older people, would assume Ken has a doctor in philosophy, when in fact, he only obtained an MD. And I have a video exposing Ken getting
It doesn't really matter. He has a doctorate degree.
in trouble and being disciplined by the medical board. Be sure to watch that, so don't take his MD seriously.
I will not.
We can learn about who Ken is if we want. It says Ken is a family physician who's been practicing since 2003. He has over 2 million YouTube subscribers, which is irrelevant when it comes to how much knowledge you have on medicine.
Okay, whatever.
A doctorate in clinical psychology, and I am a diagnosed sociopath. This is everything I'm authorized to tell you. People like to believe that sociopaths are one-dimensional serial killers because, in a way, if every sociopath looks like that, then sociopaths would be easy to spot. you won't have to worry whether you're married to one or living next door to one or having birthed one. When the truth is, most sociopaths resemble normal people. It's a really complex and layered question because the term sociopath is no longer used clinically. But if you're looking at it through that lens, that the classic sociopath is someone who struggles to understand the learned social emotions. So everyone has a sort of hardwired set of emotions. These are the inherent emotions: happiness, sadness, etc. But there is another set of emotions that are learned. These are things like empathy, compassion, shame, remorse. We are taught these things mostly through modeling by caregivers. Sociopaths struggle to learn those emotions. There's been a lot of talk about the sociopathic mask and how sociopaths mask in order to charm and commit harm, when in reality, we mask for the same reasons that everyone else masks. It's easier to get through life if you are acting like everyone else does. I am masking right now. If I wasn't, I would have a much flatter affect. I wouldn't be as friendly perceiving, which isn't to say that I would be mean or that I would want to harm you or anyone in the studio, but I would probably be blinking less. I wouldn't be as engaging. But again, I think this is very relatable. I was very problematic for teachers in elementary school in particular, because whereas at home I worked pretty hard to fly under the radar and not cause any problems, I didn't do that so much at school. I got in trouble a lot. As a child, I felt this emotional claustrophobia. And the only way that I was able to neutralize that claustrophobia was to act out in a way that was destructive. I don't know why, I just knew, do this and you'll feel better. When I was in elementary school in San Francisco, there was a little girl that I was friends with, and I remember the day that I attacked this child. I had been feeling tremendous pressure. And on this particular day, I had been engaging in small acts of deviance in order to sort of neutralize the pressure, and it hadn't been working. And there was a child who was standing next to me and provoking me in a way that shouldn't have mattered. And I just remember feeling the impulse to hurt her. And so I grabbed a pencil out of my backpack and I stabbed her with it. And I knew that it was wrong, but again, I understood this intellectually, not emotionally.
Didn't even stab her in the eye. Can you even call yourself a sociopath?
But what was the most troublesome for me was when I stabbed this child, not only did the...
I actually had a friend who's in my Call of Duty clan. He had schizophrenia, and he was a diagnosed sociopath. And he lived off of government benefits. He was like legally forbidden from being employed because he was such a danger. And he told me when he was in school, he asked the teacher to sit alone because he couldn't handle being next to anybody, especially when they were talking, because it would give him like all these crazy paranoid thoughts. And the teacher forced him to sit next to this kid who kept talking to him and annoying him. And he took out a pencil and stabbed the kid in the eye. The kid lost his eye. And he never got in trouble because he warned her ahead of time. And yeah, he was allowed to sit alone after that, obviously.
Pressure I was experiencing at the time go away, but it was replaced by a type of euphoria. It was almost like being high. I did it, and then I walked away, and I walked home, and it just felt so good. But it wasn't the harming of another child that felt good. It was the euphoria that it elicited. That sounds crazy in the sense that harming someone else made me feel good. But it wasn't the act of harming another child. It was the act of doing something very destructive. This kid was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I grew up just outside of San Francisco, and my upbringing was really normal, although I hate to use that word. I did, however, grow up during a time where we hardly had words for anxiety and depression, much less sociopathy. My parents did the best they could, but they weren't equipped to deal with a child like me. And I would imagine most parents aren't. And my father was in the music business, so he was very charming and outgoing. My mother was a traditional, perfect homemaker from the South. I would listen to my mother say to my sister, "You want to get good grades. You want to make your teacher happy, right?" And I remember watching my sister, "Oh yes, I definitely. You don't want your teacher to be upset at you." And "No, I don't want my teacher to be upset." And I remember listening to this conversation and thinking, I don't really care what my teacher thinks or if she's happy or sad. And I also understood that saying that was not a great idea. That when I was asked, I should just nod and open my eyes really wide like my sister does and say, "Yes, no, I don't want my teacher to be mad at me." And admitting.
Yeah, I remember having these conversations and I just said, I don't care. I just never cared. Why in the hell would you ever care what anybody thinks? Like, if it's not a means to an end, like, why the fuck would you care what anybody thinks?
To that gets me in trouble for no other reason than because it's not how I'm quote unquote supposed to feel. So I learned to lie and manipulate other people's reactions very early, again, not because I was trying to hurt others, but because I was just trying to go unnoticed. Anytime I was honest with someone about the way that I was really feeling, it was always met with judgment and a lot of times anger and frustration.
Start at 044. Also, the Super Bowl stadium booing Trump when he came out is funny. Are Americans now sobering up?
Ladies and gentlemen of the ring.
44. Doesn't he get booed like anywhere he goes, unless it's like at his rally or something? I don't know how the fuck he got enough votes to become president. It's baffling, dude. Let me see.
I just can't see my nigga like using the umbrella looking like fucking Mary Poppins. Like, I'm sorry, I just cannot. And I feel like it's gonna be so bad when I say it, but I feel like it's sassy.
Wait, so protecting himself from the rain.
No, that's not it. Because you could easily wear a jacket. When you use that umbrella, you're covering the same portions that's going to be covered by a jacket.
Nah.
Just take the jacket off. Why? What's not getting covered by the jacket that's getting covered by the umbrella?
Jackets are warm. That's why you use an umbrella. So you can be cool, but also be protected from the rain.
Pants.
Your pants are still getting wet when you have an umbrella.
I got a big umbrella.
So why don't you just wear a jacket? Why do you wear an umbrella?
Like I said, it's sassy, so which means I feel like it's for girls. Here's why though. So it's pouring down, raining one day, and my grandfather, he's on his way out, and it's of course my grandmother, she had umbrellas. So I'm like, you know, I'm not gonna take an umbrella. He's like, no, real men don't use umbrellas. And I'm not going to lie, I think of my grandfather just so highly because he was just that father figure for me for a long time. So he had, like, he just holds.
Okay, so she thinks umbrellas are gay. Whatever. Thanks for the donation. The world is trash.
So I learned to lie as a protective mechanism. And over time, that
Hitler is alive and well.
Yeah, somebody already sent me that. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
developed into just a maladaptive lifestyle strategy. I believe that I am one of those kids with that inherent manipulative temperament, which sort of predisposed me to a higher likelihood of being antisocial, but I can't point to any specific trauma. I do know that having a dad in the music business and watching him sort of navigate and be charming, I think I learned very early that I don't really need emotion. I can just do what he does, which is smile and be affable, and you get what you want. But I can't speak to a specific environmental cause. I knew from a very young age that I wanted to live in a nice house, and I wanted to have a relationship, and I wanted to have a family, but I also understood that the only way for me to get those things would be to interact pro-socially with other people. It is beneficial to me to act pro-socially, so I do. My childhood was spent masking. I was just trying to survive, but over time it became really exhausting. And when I try to remind people who are resistant to the idea of helping sociopaths, I try to remind them, these people.
How much you wanna bet that after all his accusations, it was Trump in the end who actually ended up buying votes? I wouldn't put it past him.
Well, Musk literally tried to do that with that lottery thing. There's no way that he could have done anything to influence the election in that kind of way, but yeah, Elon Musk literally tried to like buy people's votes. Thanks for the donation though, Tyler.
People at one point were all children. Wouldn't you want to help a child? And of course the answer is always yes. Constructive behavior typically elicits a dopamine release that I don't get. So doing something quote unquote kind, I don't feel that attaboy, that pride. It's more matter of fact. There was someone in the grocery store who didn't have the money to pay for their groceries. So I paid for the groceries for this person behind me. And then I left the store. I wasn't doing it because I wanted any credit, or this is a problem that needs to be solved, so I'm going to solve it for this person. But I don't get that hit of, wow, what a good person I am. That was a nice thing to do. But I do get it from something destructive. I get this jolt of feeling that sort of snaps me out of my pressure in much the same way that someone who has obsessive.
Well, I'll tell you exactly what it is. The reason why so many people with antisocial personality disorder, they get off and get really nice, warm feelings from destructive behavior is because it gives them power. So normal people with you know, normal sensibilities, like they're empathic, so they understand how they not only understand how their actions impact other people, they can also feel how their actions impact other people. If you're a sociopath or psychopath or whatever, and you don't feel what other people feel, then you're not going to feel any benefit from helping other people. So what you're left with, if you can't get any benefit from normal, productive social interactions, is you want to feel like you have power and control over other people. So that's the reason why it feels good to like beat the shit out of somebody or blow up a building or whatever. It's because that kind of power and control gives you that same sort of feeling that people get when, you know, they help somebody else. Then they can feel what they're feeling. The person they're helping feels good, then they feel good. Sociopaths don't have that. So in order to get a similar sort of feeling, you have to pursue like power and control.
I just still can't believe that I was duped into thinking that the Nazi ideology was inclusive to all white people. What a bold-faced lie. It was only inclusive for Aryan Germans and everyone else was inferior, including me. Non-German whites are simps lol.
Any kind of ethno-nationalist movement or any sort of ideology that has like this idea of racial superiority, they have extremely stupid and highly restrictive purity standards. So yeah, I mean, if white Christian nationalism became a thing in the US and there was a genuine push to drive all the Browns out of town, they would try to deport me, even though I'm half white. They would try to get rid of Jews because they're not white enough. They might end up kicking out like Irish people because they're not the type of white that they want. So everyone who joins these kind of fascist movements, they think they're going to benefit from it because they think they're part of the in-group, but they always end up getting fucked over because that's just what those movements are. They're like crazy, ridiculous, you know, purity tests and purity standards that nobody can actually adhere to. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
Of compulsive disorder, they can't tell you why washing their hands 8 times or doing a series of rituals makes them feel less anxiety. It just does. And that was similar to what I was experiencing as a child. When I was a kid, I was at a sleepover and I decided to walk home in the middle of the night, which I understand is not a typical choice. And on that walk home, there was someone who had left the garage open in my neighborhood. And I went into the garage and I actually got in the car that was in the garage. And I remember feeling so much peace. It was existing in a world where I knew I wasn't supposed to exist. It really neutralized the pressure that I had been feeling that day. As I got older, breaking into homes was my sort of go-to for neutralizing the pressure that I would feel. And I never took anything, and I never did anything destructive within the home. It didn't matter to me whether it was a huge house, small house, an occupied house. I started to lean more toward houses that weren't occupied for obvious reasons, but I found some regular places that I liked and I felt that I could get in and out of safely, and I would just sit in the silence and I could feel all the pressure going away and all of the apathy flooding in, which is not, I don't believe that's normal. I think that when most neurotypical people find themselves in a house where they're not supposed to be, they're going to be anxious about it. Their heart's going to be racing. It was the exact opposite for me. And what I came to realize is, this is how I want to feel. This, I don't care. I don't care. And it's okay. It's okay to feel apathetic. It's okay to just have no emotion, to just sort of float.
Remember, Adolf Hitler also counted the white Scandinavians and the white British people as Aryans, but they were controlled by Jews.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Poop.
And what I found was that these regular acts of disciplined deviance helped prevent more spontaneous acts. And that was always a concern for me, particularly after I had stabbed the little girl in my class. If I waited too long, there was a possibility that I might not lose control, but resort to something more extreme. And I never wanted to be at the mercy of these compulsions. So as I got older, I started to engage in them almost like.
Then why can't SJWs who support Hamas see that it's is what you just deserved then?
Well, they're retarded. The answer is always retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Like a prescription. I would do it whether I felt like it or not, just to keep the pressure at a manageable space so there wouldn't be any spikes. I did this for years. I mean, I like to joke that some people microdose mushrooms, whereas I like to microdose mischief.
You also stole cars. Was that the same general feeling?
Yes, it was exactly the same. And there was never any damage, or there was never any like super destructive driving or anything like that. It was existing someplace I wasn't supposed to exist. And I figured I was dancing a fine line of was it wrong, in the sense that everyone whose cars I took, I engaged with in some way, and they were usually inebriated. So in the back of my head, I felt like for some reason I got pulled over or busted for this. I would have a very logical explanation. I have the guy's keys. He gave them to me. I don't understand what the problem is. Over time, I realized that doing that required a very specific set of circumstances, required interacting with people to get the keys, and it was too much work. I just wanted to be able to get my hit, so to speak, without having to go through, without having to go to a party, without having to time it. It was a lot more work. It wasn't a moral choice. It was a selfish choice. I remember thinking, my luck will run out. If I continue to do this, if I escalate, I will end up in jail, and I don't want to go to jail. There are other things that I want to do. I always felt very much as if I was floating in outer space. It was just this abyss, and I didn't know how far my lack of emotion would take me. And also because I saw sociopathy associated with monsters, there was a long time where I remember thinking, so is this just what happens? Like, I don't feel like a monster, but am I going to wake up one day and suddenly want to kill people? It was scary. I was really relieved when I got the diagnosis, which is not something I think a neurotypical person would experience. But when I've spoken to others like me recently, I found that with them it was the same. I was relieved to get this diagnosis. I was relieved to see myself in your story, because I've always felt that there was something off, and now I had a name for it. And I also knew that I wasn't alone. There were at least enough people out there like me to justify a psychological disorder. Towards maybe the end of college, I had a conversation with my dad where I came very clean about the way that I was not feeling and the things that I was doing. And it was his suggestion that I see a therapist who did a clinical assessment on me, and then I was given the PCL. And that the score of that PCL is what determined the actual diagnosis. The PCL is the psychopathic checklist revised. It's the gold standard testing for psychopathy. The DSM is the diagnostic.
Fuck. Let's see. Glibness or superficial charm? Glibness. Quality of being confident but too simple and lacking in careful thought. Superficial charm? Do I have superficial charm? Like, I mean, I am pretty handsome. Like, that might charm people, just being so incredibly good looking. Is that what they mean? I don't know, what should I check here? Superficial charm? A woman wrote this. I can guarantee you a woman wrote this questionnaire. It makes no fucking sense. What do they mean by that? Do they mean I use superficial means to charm people? Or do they mean no? Okay, I'll put no. Previous diagnosis of psychopath or similar. Yes. Egocentricity, grandiose sense of self-worth. Like, it's so hard to answer that. Like, I mean, I am better than most people. Like, would I blow up a building of school children so that I could live? Yeah, obviously. I guess. I don't know. Proneness to boredom / low frustration tolerance. I wouldn't... It's so hard to answer that. Like, I'm not prone to being bored. I rarely ever feel bored. But some things can frustrate me like crazy. I don't know, I guess I'll put that in the middle. Pathologically lying and deceptive, definitely not. Conning, lack of sincerity, definitely not. Lack of remorse or guilt, that's definitely true. Lack of affect and emotional depth, I guess. Callous lack of empathy, yeah. Parasitic lifestyle. Well, definitely not me. If anybody was being a parasite, sure as fuck wasn't me. Short-tempered, poor behavioral. I guess, like at least majority of my life. Promiscuous sexual relations, no. Early behavioral problems, yes. Lack of realistic long-term plans. I don't really plan long-term, sort of. Like, I just know that, you know, life is kind of stupid. I'll put it in the middle. Impulsivity, put it in the middle. Irresponsible behavior as parent. I'm not a parent. Frequent marital relationships. No? Juvenile delinquency. Like I almost killed a kid, I guess. Poor probation, parole risk. No. Failure to accept responsibility for own actions. I mean, I accept responsibility. Many types of offenses. No. Drug or alcohol abuse, not direct cause antisocial behavior, no. Score was 19 out of possible 44. While there's no specific cutoff, higher scores indicate greater likelihood. That was a stupid. That literally doesn't tell you jack shit. You can tell a woman wrote that.
And Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. It's the psychological Bible, so to speak. It's what clinicians use for most diagnoses, and it's what insurance companies use in terms of coding and how to pay for the treatment. In order to diagnose someone with antisocial personality disorder, you use the DSM. And this is someone whose behavior is the huge driving force. You're going to see a lot of impulse control issues. They don't really respond to punishment or correction at all. It's the same behavior over and over again. In order to diagnose someone as a sociopath or a psychopath, you cannot use the DSM. For that, you have to use the PCL. So although these disorders have a tremendous amount of overlap and are roughly the same, they're different in that they require different measures for diagnosis. If something isn't in the DSM, that means it doesn't exist. When that's not true, there are many disorders that aren't in the DSM because they need a more complex measure to test. I'm pretty sure sex addiction isn't in the DSM. Looking at the behavioral markers for sociopathy and thinking, who says all sociopaths act like this? Who says that you're saying that all sociopaths are irresponsible, all sociopaths demonstrate criminal versatility?
The world is trashed and
as you are taking a live look at the White House, President Trump getting ready to make his way to New Orleans.
He absolutely should cut off aid to South Africa. That's, you know, something I'd totally support. South Africa is just fucked and retarded.
As the first sitting president ever to attend a Super Bowl game. And we also wanted to let you know this as well, that, in quote, South Africa is confiscating land and treating certain...
My close friend has antisocial personality disorder. It's been obvious throughout our friendship he does not take on my emotions, but he tries to be there for me, and his way of doing that is awesome. Morons demonize aspt.
Kind of depends what antisocial personality disorder traits you have. If you have manipulative tendencies, you should absolutely steer clear of those people. If they don't have manipulative tendencies, then they might be okay. But thanks for the donation, Purple Galaxies.
Classes of people very badly. It is a bad situation that the radical left media doesn't want to so much as mention. A massive human rights violation is happening for all to see. The United States won't stand for it. We will act. Also, because of this, I will be cutting off all aid to South Africa until further notice. President Trump making that announcement today ahead.
Yeah, he should absolutely do that.
I am tired of the white tears. Listen, if you are competent, you are not concerned. When I walk into Congress every single day, you know why I don't feel away and why you can't make me doubt who I am? Is because I know that I had to work 10 times as hard as they did just to get into the seat. When you look and you compare me to Marjorie Taylor Greene or me to Lauren Boebert, there is no comparison. And that is the life that we have always lived. So the only people that are crying are the mediocre white boys that have been beaten out by people that historically have had to work so much harder. This is why they don't want us to have education. This is why they are trying to literally say we won't fund the HBCUs, because they know that if they've already gone after affirmative action and they're saying, you know what, don't allow them to come into, say, these PWIs, as we call them, don't allow them to come into these institutions. We know why they created the HBCUs in the first place. It was because they wouldn't allow us into the white institutions. And so now they're not allowing us in. And now they're saying, you know what, we're also going to defund the HBCUs. You know why? Because they don't want any more Kamala Harrises.
Yep. That's basically it.
Right now, there's a 40-year-old law that requires hospital ERs accepting payment from Medicare to actually provide emergency care to patients. So let's say a woman experiencing a life-threatening condition like a heart attack goes to the ER. As a lawyer, you would agree that that federal law protects her right to emergency care, correct?
Yes. So
now a pregnant woman with life-threatening bleeding from an incomplete miscarriage goes to the ER. Let me rephrase that so you can hear. A pregnant woman with a life-threatening bleeding from an incomplete miscarriage goes to the ER, and her doctor also determines that she needs an emergency abortion. But she's in a state where abortion is banned. You would agree also as an attorney that federal law protects her right to that emergency care, correct?
I don't know.
Dude, how in the fuck could this guy be sworn in? Are you kidding me? I think both the woman and the child should be sacrificed to my brain worm. If it's illegal in that state to get an abortion, they should both die, and my brain worm should be able to eat the corpse. The brain worm needs people to be able to thrive.
I mean, the answer to that is I don't know if the state bans
Well, let me ask you this as an attorney. Doesn't federal law preempt state law?
The federal Constitution does. Sometimes not every federal law preempts state laws. It could be unconstitutional. Now, I'm not trying to be evasive, Senator. I'm just telling you I don't know the answer
I appreciate
to that question.
But what authority do you have over this as the director of HHS?
What authority do I have?
Yeah, to enforce the law.
In what regards?
To make sure that a hospital that receives payment from Medicare is ensuring that they're providing the necessary emergency care to patients when they present. It's actually the EMTALA law. So what authority as HHS director do you have with respect to EMTALA?
My understanding is that I have budgetary power and that it's pretty much limited to that. But if you tell me I have another authority, I don't even think that.
Well, let me tell you,
we have a law enforcement branch at HHS.
Actually, you do, and that's CMS. CMS actually investigates complaints of EMTALA violations.
Yes, let's elect this person to a job that he doesn't even know what he's supposed to be doing. Okay, that's brilliant.
As well as the Health and Human Services Inspector General, who, by the way, was just recently fired by Donald Trump.
Oh man, we're living in clown world. Thanks for the donation. The world's trash.
RFK Jr. be like, I have a stutter problem.
Well, he doesn't stutter. His voice just can't come out. It's kind of different.
Complete like what they think I'm gonna say, because most of the time they're wrong, and so just like to let me like finish my thought.
You know, I wonder if like girls who stutter like orgasm weird. Do you think it like affects everything? Like if they're going like do you think they go like do you think that affects it?
Thoughts and sentences.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Clacker.
Yes, just suffice that woman and her baby to the king worm.
Did you guys get on the bed? I told you, you're not allowed.
Oh, hey, guys. Huh? Come here, friends. Hug me. Oh, yeah. Hug me.
Yes. RFK's brainworm wants mother and child sacrifices. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
All sociopaths are incapable of impulse control. Well, I'm capable of impulse control, and I'm sure that I'm not alone. I'm capable of being responsible. I demonstrate criminal versatility, but you don't know that. I'm telling you that. If you don't have proof of it, how would you know? And so I was coming to it from a space of, we should be talking more about what's going on psychologically, and we should be spending less time talking about behavior, because not every person who has this personality disorder is acting in the exact same way. In order to sit for the PCL, it is a requirement to have a criminal record. And what that says to me is you're making a generalized statement about this group. If you are only testing people who have a criminal record, you're going to miss all of those who are sitting on the mild to moderate side of the spectrum who do not have a criminal record, myself and you. I don't have that desire to engage in pleasure the way that neurotypical people seem to. So I put it off, and then I put it off, and then I put it off. And then I find that the longer I put it off, the closer I get to getting what I can only imagine is something like a dopamine hit. If I drink a lot of water and I have to go to the bathroom, I will avoid going to the bathroom for as long as possible. I don't know that I would say I enjoy being a pleasure delayer. I can't speak to the specifics of why. And this isn't a choice that I'm making consciously. It's like, I'll do it in a minute. I'll do it in a minute. I'll do it in a minute. And I have done this so many times to the point where I have peed my pants multiple times because I just don't go to the bathroom when I'm supposed to go to the bathroom like a sane person. So I was at the White House for an event, and my husband and I were, this was the White House. It's cool. It's fun. And I was wandering around, and I knew I had to go to the bathroom. I was like fidgety. And my husband was like, do you have to go to the bathroom? I was like, no, it's fine. Yes, but it's fine. I'll go in a minute. And we kept going. We were wandering. And I was not asking to use the restroom, which is what I should have done. And we finally get to this place in the White House where we're supposed to be gathering for this event. And that's when I realized I have to go to the bathroom.
This has to be a sexual thing. It has to be. Like, what?
Right now, as this lovely woman launched into a rendition of the national anthem.
Dodo, donate $2. Let me see.
So here we have Luke Ferreter, who is winning the first letters prize on behalf of the Vesuvius Challenge.
Indeed, thank you. Luke Ferreter was the first person to decipher a word from an ancient scroll that had been buried in volcanic mud for centuries.
But for the first part of the challenge through July, I was interning at SpaceX and just kind of doing this in the evenings and weekends. It's the word Prophorus.
He went on to win the grand prize in a global competition. A 22-year-old undergrad at the time.
My friends were there. I was cheering, jumping up and down, screaming, crying, all the stuff. I run most of the things from my laptop. It's just a normal MacBook, don't worry. But then I've just got like 5 surplus computers in here. This is what I do most of my work from.
What he does now is work for DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, headed up by Elon Musk. Who's brought in a group of gifted young engineers, some in their early 20s with no prior government experience. Their current job assignments, unclear. But it is clear they're part of the Trump administration's plan to slash government agencies. Democratic senators sent a letter to the White House describing how DOJ staff has seemingly unfettered access to classified materials and Americans' personal information. In federal court, government lawyers said Marco Ellis had read-only access to a highly sensitive payment system at the Treasury Department.
Ignition, liftoff.
Ellis, who previously worked at SpaceX, has been the center of attention. His DOJ position was terminated after the Wall Street Journal uncovered racist and eugenic posts on an account linked to him. But then Elon Musk, the vice president, and Trump himself weighed in.
The vice president says, bring him back. What do you say?
Well, I don't know about the particular thing, but if the vice president said that, did you say that? I'm with the vice president.
Another DOJ worker, Edward Korstein, who called himself Big Balls on social media, was fired from an internship with a data security firm called Path Network in 2022, accused of leaking information to a competitor. A spokesperson telling CNN his contract was terminated after the conclusion of an internal investigation into the leaking of proprietary.
So this guy is known to leak information and he's getting hired, like literally stealing classified information. Oh my God.
Company information
Yeah.
coincided with his tenure. Identify himself out of fear of retaliation.
We had Elon Musk in our building, and after he visited the building, for 50.
On Musk's companies, like Ethan Chautran.
This is a really exciting time for young folks, for old folks, for everyone.
He was a runner-up in a hackathon contest put on by XAI, an artificial intelligence company Musk founded. Chautran spoke in 2023 about how AI will change the future.
Really for...
And Gavin Kleiger on LinkedIn.
People always...
That is some
I have a PhD.
retarded shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. All right, this is boring.
Philosophy and used to teach college courses on Marxism, and I just failed a quiz in an online class on Marxism, Socialism, and Communism at Hillsdale College. So either I've gotten dumber, or this course is pedagogically designed not to teach or inform, but to indoctrinate people into a very specific right-wing ideology, one which ultimately argues for a white Christian ethno-state. And because this sort of indoctrination is happening all over the place, today I'm going to look at this specific class so we can get some insight into how educational content is being used as a propaganda machine. Many of the ideas presented in this course were inaccurate, misinformed, or willfully misleading, but the thing that I found most shocking were the parts that I kind of agreed with.
At its core, socialism represents a very humane ideal. It's a system that is driven not by a desire to brutalize people, but to give them a good life.
But then they do stuff like,
"What you doing, Gum Gum? You want to come cuddle? Hey, Gum Gum."
LFL tonight? Let's go. Screw Super Bowl. Let's see some nice jigglies.
Let me take a look, Nut Muffin.
Woo! Football!
Yeah, football sucks. Yeah, LFL is definitely better. That chick has a nice butt. Those are nice butts. That girl has a nice butt. That's a nice butt too. They all have pretty big titties too. I hate the fucking music they added. Jesus Christ. Those are very nice butts, though. Super Bowl's fucking stupid. Just watch this. Thanks for the donation, Nutmuffin. Appreciate it.
This and imply that Marxist invented being trans.
The first transgender operation was conducted around 1930 in Germany in an institute run by cultural Marxists there.
And like, listen, that'd honestly be cool, but I looked into the institute they're talking about. It was notably attacked by the Nazis, where they burned all the books. You know, I don't know if you want to be on the same team as the Nazis.
I don't understand this weird obsession with racial purity. When I see a hot chick regardless of race, my dick gets hard. My dick doesn't think, oh, she isn't as white as milk, deport her. Race mixing technically only has benefits for the genetics or offspring.
Well, chances are a lot of these racists are pretty gay. Thanks for the donation, Klecker.
And the only connection I could find with Marx was that the Marxist writer Ernst Bloch once rented a room there. So there you go. And this isn't a mistake. The contradictions and inconsistencies of the course gave me some shocking insight into how reactionary thinking works. And what's maybe more shocking is that, like I said before, the whole thing ends with a call for white Christian nationalism.
And here you could look at, say, Federalist 2, where John Jay describes that you have a common people. They are rooted from a common ethnicity, use a common language, have the same religion.
Okay, so let me show you the course. There's 6 lessons, each with a final quiz, and you get a certificate if you complete everything, which I did. So now I'm a graduate of this course. Before we get into it, I want to talk about this video sponsor, Magic Spoon. As I've been getting older, I'm trying to get healthier, and a big part of that is cutting down on sugar, which I know leaves me feeling sluggish and not. This is the truth. Reason they're going to refund your money. Journalist Marx, and it opens with the question,
how does a society create and protect human flourishing?
Which they apply to Marx's theory of communism.
The claim that communism leads inexorably to human flourishing must be evaluated.
But soon after this, they make a claim that points to the specter that's haunting the whole course.
The dream itself, complete abolition of human self-interest, is completely at odds with human nature.
But see, the problem is they don't define human nature, which then means that they can't evaluate Marx's ideas against this definition. Again, a definition that doesn't exist. Am I most charitable? I guess I would assume that their definition of human nature is some libertarian notion in which we're all private entities driven by our own self-interest. The course also teaches us that Marx and Engels' ideas were more vibes than they were facts.
They thought these are not simply our views or our passionately held beliefs, although they were, but these are scientific truths we're talking about.
So basically, when Marx does philosophy and economics, it's just like,
hey Gaines. I think him going 5-0 get divorced also. My wife admitted last night in front of my kids that she encouraged her friend to cheat with a really handsome guy. Women are only good for one thing and it's not long term. I might start sucking cock.
If I heard my wife say that, I'd break up with her. So that might be a good idea. Thanks for the donation, I am simp.
Like emotions and opinions. But when these guys, the ones teaching the course, do it, well, then we're doing facts and logic. And when they do try a more substantial critique, it honestly feels like a lazy misreading.
Marx's idea was freedom requires us to liberate ourselves from our own individuality and to see ourselves in terms of the larger community that we are part of. And that communal freedom, which is a kind of collective freedom, it requires what we would call today the abolition of private liberty.
Now here he's trying to be cute by rephrasing the abolition of private property as the abolition of private liberty. The implication is that Marx wants us to give up our individual freedom and ourselves for communal freedom. But as Marx himself writes in the German ideology, only in community with others has each individual the means of cultivating his gifts in all directions. Only in the community, therefore, is personal freedom possible. Now, the reason that Marx can think about both freedom and dependence is because he is a dialectical thinker, which is something that this course never mentions.
Freedom means freedom from religion. We have to abolish religion itself in order for there to be true freedom. And that can only take place in terms of this radical transformation of the human condition in which we stop
Dodo donated $2. It might just be me, but I have my volume at max, and the audio from the videos you're watching are kind of hard to hear. Also, by the way, do you still think the problem of evil is a contradiction, or did you change your position? No, I obviously didn't change my position. The problem of evil points out a clear contradiction with the typical Christian worldview that God is omnibenevolent and omnipowerful. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. I can turn the volume up on the video a bit, but I'm looking at my own audio peaks. It should be easy for everybody here.
Thinking ourselves as individuals and start thinking of ourselves as part of this other larger whole.
Now, I've talked about this a lot in the last couple of years, but Marx's critique of religion is really a critique of the underlying conditions of oppression and alienation that lead folks to seek hope in religion. You know, this is the opiate of the masses stuff. Marx isn't saying that religion is bad. Marx is saying that the world is bad. The world is soulless, and it leads to the need for religion. And his vibe is like, guys, what if the world was just great and we didn't need?
I don't want to suck your cock, but I have to admit your political commentaries are the only ones I enjoy and agree with. You are neither a ultra-cucked far-left communist like Hassan and neither a right-wing fascist like Tim Pool.
Well, that's nice. I appreciate that compliment. Thanks for the donation, Klecker.
Need that? What if the conditions of social and economic life were such that you didn't have to go to church to feel good? You still go to church if you want, but you wouldn't have to. That's the idea here. Now, another thing I've talked about before is how Marx's thought is dialectical. And this describes when thoughts and concepts develop through internal or external contradictions. Thinking dialectically means that we don't just think about concepts or ideas like they're in a vacuum, isolated from everything else. You know, we think about the relations between seemingly opposed concepts or ideas. And this makes thought way more active and makes concepts way more active because we're thinking about them in relationship to context, material conditions, historical conditions, things of that nature. But this course ignores the possibility that you could be both more dependent and more free. I'll give you an example. Let's say that you live in a country that makes you pay more in taxes, but then also gives you the freedom of healthcare as a human right. So in a sense, you might feel less free in that you're paying more in taxes, but you are more free in so much as you are guaranteed healthcare. So this means that if you break your leg when you're skiing, well, you know that you're not going to have your life financially ruined because of medical bills. You have the freedom to go skiing, knowing that even if you screw your leg up, you'll be.
I don't want 50 suck the previous message writer's cock, but I want to suck his cock.
All right, well, maybe you two can link up. Thanks for the donation, I am Simp.
Okay, that's why I never want to go skiing. It's just too high of a risk. You know that skiing is like the #1 source of injuries for recreational sport activities? I'm just saying, skiing's too dangerous. Now, in the course notes, they write that because religion and the family had both been perverted by capitalism, Marx believed they needed to be eradicated to reach a true communist society. And they somehow interpret this stuff, especially the family part, from this passage.
Abolition of the family. Even the most radical flare up at this infamous proposal of the communists. On what foundation is the present family, the bourgeois family, based? On capital, on private gain. The bourgeois family will vanish as a matter of course, and both will vanish with the vanishing of capital.
So a team of distinguished academics read that and they thought, yep, they think that the family absolutely should be abolished. But according to political scientist Heather Brown, Marx and Engels argued that the family in its bourgeois form, based primarily on the management and transfer of property, was in a state of dissolution. The material conditions that had led to this form of the family were disappearing among the proletarians because they had no property to give to their children. And here it's basically saying that the family in bourgeois society really just amounted to a mechanism of wealth and property transfer. And in acting as if Marx wants to destroy the family out of some hatred of tradition or God, the professors teaching the course are distracting from the fact that Marx and Engels want to abolish the family as a means of wealth transfer labor production and the subjugation of women. In effect here, they're talking about what the family was at this particular moment in time. And this is another instance of the course really failing to understand Marx's dialectical method, in which concepts are developed dynamically in light of existing social relationships. This leads them to miss the fact that Marx is not talking about the textbook or dictionary definition of family, but instead family as it existed as a social category during the particular time period of the Industrial Revolution in Europe. And this failure, well, it plagues the entire course because they ignore the fact that via this method, things written in 1848 wouldn't uncritically apply to our situation in 2025. You know, again, if we're thinking dialectically, concepts, ideas, all of these things are related to historical, material, and economic conditions. Our historical, material, and economic conditions now are different than they were 200 years ago, but the course doesn't seem to acknowledge that. Now, they end the Marx lesson with this.
Generally speaking, the doctrines have had the most appeal to university students, college students, the comfortable, the well-off, those who really have the time to read and, of course, to process and then propagate these ideas on their own.
This comes after
smart people who think about things tend to think this is a good idea. Ah, you don't say. Only well-educated, smart people like this idea. You don't find dumb trailer park retards who are alcoholics and couldn't graduate high school. It's not really popular among those folks. Like, okay. I don't know what point that's making.
After a big chunk of the video where they argue that Marx was wrong because the working class didn't agree with him. And when they talk about the working class, they seem to just mean like, you know, soot-faced mine workers who don't have time for reading books and stuff. But they're missing the point here because for Marx, working class describes people who do not have access to capital and then exchange their labor for money. You know, people that go to do a job, and then when you do the job, you get money for the job that you do, right? For example, most teachers, nurses, chefs, journalists, plumbers, and YouTubers are working class. Most people are working class. If you're watching this video right now, you're probably working class. And if you're not, I would love to tell you about our Patreon community. There's a link to it in the description. It's a great way to support the channel. When you sign up, you're gonna get perks. It's a way that you can pay for your sins. And I'm really not sure why they're saying that it's bad that the people who agree with Marx are people who read his books. It's like saying, oh, only people who have actually eaten al pastor tacos think they're good, so they're bad. What? Doesn't make sense. And this implies that first, people who actually engage with these ideas take them seriously and find them valuable. And second, that labor conditions are such that many working people don't even have time to read, which I don't know, seems like a problem. Now, I took the quiz at the end of this one, and it created a real dialectical tension between my desire to get an A and my desire to be correct. But for now, I want to jump ahead to the final lesson, but I don't want you to feel lost. So here's a quick summary of lessons 2 through 5. Lesson 2 teaches us that Lenin was bad, and since he read Marx, well, Marx was bad too. Lesson 3 teaches us that Stalin was bad, and since he read Marx, you guessed it, Marx was bad too. Lesson 4 teaches us that gulags are bad, and that some guys who built gulags read Marx, so Marx is bad too, but also there's an Austrian economist who donated his library to Hillsdale College. He said Marx is bad, but he's good. Lesson 5 teaches us that Mao was bad, and since Mao read Marx, Marx was bad too, which brings us to lesson 6, which teaches us that public school teachers, corporate DEI consultants, and Bernie Sanders want to destroy Western civilization and make you do orgies.
What Marx really deep down wanted the most was the complete destruction of Western civilization.
If you've ever done an orgy, let us know in the comments. The logical leaps made here are pretty astonishing. You know, they're going from Marx to Lenin to Stalin to Mao to college professors, DEI programs, trans people.
But what seemed to have happened is that all of the Marxians, they did not just wither away and die. They, in fact, fled to academia. And in academia, they continued to spread these ideas and refine these ideas.
Of course, academics don't spread Marxist ideas as a project of ideological warfare. And again, I used to be a philosophy professor who taught at a very left-leaning department. I taught courses on Marxism, and that's just not what we did. You know, the idea is to introduce students to text and ideas that are important and let them think about them for themselves. You know, academics study these ideas because they're important to the history of political philosophy and relevant to contemporary crises. But this course is invested in constructing a conspiratorial narrative in which everything bad
What is very illogical? The US government in comics. Criminals run rampage in Gotham City and the US military does jack shit. At least in Spider-Man stories the government sometimes sends special troops. Gotham City is just anarchy. Bad writing?
They're comic books. Batman is not a particularly well-written series of comics to begin with. So, especially considering it's a shared universe with with Superman and everything, yeah, a lot of the Batman comics are fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation though, Klecker.
somehow connected to Marx.
Critical theory becomes the dominant political philosophy of the latter half of the 20th century.
And as you see in the final lesson, they're really drawing some very thin connections. So for those of you who are unfamiliar, critical theory refers to the work of those from the Frankfurt Institute of Social Research in pre-war Germany. Later, a bunch of these people moved to America. It's associated with thinkers like Adorno, Horkheimer, Marcuse. And the basic deal there is they were blending Marx's work with the work of Freud and other contemporary culture analysts. Okay, probably read some of the stuff. But to say that these theories being taught in university humanities classes made it the dominant political theory of the latter half of the 20th century is a bit rich. And this is the part that really blows my mind. There's no solid evidence that the ideas of the Frankfurt School critical theorists were the most important political theory of the latter half of the 20th century. Guys, the latter half of the 20th century is like Reagan and Thatcher. That's the vibe we had. The vibe was not Adorno and Horkheimer, if only. And the course only really focuses on some of the more sexuality-based theories from these writers, and they read it in a way that tries to convince you that post-war Marxism was all about gangbangs and sexual transgressions and stuff like that.
And it was Marcuse that argues for a white privileged elite, the white radicals, to unite in solidarity with what he called the wretched of the earth. And by that, he meant third world peoples of color. He meant women who were oppressed by a patriarchal system, and he advocated those who were oppressed by gender. He advocates polymorphous perversity to overthrow the old social mores.
It's not. I've read a lot of Marx, and I've never had sex. They then connect the dots between Marxism, critical theory, and American liberalism.
The most influential form of Marxism today, it's just what we call today liberalism.
And then they slowly bring in the Christianity stuff.
It provides a sense of meaning and purpose to the
Then why is Batman considered to be the great set superhero of all time to a lot of people?
Well, because they're dumbasses. There are so many problems with Batman fundamentally as a character, especially in context with the world he's in and the villains he faces. So, one big problem in a lot of Batman storylines, Gotham is this really, really crime-ridden, impoverished shithole. It's fucked. I think there was a storyline where, let me see, Batman, poor Gotham City or something.
At Doucette, what do you mean crime in Gotham City doesn't warrant military intervention? Joker literally blows up buildings. Firefly burns buildings and people. How is this not terrorism? It would warrant military intervention.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, Klecker. There was a storyline. Let me see. Superman helps Batman comics 90s. Yeah, there was a storyline where Superman ended up having to go to Gotham City to help Batman because it was this, like, it literally looked like a bombed out third world country in Afghanistan or something. So you have, like, storylines where Gotham becomes, like, this fucking failed state, and it's, like, a bombed out shithole, and there's, like, nothing but homeless and shit everywhere. For one thing, the idea that the United States, like, the government and institutions wouldn't, like, try to do something about this, you know, like, send in the Army, National Guard, like, just do, you know, just sweep through the streets, arrest, like, fucking everybody who's a troublemaker. And Batman's a fucking billionaire. Like, a massive, massive, ridiculous billionaire. Like, people have, like, argued Batman's wealth. Like, he would at least have as much money as somebody like Jeff Bezos would have today. The idea that somebody with that sort of wealth resource wouldn't be able to, like, better fight crime and prevent crime through some sort of economic means. So, like, hiring some sort of private security force, encouraging the government to send in, like, you know, some sort of aid, creating new businesses or something, like, to prevent, like, that sort of poverty. It just makes no sense, like where some of these storylines go. And his no-kill policy is just retarded. The amount of times Joker has committed mass killings and then gets locked up and then finds a way to escape, commits more mass killings, gets locked up, finds a way to escape. And there's, like, literally fucking animated movies where they literally have to directly confront this problem because the writers end up realizing the idea is stupid. And so many people end up complaining, why the fuck doesn't Batman just kill Joker? They literally have to directly confront it in some of these stories because they know how stupid it is. And then Batman says, but then I'd be just as bad as you. No, you wouldn't. Like, oh, the US government never should have tried to kill Hitler, because if they tried to kill Hitler, they'd be just as bad as Hitler. Like, it's fucking retarded. I mean, the mental gymnastics they have to play to justify Batman's, like, no-kill ideology is just so fucking retarded. He is one of the stupidest, most poorly written fucking characters of all time. It's just dumb. Versus, you know, like, Spider-Man, Wolverine. Like, Spider-Man fundamentally tries to, like, prevent killing anybody if he can. But I mean, the idea that Spider-Man wouldn't kill a villain like the Joker, knowing that would be the better idea. Like, Spider-Man would kill the Joker if he had to confront somebody like the Joker. But, you know, they write the comics in a sensible way where, you know, the villains he faces aren't like the Joker, where they just want to, like, just torture and kill as many people as absolutely fucking possible, you know? Like, all they're interested in is just causing sheer mayhem, and they're also, like, super highly, ridiculously intelligent. Spider-Man, is at least as intelligent as any villain he faces, at least. You know, like you have Dr. Octopus, who's a brilliant scientist, but Spider-Man's smarter than Dr. Octopus, really. He's able to fight these villains using a combination of like his own intelligence, you know, physical strength, you know, strength of character and everything. Like Batman, it's just fucking retarded. You know, he would have, if he was actually smart, he would have come to the conclusion, okay, I have to kill this guy. So Batman's just stupid. Spider-Man is a much better example of a character that, you know, has fundamentally I won't kill criminals kind of policy, but it's just way better written. Batman makes no fucking sense. And characters like the Punisher, Wolverine, if you want to give them like really, really heinous villains, you have to have a character that's willing to kill, you know? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Tony Stark or Batman?
Tony Stark is a better superhero than Batman, in my opinion. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hey Gaines. Let's be in solidarity. But the only deal breaker is you need to touch your toes.
I don't know what the hell that means, but thanks for the donation, I am simp.
Children of the upper middle class and of the wealthy. But ultimately it falls hollow. There's no real transcendence there because the very promise of Marxism is a thoroughly profane society. That you'll be free from all the repressive moral constraints. Well, what does that lead to in practice? It leads to thorough meaninglessness. Or it is reduced to raw power.
And there's a point in lesson 6, I'm going to show it to you right now, that honestly had me thinking that maybe I was watching a course created by serious academics. I actually tried to get in touch with Kevin Slack, the professor who's talking right here, but he doesn't have an email address listed on his faculty profile, so I couldn't do it. Kevin, if you're watching, you know, DM me or something.
The reason I think that Marxism is so appealing is because of the radical inequalities of wealth that are, to me, indisputable today. How is it that you can defend mere capitalism if it leads to the destruction of the family because we open up a market for every form of degradation that helps to destroy the family?
But right after he acknowledges that Marxism is a legitimate response to the crises of capitalism, there's this hard pivot toward...
Oh. Yeah, come here, Gum Gum. That's a good boy. Yeah, here's my Gum Gum. Oh, see everybody? This is my Gum Gum. This is my Gum Gum. Oh, that's a good Gum Gum. I love you, Gum Gum. Mwah. That's a really good Gum Gum. Oh, you are so handsome. Yeah, that's a good Gum Gum. Oh, I love my Gum Gum so much. You are so beautiful. This is what you call a good kitty. I love kitties. Yeah, kitties are the best. Yes, kitties are the best. I love you. Such a handsome boy. You are so good. Oh, you are so good. Yeah, that's a good baby.
Towards the founding...
Favorite villain of all time? I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know.
Fathers and their sort of veiled Christian nationalism.
People descended from the same ancestors, speaking the same language, professing the same religion, attached to the same principles of government. Very similar in their manners and customs.
Right? And it feels, once you get here, like this is where the whole thing has been leading. You know, to have a truly free nation, well, you need people with the same ancestors, presumably European, speaking the same language, probably English, practicing the same religion, Christianity, probably Protestantism, along with similar manners and customs, which I guess means they wear the same types of pants and eat the same sort of food. It all boils down to, and I'm not exaggerating here, a white Christian ethno-state.
Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people.
They think that the basis of a nation is everyone has to be from the same place, speak the same language, and have the same religion. Oh, there's a...
Dude, this sounds absolutely psychotic. This literally sounds like they're trying to say, we need to get the blackies out.
Place that's like that right now. Things aren't going well there. I'm not going to say what it is. Also, it's like no wonder these guys were so mad at Stalin because, Stalin helped defeat someone who was also trying to create their ideal white Christian ethno-state in Germany. It boils down to this. America only works if everyone in the country is both moral and religious. Got it.
The irony for all these socialists is that the goals that they're trying to achieve can actually be achieved through liberty, through simple economic and political freedom.
And again, that's their response to the entire tradition of Marxism and critical theory. It's wrong and bad because it doesn't say that America is a place where everyone has the same religion and morality. God, I don't know. If it all boils down to that, why have the whole class leading up to it? You know what I mean? Why have the whole thing? To suck time away from me. You guys know I have a child. I watched her running around the room playing as I had my headphones on and I watched this course and took notes on it. I'll never have that time back. I do it for you. Or, as I might argue, the irony here is that socialism, at least as articulated,
legit the dumbest excuse, and Batman quote is his quote, "If I kill a murderer, the number of murderers doesn't change." No, it doesn't. Joker commits mass terrorism and you would kill just a few people to save thousands. Boo-hoo, poor Bruce killed a terrorist.
Yeah. It makes no logical sense. It is so stupid. Batman is one of the dumbest fucking characters ever made. Thanks for the donation, Klecker. Just random vids donated $2. Let me see.
Under arrest.
You a pig! Black Lives Matter! Nigga, that's not fair. Minorities couldn't afford cannons.
They couldn't afford a damn whip either.
Nice Hellcat.
All right, dickhead. Your time is up.
Who you calling dickhead? I want to be a YN.
What makes you think you could be a YN?
'Cause I'm black.
Your ass.
That's good.
We're upset when the city cleaned the famous gum wall in Seattle. It took around 130 hours to complete, with over 2,000 pounds of gum removed, and the cleanup cost $4,000. Bars and restaurants across the street had complained that it attracted rats, even putting up signs that said, "No gum." Despite years of work being wiped away, people are already eager to start rebuilding the wall. Would you take part?
No, I'm not a retard. That's fucking disgusting and stupid. Wow, everyone's an idiot. How does this physically make sense? Yeah, the Godzilla movies got a little out of control. Thanks for the donation, Just Random Vids.
Pacifism in general is stupid. I wonder who was dumb enough to start that concept and think it was a good idea to begin with.
Some fucking massive idiot pussy. So, there are people who fundamentally just don't understand how the world works, and they think they can create, some new rules or something. The world runs by just who has the most power. It's all just a power struggle. So if you're gonna create a moral philosophy like pacifism, that you can't exercise any power, it requires everybody to agree with you for it to work. So obviously, you're going to end up who don't agree with you, and the whole philosophy completely fails. So yeah, it's no wonder that Gandhi, who's a fucking pacifist, wrote about how the Jews should have committed mass suicide in response to the Holocaust. Like these people are psychotic. Pacifism is the most violence-promoting moral philosophy ever in existence, because it just gives any asshole free reign to just murder, rape, steal, do whatever the fuck they want, because you're never going to do anything about it. It's retarded. The only people who support pacifism are fucking pussies who just get walked over. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
There should be a Cume wall in Seattle. I do the first gallon. You do the rest, Richard.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Thanks for the donation, though, Klecker.
By Marx and those in the Marxist tradition is about creating the conditions for freedom and human flourishing outside of the constraints of private economic markets. But more seriously, offering freedom to markets and people alike is precisely the problem for those in the Marxist tradition.
Socialism is always fundamentally the negation of liberty.
Because when we do, markets often end up being more free than people. And I'll give you guys a really clear example here. I'm in Los Angeles right now. We're still in the middle of some historic wildfires. And the thing that's happened in the wake of people losing their entire lives is that real estate agents in Los Angeles are jacking up rents, like a lot. This has been in the papers and stuff. Because what they're basically doing is taking advantage of a free market to jack up the rents, because they know right now people that just lost their houses are incredibly desperate and will pay anything for a place for their families to live. That's what we're getting when we have a free market. You know, it's the freedom to be economically exploited after your house burns down in an ecological disaster. Sounds great. And this all boils down to this, right? That socialism, which is a theory that they never really formally define or critique in this course, is antithetical to...
And Donatillers, remember when you did a similar antisocial personality test with Ask Yourself? You scored 100% and you both laughed out loud also.
They call him the godfather of...
Well, that was Jordan Peterson's test, right?
Soul, Mr. Dynamite, and the hardest working man in showbiz. But very soon, he may be...
Jalen Donatillers, do you like Black Sabbath? I think I like one of their songs. I've never been a big fan of them, though. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Known as The Defendant. Grammy-winning soul singer James Brown is about to embark on a South American tour, but it's resulted, as a matter of fact, in Brown assaulting his wife with a lead pipe and firing a gun at a car that she was in. These are charges that Brown denies. He was released yesterday on $15,000 bond. He joins us from Atlanta to discuss the charges, and we welcome you, James Brown. How did all of this trouble begin?
Living in America. There's nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong at all? You're not in any difficulty, but you're out on bond.
No, I'm not.
Have all the charges been dropped?
Yeah, I'm out on love.
Well, are you out on love or out of love? Which is it?
Out on love. Alone from night to night, you find me.
Now, James, this isn't the first time you and your wife have had a problem. Are the two of you going to be able to work this out?
Let's talk about some music.
You want to talk about music, and you don't want to talk about what happened?
No, it's all over.
Well, let's talk about your tour. When are you leaving?
We're leaving tomorrow.
And where are you going?
Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo.
There ain't no reason to talk about it, 'cause I got that bitch.
Now, your fans will have read all about this, James. Aren't you concerned about that?
No, Dageshan. I'm concerned because there's nothing wrong.
And what are you going to say to your fans when they ask you some questions about it?
I'm going to say I feel good. Papa's got a brand new bag. It's a man's world.
Well, that's the second time we've heard that in 2 days. That's very interesting. Now, don't leave us, James. You stay right there.
I'm not going to leave.
We have to talk about. Well, tell us a little bit about what you're going to be doing on this tour.
What'd you say?
What are you going to be doing on this tour?
I'm going to be doing Papa's Got a Brand New Bag, Living in America, sex machine, get up off of that thing. I feel good. Jam.
Now, I understand that.
I don't even know if he's on drugs. He might have ADHD. This is literally what it's like talking to somebody who has severe ADHD.
Well, that explains why some of these SJWs who are pussies keep calling for a ceasefire and call Obama a war criminal for the drone strikes that killed the families of suspected ISS terrorists.
Well, yeah. They're just ideologues and they have no ability to, have any nuance in these kind of discussions, so yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Living in America was great. Yeah, living in America was great.
You have already, James, I have to ask you one serious question here. I understand you already have started divorce proceedings. Does that mean that you're now eligible?
No, yes, I'm eligible. I'm single. I want to mingle.
You want to mingle?
Yeah.
Now, the women love you when you get out there. Why do you think that is?
What'd you say?
The women love you when you get out there.
Why is that, ladies?
Well, I'm asking you.
Huh? Because I look
good. Why do you think
good.
that is? You
I
look
smell good. I feel good.
Is he wearing a glove? His hands look weird. Yeah, it's a glove. I was gonna say, why do his hands look fucked?
And you sing good.
And make love good.
Oh. Well, there we are. We don't have to ask anybody else. We got that from the source. There you are.
This is
now, you're involved in publishing a gospel magazine. Tell us a little bit about that.
The Second Coming.
Oh, my kitty.
It's out of Augusta, Georgia. It's Anchor.
Love you, Gum.
Joseph P. Young is the editor, and James Brown is one of the advisors. And we're doing a fantastic job. The Second Coming. It features, on this week, I think we have the Pope and I believe the Williams brothers. Mm-hmm. And next week we're going to have Reverend Al Sharpton, I think, on the cover. Mm-hmm. And we'll be doing a lot of good things, and hopefully we'll get Brother Ted Turner on the cover. Ted, where you at?
James, we want to thank you for being with us today
and
giving us an opportunity.
Here.
Oh, is there something more you want to say that we haven't covered?
Yeah, I want to say a lot of things.
Okay, go ahead.
I love America. I love everybody.
Well,
I feel good.
It sounds to me as though you're not troubled by any of this at all.
This is a man's world.
Thanks for reminding us of that. Every once in a while, we forget.
Get up
We've remembered again. James, good luck on your tour. Thanks for being with us.
That was so fucking awkward, dude. Gum. That's your good gum.
Liberty, which again is an idea that they don't formally explain or define, which really means that these dudes, they just want to scaremonger you into thinking that any system other than a Christian, capitalist, European, libertarian thing is inevitably going to lead to you having to go to the gulags. And what really bums me out here is that free, open educational content, which I think is good, is being used to push a very specific and right-wing propaganda without capital.
And so there you have it. Definitive proof because bro read a study.
You could do to lose weight.
Really, I think.
Batman's no gun rule justification is even stupider. My daddy mommy dead by bullet from a gun. Gun bad. Gun make people dead. So me not use gun. Beating people not make people dead, only disable it.
Yeah. Like, what's funny too is, if he used lethal force, there'd be fewer criminals for him to have to deal with because they'd be afraid of dying. Like, he may not even have to kill anybody. Just the threat of lethal force would be enough to subdue and disincentivize criminals. So he's creating a situation where they're just more likely to commit crimes and kill people because the consequences aren't that severe. Thanks for the donation, though, Brian.
Cardio is literally the worst thing you could do to lose weight.
Really, I think sitting around playing video games would be worse. I think eating cheeseburgers, going to fast food restaurants would be worse. I think partying harder than last time would probably be a worse choice. Well, for some people, perhaps not everyone. I think watching TV would be worse. Going out to eat with your friends would be worse. I think singing would be worse. Making YouTube videos. And so in my eyes, almost everything worse at helping you lose weight than doing cardio.
The only reason why cardio is ever even considered a weight loss exercise is because it's really, really easy to do and it's really, really hard to up.
And so if cardio is so easy to do and hard to up, then how could it be bad in helping you to lose weight?
Just because it's a low barrier of entry and anyone can do it doesn't mean it's the way to go.
And so not only that, it's a low barrier of entry. Anyone can do it. And so how is that not even more reason for you to do cardio to help you to lose weight?
Cardio is an endurance exercise. So the more cardio that you do, the more endurance your body develops.
Yeah, the more cardio you do, the more your endurance develops. And also, the more calories you burn. If you do 30 minutes of cardio and you suddenly do an hour, you double the amount of calories you burn. And so the more cardio you do, the more calories you burn. The less cardio you do, the less calories you burn. Are you getting it now?
Part of what endurance is how fast your body processes energy.
Exactly. The faster your body can process energy, the faster you can go. And so when you practice doing cardio like Coach Greg, racing bikes for 5 years, I can now burn double the calories that I could when I first started. And so if I went for a bike ride a year ago, I could burn perhaps 500 calories. But if I go for a bike ride now, I can burn 1,000 calories. And why? Because I got better and more efficient at processing energy.
Your quote against Greg Doucette was the funniest shit back then. I have fully weaponized autism and I am not afraid to use it, lol. How do you come up with that stuff?
I don't know. It just comes to me. Yeah, I remember he left a comment on that video saying too long didn't watch or something. He's such a gaslighting, lying dipshit. Thanks for the donation, Klecker.
The video of you in Ibiza with the red shorts, I can
yeah.
never forget that video. I'm like, he looks so jacked and so lean with the vascularity. I'm like, there's no way this guy's natural.
Greg Doucette, the literal most controversial fitness influencer.
So some people think that, if my test levels are low, it'll prove that I'm natural, but it can prove the opposite.
Known for his no-nonsense approach to fitness and the infamous YouTube series.
Another natty knot.
Basically, I will spot you at the gym. Then I will ask you to touch your toes. When you do, I will slide down your moist panties and pound your chocolate starfish. Do we have a deal, Gaines?
Well, I don't go to the gym. I only train at home, so I don't think we're going to be doing that in public. Thanks for the donation, though, I'm Simp.
The way things are going with all the biohacking, I think people are going to get more into that with experimenting with different things to optimize their body so it's in an environment where it can put on as much muscle.
The problem is the faster you get that dream physique, the faster you're going to lose it if you stop taking the steroids. That was like 2000, I can't remember the year, like 2017, maybe 16, 17.
What was the first one?
I think the Natty or Not on The Rock and Mark Wahlberg. I was just sitting in the kitchen, my phone's down, and I just said, you guys think The Rock's natural? You think Mark Wahlberg, are you kidding me? And
Dodo donate tellers, Trump has officially gone insane.
Republicans have discovered a new way to ensure that Americans continue getting poisoned with lead that seeps into their water. I don't understand why this would even be an agenda item, but actually, no, I do.
Did you see Bart K's video claiming cardio is bad for your heart? I did not, but that is a remarkably stupid thing to say.
Okay, so let's get to the details. So they are essentially tossing mandates that would require cities to replace lead pipes. Now, these lead pipes end up getting eroded, and then that erosion seeps into drinking water. It's making people sick. And here's what you need to know. Republicans in Congress and the Trump administration are working to repeal former President Joe Biden's rule on lead pipe replacement. So the administration set a 13-year deadline for cities across the country to replace their lead pipes. And the goal of that Environmental Protection Agency rule was to lower the amount of lead that was seeping into our drinking water. So the rule is—
By the way, the cost of replacing these lead pipes is more than made up by increases in IQ. So kids that are exposed to lead have lower IQ and higher risk of behavioral problems. So like they're more likely to be atypical, have ADHD, attention deficit, stuff like that. So if you replace the lead pipes, you're going to have people that are smarter and more productive. So the money lost from replacing the lead pipes is made back. There's no reason not to replace lead pipes.
Do you remember when Liver King psyoped people into eating bull testicles to increase testosterone? Why are people so stupid? They thought eating balls raw would give them steroid-like gains. Negative IQ in fitness community and so many wackos.
Well, dude, the majority of people think God exists. They think Jesus rose from the dead. They think a child rapist who is illiterate, who lived in the middle of a desert, was the prophet of God. Like, yeah, do you think it's surprising that people who think Jesus rose from the dead would also believe that you can increase your testosterone by eating fucking bull testicles? Like, everyone's just a fucking moron. Thanks for the donation, though, Plight.
Is the strongest overhaul of lead in water standards in roughly 3 decades. Lead, a heavy metal used in pipes, paints, ammunition, and many other products, is a neurotoxin that can cause a range of disorders from behavioral problems to brain damage. Lead lowers IQ scores in children, stunts their development, and increases blood pressure in adults. So the EPA estimates that this stricter standard would yield much better, big benefits for the American people. It would prevent up to 900,000 infants from having low birth rate and avoid up to 1,500 premature deaths a year from heart disease. Lead is super, super toxic. Like, look, I get overregulation as it pertains to the environment. I think we have that issue in California, and it has prevented the construction of new housing, all sorts of issues. So I'm not like one of these people who denies that sometimes there's overreach when it comes to the Biden administration's EPA was like, hey, by next year, you guys need to replace your pipes. No, 13 years, that's a long runway. The CRA, the Congressional Review Act, gives Congress and the incoming administration 60 legislative days to consider undoing any last-minute rules implemented by
Republicans are literally evil. What is their rationale for, like, preventing lead pipes from getting replaced? Like, the only logical conclusion you can come to is they literally just want people to suffer.
I have no sympathy for Americans getting lead poisoning. They voted for oligarchs. You get what you vote for.
Well, yeah, I guess that's what they wanted. Thanks for the donation, Keegan.
And it got 1 million views.
Yeah.
And so once I did that, I was like, wait a minute, I'll talk about other famous people. And then like Larry Wheels, like all these guys, and they just kept going viral. And I was like, I got the formula.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make it. As soon as I got to like 10,000 subs, I said, I know I'm getting 1 million.
Yeah.
I just was so confident at that point.
Well, yeah, obviously there was, you did the first one on me, which is the Mike Thurston,
and Mike O'Hearn.
Yeah, that was nearly on 1 million
The
views.
two
now.
mics. Yeah, they did really good.
But the thing is, though, there was a change in your opinion because you made one and you were like, oh, I don't know, maybe he might be, but we don't know. And then there was the second video you put out and you were like, nah, he's definitely
The video
on
of you in Ibiza with the red shorts, I can
yeah.
never forget that video. I'm like, it looks so jacked and so lean with the vascularity. I'm like, there's no way this guy's natural.
But now you've seen me in person. I mean, obviously I don't have a pump. Do I look any different from the videos? Because you've obviously
Yes.
must have watched quite a lot of video.
Bigger in the video. Bigger at that point.
Yeah.
My opinion still to this day is that you've been on certain amounts of stuff on and off. This is my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know if you could prove me right or wrong, but
Well, this is the problem. I don't know of any way that exists that can prove that you've never taken anything.
no, there's no way you could prove back then 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Like you could do it right now. Like if you showed me your blood work right now for the last 2 months, I'd be like, I could know for sure if you're on something or not.
Yeah.
There's so many
Because
blood markers
that's
to look
what
for.
Matt did that. Because he was so fed up of being accused of taking steroids, he actually went down that route of being randomly tested by Derek, which was 6 months.
I have a great explanation for Matt. So Matt does fitness, or what's his name?
Matt Morsier.
Matt, I've never heard his last name, but I remember very specifically doing a natty or not. And the reason why I did the natty or not and said he's not natty is because of the stats that he gave. And it was like that he'd put on 40 pounds. But then he left me private messages in my Instagram DMs. And he said, I actually wasn't as light as I was to start. And I wasn't as heavy as I was at the end. So the math it was a lot less. So I did the natty or not based on the numbers. But like when he left voice messages and he was like, well, I actually don't think I was quite that light and quite this big. I'm like, well, if I had known that, I would have said, well, it is kind of realistic. But the numbers, it was like it was 40 or 44 pounds in 2 years.
Yeah.
I was like, I just don't believe it possible. If he had said 24, I'd been like, yes. So my opinion now is I think he could be natural. But at the time,
didn't call him out on his nipples or something.
I did. It would look like there was some kind of man. I'm telling you, you should see the videos I do with these guys. And like, I'm like, am I a stalker looking at these nipples? It looked like they were just different formed. I thought he might have had gyno surgery.
Yeah.
I still don't know for sure. But
No,
people love those videos.
Yeah.
Man, they love them.
But why do you think that is?
I think that people want to feel good about themselves. And by seeing somebody that they think is better than them, like he's better looking than them, he's more in shape than them, by saying there's a reason for that. And then it makes themselves feel better. So that's what I think it is for everyone. Everyone sees somebody as better than them and they just want to feel better about them. It's their own ego.
Yeah.
So if I say, and trust me, okay, if I do a natty or not on someone, and if I say you're natural, I get hate on it. Everyone wants me to say.
CBS just interviewed Greg Doucette? Really? Where are you seeing that? Or sorry, CBC.
When people define aesthetics, they're not talking about the 15% body fat guy. I hate to break it to you, but they're not.
Import or sell them, but that is not stopping young men and teens.
It's not just steroids. People are buying SARMs, selective, and you essentially feel like Superman. You feel, thanks for having me.
Greg, really problematic.
Yeah, whatever. Boring.
Yeah,
This guy is not natty. So if I make a video on you and I say, I think he's natural, I get hated on it. But any guy's physique, and if I say not natty, that's what they want to hear.
Yeah.
They hate to hear that this guy could do it natural.
It's weird as well because if you go against the grain and the narrative, that can lose your credibility a little bit.
Well, for me, I just am authentic. Yeah. I'm honest. I give my actual opinion. Whether we're best friends or not, I'll say exactly what I think. It's just like, I just think what I think. I don't think the person's bad or not. I just think they're doing what they're doing.
Yeah. I would love for there to be something like, you know, on Instagram, how you got like a blue tick.
Yeah.
It'd be so good
Verified.
if there was like a verified for fitness people, if they're natural or if they've taken stuff.
I feel like at this point, people just send me, like I get so many DMs, can you look at my blood work and see if I'm natural or not? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Like send it to me. And I do this all the time. But the problem is it's only for that window in time. So, but if say you're doing a bodybuilding show and you took blood work now and you did it in 2 months from now, and you didn't lose a bunch of muscle, then it would be proof that you're not.
Yeah. What if, so let's say, for example, if I did a show, so remember me and Matt were talking about doing this a while ago.
Yes, I remember that.
It never happened.
And it never happened.
No.
I did a video on it.
So let's say I did a show and I prepped, blood work was done throughout the whole thing, and I ended up looking better than I did in Ibiza, but the blood work shows that I'm natty. Is that?
I would have to say you're natural. I'd say I goofed up.
Yeah.
And I've done, I think I've done 3 videos where I've reposted a video and I said I messed up. There was one guy who's a power lifter. Man, I forget his name, but he won like world championships. Yeah. And he's like, Greg, I literally got drug tested. And I'm like, oh shit. And then I was like, okay, I changed my mind. And what's that guy's name? I forget his name. Lex Little. I don't know if you know who this guy is. I did a natty or not on him and I said not natty. And then he did a powerlifting contest where he was passed the drug test. I'm like, well, I'm just, you know, I'm not going to argue the actual test. I don't think this 20-year-old kid's smart enough to beat a drug test.
Well, it's good that you go back and...
If I make a mistake, I'll just say I made a mistake. Like, you know, I'm not too proud or too much ego to admit I made a mistake. Everyone makes mistakes.
Yeah.
That is a bullshit lie.
Who do you think has the best natural physique?
Oh, that's natty physique. I mean, I wish I could think of the top guys, but like, I don't know.
Nobody's natural.
Man, yeah, I don't like off the top of my head, I can't think of who I think has the best natural physique going, but I mean, I made a video on the top 10 and I can't remember who I ranked as #1.
Yeah.
But what is the best physique? Is it based on size or is it based on definition?
It's in the eye of the beholder, I guess. It's like whatever you find appealing. Like for some people, it's the proportions. For me, I don't know. It's just like, you know who I trained with recently? Kevin Levrone. When he was in his peak physique, like he had a sick physique. But it was obviously
he's not natural.
Yeah, no.
Okay,
Obviously,
did you ever see this guy when he was off gear, like a year or two after his like pro debut? There was a video of him and he was in little speedos. I saw it went viral on YouTube. Kevin Levrone, he was 195 pounds from being like 250. He looks way smaller than I am right now.
Yeah.
2 years out.
Mike Thurston is such a spineless leech. Hamza gets hype, he collabs with him. Andrew Tate goes viral, he collabs and later drops him. Just another Dubai money grifter with cookie cutter programs. Oh, if you cut calories you lose weight, give me $600 now.
Yeah, him deciding to collaborate with Andrew Tate, even after all the allegations and shit came out, that was absolutely spineless. And then he eventually went back on it once it was clear the guy's actually a sex offender. And collaborating with some loser like fucking Hamza, like... It's all just a stupid clout game, right? It's all it fucking is. Thanks for the donation, Brian.
Should I do a hypertrophy meso only when I'm not making strength gains anymore?
Well, it's entirely up to you. You know, in theory, you can only do hypertrophy training indefinitely. As a natural, you might run into issues where within a given rep range, you're going to have a lot of trouble progressing. So you may just want to go on strength phases periodically, just because it helps break through plateaus. So you're using a different rep range, you're increasing nervous system efficiency, and then when you... so it's a novel stimulus, it's different from what you're used to, and you're getting a different adaptation, which helps, like it can help potentiate a hypertrophy phase. So it can help you break through plateaus, but you can, in theory, just, you know, do hypertrophy training and only ever train in like a 5+ rep range or 8+ rep range. Thanks for the donation, though, Blur.
After being that big, it's shocking how some guys lose more muscle than others.
Yeah.
But
so what?
Oh, wait, I answered the question in reverse. So, yeah, if you're training, if you're doing a strength block where you're training mostly in like a 3 to 5 rep range or a 1 to 3 or 1 to 5 rep range, then yeah, if you end up stagnating, the only real way around that, if you're not taking steroids, is to just build muscle. So yeah, you're going to have to do prolonged hypertrophy phases to break through strength plateaus. I misunderstood the question you were asking. Thanks for the donation, though, Blur.
What are some telltale signs of somebody who is fake natty or somebody who's...
Well, the hardest thing to do is that anyone can have a sign of something. So there's this kid, Hussein Farhad, he has 2-point-something million followers on Instagram. And
is he the one with the
broccoli hair and is like 22 or something, this young guy?
Yeah, I've met him before.
Oh, you have?
He's a nice guy, yeah.
So I do a natty or not on him. I said he's a fake natty because he made a before and after, and he's like 128 pounds or something. And then an after, he's like 180. And he's like, I put on 44 pounds of muscle and trim. This reminds me of Matt Does Fitness.
Yeah.
And I'm like, he has some gyno, the nipple thing again. And then I meet him in person, and he's like, how can I prove I'm not natty? Just send me your blood work. And he's like, all right. And he does it like the next day.
Yeah.
And then I'm looking at the blood work, and I'm like, the blood work, it checks out in every aspect. I'm like, how do you explain this gyno? He's like, here's a photo of me when I was 6, and he had like the same thing when he was younger. So I'm literally looking at the blood work, and then I make a video, and I'm like, a natty or not part 2 kind of thing. And I'm like, he's natural. And then everyone's, how much did he pay you off? I'm like, he proved, like, what am I supposed to do? Like, I thought he was not.
Would you fight the grifter Hamza in a cage fight? Rate his punches.
Yeah, I'd fight him. So, from my understanding, he's done kickboxing kind of off and on for a few years. And he's not a serious recreational athlete. Like, you can see anything he does. Like, he says he's really into working out and weight training. I don't think he's ever benched 315 pounds before. And he's big enough to, like, in theory, be able to do it. I think he's, like, what, at least 6 feet tall? I think he's, like, 6'1", 6'1" or 6'2" or something. Only a little bit shorter than me. He's not, like, a tiny, lanky kind of guy. So, you know, if he was serious about weight training, you know, he probably would have benched 315 by now. And it's like, you know, it's the same with kickboxing. I just don't see him doing anything serious. Like, he just does it sort of very recreationally. Yeah, like, it's hard to tell from one video, like, how seriously he's taking this training. I don't know if he's tired now, but I don't know. Like, I don't know how much effort he's putting into it. Like, it's fine, I guess, what he's doing. He's not that fast. But again, I don't know how much effort he's really putting into it. He's a little flat-footed. Seems to have issues with low kicks. But, yeah, like, again, I'm a hell of a lot bigger and stronger than this guy. I'd kill him. I'd be more than happy to fight him, too. I hate him. Thanks for the donation, Joe Biden.
Not natural. I was convinced he was not. I'm meeting him in person. Like, we're talking like this. I'm like, there's no way you're natural. He's like, I am. I'll take a blood test right now. Like, he didn't care. And I'm like, man, the fact that he's actually going to do this, like, I was like, right immediately, I was like, maybe he is natural.
Like, especially judging by his low kicks, it just doesn't look like he's ever taken any kind of training particularly seriously. The way, like, I haven't even done kickboxing much.
And Spec King of Palestine, just look at this and the comments.
Whoa. Palestinian hostages? That is crazy. What the fuck are these newspapers? Or French TV suspended one of its employees. That is insane. Retarded. Just retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. But yeah, like, I haven't even done much kickboxing myself. Like, barely any. And he's just not... I can just tell he's not that good. If he had been doing kickboxing seriously for a few years, he'd be able to throw out proper kicks and actually open up his hips. Have proper shin contact, you know, better weight transfer. He wouldn't be so flat-footed. Dodo Night Tellers, we didn't watch this yet, right? I don't think we have. Can't make any guarantees that we'll watch that tonight. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
And then the blood work just checked out perfect.
What is it in the blood work which would show that, okay, this person is not
There could be
natural?
so many things, but like LH, FSH, like these, I mean, it would be so low, or his testosterone levels would be through the roof, or completely crashed.
Yeah.
Like there was this kid, Isaiah Miranda. He's got 3 million followers or something on Instagram or YouTube or whatever. So I make a natty or not on him. I'm like, fake natty. He's like, I just did my blood work and I'm only at 21 nanograms per deciliter. He's like, see, I need HRT. I'm like, I took test and trend. I was at 49 nanograms per deciliter. I said, unless you have some kind of cancerous growth in your brain, this is not happening. You would have had to been suppressed from taking something exogenously.
Yeah.
And so I had made a video on him. Derek from More Plates, More Dates made a video on him. We both called him out and he was like, no, you guys are wrong. And bro, you're just, you got caught.
Yeah.
So some people think that, if my test levels are low, it'll prove that I'm natural, but it can prove the opposite.
Do you think there's a trend where people are taking more steroids, as in like youngsters are getting into it?
I think that younger
'Cause
people
it's
now
more, like,
take more
accepted.
SARMs because they're more readily available. You probably know what they are. Like, not quite steroids, but similar. And now they're all doing peptides. And a lot of kids are experimenting with, it's not really not natural, but things like Cialis to get the better pumps in the veins and all that stuff, which can make a difference. Like you look a lot better. And also in clomiphene, which can pretty much double your testosterone. It's also banned by WADA. So people are, I don't think taking more steroids at the young age, but taking something that's a PD, like banned by WADA and whatnot.
Yeah.
I think there's way more now.
The way things are going with all the biohacking, I think people are going to get more into that with experimenting with different things like peptides.
How the hell can Hamas now take Palestinians as prisoners, and yet so how dumbass SJWS still defend them?
It's all about Jew hatred, Dodo. It's all it's ever been about. Thanks for the donation. Dodo Donators, you're gonna need to watch it because you are making a China video. You need to be educated on Chinese history. Okay, if I don't watch it on stream, I'll watch it in my spare time. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I'm just trying to do everything possible to optimize their body so it's in an environment where it can put on as much muscle.
Yeah, and I'm not even to say that I'm judging them for not doing it. Like to me, if you're an adult, you can make your own decisions. Like, do you want to use BPC 157 or if you're on HRT or whatever, it's like based on like, does the doctor think you need it or not? But at the same time, I don't think like 17-year-olds should be doing it.
No.
There's a kid, Anthony Mantello, I did an ad or not on him a couple of years ago. He said he was natural, but he actually didn't say it. He just didn't talk about it. And then he came out in a video 2 days ago. He said, I started taking SARMs at 16. I was on LGD 4033, something else. And he's like, I was on at 16, like in grade 11.
Yeah.
And so you can see the pressure. And he just turned IFBB pro last year and he just decided to quit. He was going to be a pro. And he's like, he was miserable. He had no energy. He wasn't chasing life. And the steroids had messed him up. So he decided to just go on HRT now.
Do you think this comes from social media? And just like these
the pressure to take steroids?
Well, yeah, this is the youngsters who are constantly being bombarded with all these guys who have a great physique. But, most of these guys are usually 5 years, 10 years older.
The sad truth is that the superstars in the fitness industry, I'm talking C-Bum, Chris Bumstead and Sam Sulek, to me are like kind of above everyone else, like Chris especially. Chris started taking steroids at 18, admittedly. And Sam Sulek, he doesn't openly talk about it, but we know he's been on steroids for multiple years. And they're just young kids. And so without even speaking about it, your physique is doing the speaking for you. If you're 250 pounds of muscle at 20, 21, and you have 5 million followers, and you see that, you're like, I want to be like Sam Sulek. You're going to make your hair grow the same. You're going to wear the same clothes. You're going to buy from whatever Young LA or whatever company they're sponsored by, and you're going to take the same drugs to get that look. And you see it as a road to success.
Yeah. So let's just take it back. For those people who are thinking about doing it, what should they do instead before they start to hop on anything?
By the way, the solution to all of this is to legalize steroids, legalize all drugs.
Skip to 032.
Okay, I'll take a look at that in a second. The solution to all of this is to legalize all drugs and allow for steroids to be researched so that you can make new steroids that have less side effects and are safer. But no, let's ban everything, make everything illegal so that there's a black market and these old steroids with old technology with all these old side effects end up getting used by teenagers that'll fuck up their health for the rest of their lives. That's much better than legalizing drugs and improving the technology to make them safer. Fuck everybody.
Why do these SJWS hate Jews so much anyway? I thought they were supposed to be fighting for progress and equality.
Well, that was never their intention. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Grey Knight donated $2. This just happened during the Super Bowl halftime. Restricted video. Can't watch it. You're gonna have to find me some other link. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
Arrested in Canada for groping 12 females at a water park at Moncton. As per the officials, there have been at least 12 victims and some of the females are under 16 years of age. Local police have arrested the man from the premises. He will now appear in Moncton Provincial It's a shocking development surfacing out of Canada, where there is an Indian origin man. Visuals on your screens of this individual who has been arrested for groping women at an amusement park. He's going to be presented in the local court. Brian on the telecast with me. Brian, shed more light into this shocking case that is coming. All right, so.
Yes, apparently he really liked a young girl's boobs and he decided to grab her boobs and he shouldn't have done that and now he has been arrested.
There you have it. This is the man in question.
Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
I mean, maybe some people actually need to
Or
go
not
on
Grey
TRT
Knight,
because if they
Biden.
do check their blood work, maybe their testosterone levels are really low. And maybe they try and do everything to try and optimize it, but genetically speaking, they're just fucked for testosterone production. In which case, then it would make sense for them to get onto something. But most people, there's a couple of things which they can do which can help them out massively just to improve their rate of progress.
Well, I think the sad thing is that it's the parents need to do a better job with the kids in the first place. So what do they need to do? They need to reevaluate their mindset on why they need to get this so quickly. Like, I didn't use steroids until I was in my 30s. I started training when I was 10. I did 42 shows natural. So every year I would make a little bit of improvements, like 3, 4, maybe 5 pounds at the most. And I loved it so much. I just love the journey. These kids now, they want to have their dream physique by tomorrow.
Yeah.
The problem is the faster you get that dream physique, the faster you're going to lose it if you stop taking the steroids. And so what I always say is to stretch out your progress, stretch out your gains, because as long as you're making improvements, it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
But if you make too much improvements too quickly, like say you gain 20 pounds your first year, the next year you gain 10, you're like, this sucks, because you're used to getting 20.
Yeah.
But when I was young, I was gaining so slow that every year it just felt the same. So I was able to extend my career so much longer. And if you wait until you're older, you're gonna be less tempted to kind of just like get bored of the sport. Like, do you know how many guys actually stick to being a bodybuilder for 10 years? Mostly out in 5. And worse is the women. You've probably seen and met a lot of women with their voices are just gone. They're on steroids at 18, 19, 20. It's cool. You have a tight-knit group of people. You're 25 and you're like, okay, I don't want to be a bikini model anymore, but now you're shaving every day.
Yeah, you got a deep voice.
Yeah. So I would tell these kids, just take your time with the growth and stop scrolling on Instagram and thinking you need to look like that guy and just compare yourself to yourself.
Yeah, but just be consistent and enjoy the journey.
I just love bodybuilding. I made video about this. I said, Sam Sulik and Chris Bumstead don't like bodybuilding as much as me. And they'd be like, oh, you're so cocky, you're so arrogant. I'm like, I did 42 shows natural. Do you know how much you have to love bodybuilding to compete and diet? And you can imagine how hard dieting is. Natural, I'd have no sex drive. I went 3 months without an orgasm once. I wasn't on anything. I probably had shut off testosterone levels just from dieting that hard.
Yeah.
I'm like, there could have been 20 porn stars in the gym at the same time. I wasn't looking. I'm like 22 years old, my prime, no interest in sex, none at all, from crashing because I was always on a diet. Like I would literally do 2 or 3 diets every year for years.
Yeah, I did 2 competitions and that was enough for me to make me realize that I don't, to take it to that extreme of a level, it's not for me.
Yeah,
I enjoyed the process and it taught me a lot. Like competing will teach you what it's really like to be hungry.
Oh yeah.
Like most people listening to this or watching, they'll experience hunger and think, oh yeah, I felt hungry before. But it's like, no. If you're trying to go sub 10% body fat and you're competing for a show to look as lean as you possibly can do, then you're going to start to understand like what.
Oh, it's unbelievable. And the secret really is cardio. The more cardio you do, it just lowers your set point. It's easier to stick to a diet.
Yeah.
I'm the leanest I've ever been in my life now. My off season, it's about 8% body fat. But I ride a bike an hour, sometimes an hour and a half a day. So I'm burning off like 1,000 calories plus. So I can almost eat whatever I want and not gain any weight. But when I was like younger on steroids, oh my God, the diet was so hard. Once I get to 7 or 8%, I have no energy. I'm talking about getting friends to drive me to the gym because I'm scared I'm going to get in car accidents.
Yeah.
Like so much lack of energy. I can't sleep. I'm upset all the time. It's just like the bodybuilding is the hardest sport I've ever done. And I've done a lot.
Yeah. Were you proud of me when I got on the bike and cycled around Avita?
Then if fighting for progress and equality was never their intention, then what was their intention then?
Just to try to use some fucked up political ideology to, gain power and institute policies that they actually want. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I love that stuff so much. I was like, man, I got to ride with this guy. I have the same bib shorts and everything. I was like, this is just too funny.
It was so funny because it was 2020 and there was nothing to do on that island.
Yeah.
Because all the clubs were closed. And I was with Louis, my old cameraman, and we were like, we need to do something. Like, we need to film some sort of content. He was like, oh, why don't we just cycle around the island? And we're like, oh, okay. So we went into a bike shop and then I found like the most ridiculous outfit, which that is
which I wear every single day. I brought 4 of them here with me. I should work out with
which has like a little, like it's got a cushion on the bum.
Oh yeah, it's way better than the cushion.
It's a comfortable outfit.
Yeah.
Turns heads. Definitely.
Oh, it's funny. Well, you got no shirt underneath, you're jacked and you're riding around with a tan.
But I obviously I cheated. I had the electric bike.
I saw that, but didn't it run out of gas or power up a hill and you had to walk up the whole thing?
And it was really, really hard.
Oh, it's not fun.
But
Those bikes
cycling
weigh
is-
like 40 pounds
yeah.
without the,
Cycling's good. And I think this is one of the goals I've set for myself this year is to work more on the cardio. Because if you look at me, you're like, oh, this guy is an athlete. He must be really fit. But my conditioning was terrible. Like I'd find myself out of breath quite a lot.
How hard was the 5K you just did the other day? Was it 3 days ago?
So I've done 2 this year so far.
Yeah.
The first one I did with my brother and we took it easy. Yeah. It was not too bad. The second one, which I did with Bionic, that was a lot faster. Yeah. Like, I was setting the pace because I was kind of leading the pack. But I noticed already just after doing one, my body was getting more conditioned to doing it.
Did you have DOMs? Like were your quads just in a nightmare the next day? Calves,
Like,
yeah.
the whole month, my calves have been fucked up.
Yeah. Running is the worst sport you can do to retain muscle. So if you want to have like
running
Chemically speaking, I don't see how a safe steroid could exist. How can you develop a molecule that docks only on the androgen receptors in muscle tissue but not elsewhere? Impossible. Maybe a mRNA vaccine with gen coding for myostatin would make me Betty.
Changing a myostatin gene in adulthood probably wouldn't do anything, but like again, I don't see why it would be impossible. It would be hard to develop something like that, but I don't see why it would be impossible. Thanks for the donation though, Klecker. Grey Knight donate chillers. Try this one from X. Oh god. Free Sudan and Palestine? Isn't Israel sending like a ton of fucking aid to Sudan? These people are retarded. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Dodo donated $2, and unfortunately, they sadly got their worthless wish. I guess so. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Like I'm 49, I'm pushing 50 keys of Turk across the border, but that's a different story. But man, you would not believe how hard it is on the legs if you run versus cycles. This is one of the reasons I'm bike riding. I used to do triathlons. So I did competitive triathlons for 13 years before I got into bodybuilding. So I was like lifting weights, doing 20 hours of cardio a week all at the same time. And I got out of the running and I kept cycling because there's no eccentric load on the muscle. So you're just kind of like turning the pedals and you can go for an hour and a half and you're not sore. If I did a 5K with you right now and I ride my bike a lot, I'm fit. I would be sore for 3 days.
Yeah.
And I would be just a jog. Yeah. And I used to compete in running races. You know, I used to run 10Ks all the time. Running is just a different animal.
And already I'm noticing like it's really hard to maintain mass on your legs.
If you bike, you can do it, especially on various terrain. So if you get up mountains, like go up a hill and downhill, it's essentially the same thing as squatting or doing a leg press, because this is what you're doing. You're basically going downhill, resting, and then a hill comes up, and you basically sprint up the hill for, let's say, 30 seconds or a minute. It's like doing a set of squats for a minute, and then you're resting again. So you're doing HIIT cardio on a bike, which is building the muscles, hamstrings, glutes, quads, calves, everything while riding, and then you're resting. So if you do that, your legs are going to be amazing. Like some of these cyclists have quads that you wouldn't believe.
Well, I've done in the past HIIT sessions on a, what do you call it? It's like, it's just a bike.
The one with this one?
No, not
Just
the
a regular
not the
bike?
assault bike. It's the other one with the, it's like a spinning plate. That one.
An airdyne bike,
you twist it to set the resistance.
Yeah.
So I've done like the HIIT on that.
Yeah.
And the amount of blood that gets pumped into the quads is crazy.
Oh yeah, I love the feeling.
And only literally you do it for 7-8 minutes, and if you do it properly, like true HIIT, like that will fuck you up.
When you say 7 or 8 minutes, you mean from start to finish? Like you go hard for 30 seconds and stop?
You would go hard for maybe 20 seconds, 25 seconds, because you can't really maintain that 100% intensity for too long.
Yeah.
I don't know, 20 seconds would you say, if it was true?
Well, your anaerobic alactic energy system without oxygen at all, it would be like for the first 7 or 8 seconds, then it would kick into like anaerobic, where you're still going hard, but you're not quite as hard. Like like when you do a 100-meter dash, the first 7 or 8 seconds, you're basically accelerating, then you just kind of slow down towards the end. I'm really good at like 1 minute events. So 1 minute power events is my specialty in bike racing. But then you get into your aerobic after like say a minute or two, it's going. But
what's a 1 minute power event?
Okay, in a bike sprint, the time how many watts you can produce for 1 minute, like how many calories can you burn a minute or how many watts, and there's a power for that.
So you're going all out for 1 minute.
Yeah, like there's a 15-second test, a 1 minute, 5 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, and like it keeps going. And it would be analogous to saying, what are you in running? Are you a 100-meter specialist, 200, 400? I'm like a 400 guy. So my speed is not really that high, but I can keep that speed for a long time.
Yeah.
Similar to bench press, like I would have, or the deadlift, like I broke the Guinness record for sumo deadlift for a minute, but I couldn't lift the most weight, but I could do the most weight for a minute because it's like a rep endurance.
Yeah.
So it's just a different energy system.
No one's come to beat that record.
Well, Mitchell Hooper, do you know who he is? No. He's the world's strongest man from Canada. He tried to beat it. I was in a video with him and he couldn't get it. So I think he could if he trained for it for a month, but it's a different animal. Like I did 405 for 50 reps in 50 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's just like 1 second per rep. Like, so it's just different, but I can only deadlift 765 is my best deadlift ever. A lot of guys are doing like 1,000 plus.
Yeah.
But for reps there, that was my thing.
If there's anyone that you could train with in any kind of sport, whether it be bodybuilding or cycling, who would it be? Who would be your dream?
I would want to work out with Arnold Schwarzenegger just because he was just an idol of mine when I was a teenager, watching all his movies and just like looking up to this guy and just being like my hero. And even though he's older now, it's just like, I can't imagine being more excited to train with anyone than this guy.
Yeah.
Kind of put bodybuilding on the map for me. Like, how old are you? Like early 30s?
34.
34. So yeah, 15 years younger. So you probably, when you grew up, like it would be a different time. Like I was watching like Arnold in the 80s, like when he first came out with like, you know, like Terminator. And so yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger for sure.
So he was the guy that he inspired you to get into this in the first place?
Yeah, I was a huge fan of Arnold Schwarzenegger when I was a kid. I remember when I saw Terminator 2 when I was a kid, and I wanted to be the Terminator. And I didn't start like actually seriously weight training until I was in high school, because I was doing like hockey and shit. But yeah, like Terminator was a big deal for me when I was a kid. I always wanted to look like that.
You know, I never liked Leo and longevity, but I respected him for trolling Greg Doucette. He called his cookbook the Cancer Cookbook, which pissed Greg off Lamau. It's true to all those animals products and processed shit is cancer sped run.
It's really the animal products, and I mean, it's a cookbook, so you're not going to have really any fruits and vegetables in it. His cookbook is just terrible, though. Like, terrible as a cookbook. So he, like, tells you how to make a sandwich, and then there's, like, 3 different variations on the same sandwich, and he calls them, like, different recipes when they're really not. It's really horseshit. Thanks for the donation, Biden. Tiny Chinese pussy, $22. Richard, do you like tiny Chinese pussies? Tip for getting rock hard erections and coming lots.
And I'm going to start with the femoral pulses. Is it okay if I go ahead and feel them? Yeah. Okay. So we're done? Go ahead and go to the other side.
Okay. Well, soy increases ejaculate volume, and if you want good erections, obviously eating a good diet, like lots of fruits and vegetables and everything, that helps with blood flow. But you might also want to just try Cialis. It will make your erections like harder. Thanks for the donation, tiny Chinese pussy.
Definitely say so. Like, we were watching back then, some people would say that Sylvester Stallone was a guy that people looked up to, but for me, it was just Arnold Schwarzenegger's, like, the muscles in this guy's arms and chest. It was just like,
it was.
You just wanted to be like
the Arnie chest. Iconic.
And other than that, it would be He-Man, but that's a cartoon.
Yeah.
I'm young enough that He-Man was like, Power Grayskull and He-Man, the whole thing. And it's just like, the only difference between do you know He-Man?
Yeah.
He-Man and Adam, the only difference is the tan. You can see how much difference, like, he basically took the shirt off and he just had a tan. I was like, don't people recognize it's the same man? But it's kind of like when Mike Israel couldn't get his pro card because he didn't have the proper tan. It's like, it makes such a big difference.
Yeah.
The tan from Adam to He-Man.
Yeah. Are you and Mike on good terms?
Absolutely not. Not even close. Immediately no. No, I don't mind him, but like, no, he doesn't like me back, no.
How did that start?
Well, it started with like 4 years ago. I was on a podcast with him, and in my videos, I call people out. I disagreed with how hard he said you should train. He said you need to train with 3 RRR and all these different letters, which are reps in reserve, whatever. I'm like, no, you need to train harder than last time. You need to go to failure. You need to push yourself. And so we had a debate about this. And in the debate, he was just being a dick the whole time, like just yawning and bored. And I was asking questions and being like a normal person trying to learn, and let's have a discussion.
That is not what happened at all. Greg was making absurd claims that didn't really make any sense. Mike would ask him clarifying questions or ask him what evidence he has for that, and then Mike would just like say that's not great evidence or that explanation doesn't really make much sense, and then Greg just ended up looking like an idiot.
And so at the end of it, he's like, I showed him how smart I am. I have a PhD. This guy's only got his master's. What does he know? And then all the comments are, Mike, you're an asshole. Greg was such a good interviewer. You did this, you did that. And so he thought that I went in with, I don't even know, the Socratic method or something. He thinks I went in there with some, I'm like, I was hungover.
Socratic? He doesn't know what the Socratic method is? Wasn't this guy like a math teacher? Like, it's so bizarre, like how uncultured he is.
In Dominican, doing this debate for fun, and he thought I went in with a plan of how to make him look bad. I'm like, man, I was just answering questions.
Yeah.
And then I thought we were cool. And he did like I posted 6 videos with me and him, like just like this, like talking back and forth about various things. And then he made a video saying that I lied about telling everyone that I'm a doctor. But literally, I have a shirt and I'm not a doctor. Like my first 500 videos, I would start with a disclaimer, I'm not a doctor, because I was trying to not get in trouble for making videos about gear and stuff. And then he met me in the at the Arnold's and basically ambushed me, and he's making fun of me the whole time, making fun of my voice and the whole thing. I'm like, I'm just going along with it. And I'm like, then he started calling me out in videos. Like, what did he say? He said I'm a sociopath. There was so many different things. I'm like, bro.
Look at Maroon Blue comment in chat about Mike lol. He is right.
Maroon Blue. I don't see anybody named Maroon Blue in chat. Yeah, I don't see anybody with that name. Oh, there he is. Myron from Fresh and Fit looks like the tan version of Mike Thurston, just slightly. No, they don't look alike at all. Thanks for the donation, Klecker. Jalen donates $2. Is it possible to make it to the NFL or NBA as natty? It's possible, especially the NBA, but your chances are lower. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
And so I just started showing what he said and then saying, what do you guys think? And so to this day, it's basically my channel's meme. We just enjoy talking about Mike.
That's a shame because I like both you guys. And you know when you like you have a good relationship with certain people, but then they just bash heads with each other. It's kind of like, oh. Okay.
But if Mike said, Greg, I just watched your video and it was I thought it was funny, I'd be like, cool. Like I don't hate anybody like in fitness, but like for the audience, it's fun to watch. Like, but it's mostly me. It's mostly my side on him. Like he'll make one video where he says something about me and I'll make 10 back.
Yeah,
I'm just that guy.
Well, it's weird because when you made the first video of me, I was like, okay, fair enough. When you made the second video, I didn't like you.
Yeah. Oh, I don't expect anyone to like me when I make these videos.
Guy.
Yeah.
But I think I matured and then I was like, you know what, I don't care.
Some guys like, do you know Togi?
No.
Togi he's got like, I don't know, maybe 1 million followers. This guy's a degenerate gambler and he promotes steroids to kids and did all these things. I've made probably 15 videos about him, like all bad, like just saying this is a horrible influence. And he's like, Greg's cool. He knows what he's doing as a businessman. All my haters gather in this one platform. They all hate against me and make me more popular.
Yeah.
So he's smart. He's only like 22, but he knows that it's going to help.
The more I thought about it, I understood it because I was like, okay, this is just what you do. Like you review other people in the fitness industry. So the fact that I'm like coming up in the videos, it's a good thing. Because like,
if I make 10 videos about you and I'm like Mr. Thirstman, Mr. Delicious, Mr. This, like I'm trying to give compliments and just trying to give my honest opinion, because if I don't say what I think, then I'm not authentic and then I lose my credibility.
Yeah.
So overall, I think I probably said all good things about you except for not being natural.
Yeah.
But if you think of it, if you're actually natural and I say you're not, that should be the biggest compliment in the world.
Yeah.
Because imagine say, well, I mean, look at this guy's mid physique. This ain't impressive. I think he's natural.
I think the thing that's the most frustrating for me is people can think what they want, but I don't like it when people are like, oh, you're a liar. Like you're scamming people or you're deceiving people.
I mean, honestly, I feel the same way. Like, there's a lot of people say I'm a liar, I'm scamming. I'll post a photo of myself and they're like, you're on steroids, you're on this and that. I'm like, but I'm at the same time like, okay, but that's a compliment. So I have to remind myself, like,
what, you posting a picture when you were natural?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I've like probably in the last 3 weeks, I posted 3 throwbacks and there's no way you're natural.
With a strong fan base, and then they'll come and attack you for making a video about this person because they have their own.
Yeah, for example, I'll get a good example. Noel Diesel.
Yeah.
Does anyone ever say anything slightly negative about him?
Not that I've
just
seen.
Just this guy. So Noel Diesel, and I'm like, I like this guy. I met him in person. He's so genuine. Like he's just a super nice guy. But somebody wrote on his comment section said, yeah, but what would you look like without steroids? And he says, oh, and he does his little video thing within 1 minute, and he's like, and he's flexing the arms. He's like, I'm off steroids now. It's been 8 months. I had an operation. I stopped taking steroids. I'm just on TRT. He says it at the end. I'm like, you really think you would have 260 pounds of muscle? That's a lot. An IPB pro, if all you did was a TRT, like you're on steroids for whatever amount of years, 15 years, let's call it, and then you stopped and you lowered to TRT. And I'm like, what is your TRT? You didn't say 200 milligrams. You didn't say 300. You didn't say test, DECA, and GH. And so you didn't say anything, but you said, look at my physique natural, basically a humble brag about I'm 260 pounds and I'm not on steroids. Testosterone's a steroid. And so you're kind of lying to the audience, but not really. And I'm like, you're giving the audience the wrong message. Basically, if I'm a 20-year-old and he's my idol, I'm thinking, okay, I've used steroids for 10 years, then go on TRT and then just tell everyone, see, no problem. I'm like, what I would have appreciated is, let's say he said this, guys, I got my blood work done. My HDL was fucked. My LDL, so bad. I have so many, I didn't want to die 20 years younger. And I decided to lower my dose and I'm on 300 milligrams a week, prescribed by my doctor. I'm trying to be safer now. And I did so because I had poor body image, poor self-esteem. And I felt that if I had a bigger physique that I could kind of like overcome my fears and anxiety. That has a lot different message than the bicep flex and I'm not on steroids. And I'm like, yeah, but you're on TRT and you didn't say your dose. Like I'm on 140 milligrams a week. I bet he's on double mine or more. And so is it really TRT if your test levels are 1500? Do you know Alex Eubank?
Yeah,
who that is?
Yeah, well, I saw
he followed my
he
story.
He was
like
natural, and then he decided to hop on.
Yeah. So the story with this guy is his testosterone levels were, he crash dieted hard. He got them down to like 225, which was pretty low. And then he got them up to 400 to 600, which is normal. And then suddenly they were 930 something. I'm like, I did a video. I think you're on clomiphene because that could double your test levels. I'm like, how else would you explain it? Then suddenly his testosterone levels were 350. He went to an HRT clinic and they prescribed him 200 milligrams of test a week right away within 20 minutes. And I'm like, yeah, but this guy 6 months ago was in the 900s, which is exceptionally high. I mean, mine vary from 550 to 765. So he's higher than mine. And I'm like, you're not on test. You're not on HRT, you're on testosterone. He gained 18 or 20 pounds of muscle in 3 months. I'm like, so you think HRT is supposed to put 20 pounds of beef on you? You look way different. And so he got his testosterone levels checked and he was at 1500. And I'm like, see, it wasn't HRT. You're way too high. I said, you're going to need to lower the dose. So now we lowered it to 150. I'm like, it's still going to be too high. You're going to be probably at 1200, 11 something, 1200. I'm like, safe level is, between whatever, 300 to 1000 or whatever. But if you want to push the upper envelope, sure.
Yeah.
But it's not HRT. So when you tell people it's HRT, you're on a small cycle. And then he has like over 1 million followers. Imagine how many kids that are young and this guy is the Greek god. He has an amazing physique without the steroids. He looks incredible. I mean, I met him in person a few times. He looks so good without it. And so he felt he needed it. So what the message does that send to 99.9% of people that watch his channel have a worse physique than him. So they see this guy it wasn't good enough. And so what does that do to them? They're also going to want to do so. Yeah. So I just feel like it's such a dangerous move because
Like, it's hypocritical for Greg to say this when the whole reason he got big on YouTube is because he takes steroids and all this shit. He's also said very, like, fucked up things when it comes to body positivity. Like, he said, if you don't have visible abs, you're fat. I mean, yeah, it's just virtue signaling. It's not okay when everyone else does it, but when I do it, it's fine.
There was one time where I was very public with the relationship that I was in when I was in Dubai when I first moved here, and it was a disaster when we broke up.
Well, it is true. If you like, she's somewhere in here, but I've had her in a few of my videos, and it's like, for starters, she was my escort, and I was paying for her. And how would any younger girl want to be with this guy? I'm 49, she's 34, and I'm like, well, she's an eye surgeon, she makes a lot of money, she doesn't need me to pay her. But yeah, that was going viral.
Sorry, did I mishear this? He's paying for a prostitute who's an eye surgeon? Did I mishear that? Klecker, wait, let me play that.
Richard, you need to thug max. Get a gun tattoo on neck and forehead. Wear a do-rag and gold chains. Get a Rolex and wear wife beaters on a Veegfest in Toronto, lol.
I'm not gonna do that, but thanks for the donation, Klecker.
People are like, they'd see me in she was my escort.
Where I was very public with the relationship.
Well, she's somewhere in here, but I've had her in a few of my videos, and it's like, for starters, she was my escort, and I was paying for her. And how would any younger girl want to be with this guy? I'm 49, she's 34, and I'm like, well, she's an eye surgeon, she makes a lot of money, she doesn't need me to pay her. But yeah, that was going viral. People are like, they'd see me in Miami with her. Who's that girl? And the other girl. I'm like, she paid this other girl to be her hairdresser because she's doing a photo shoot.
Yeah.
So I had a lot of stories. To this day, I still read it.
I'm not like, this just doesn't make any sense. He must be misspeaking. Because the way it sounds is he was paying for a prostitute to be like his fake girlfriend, and she's also an eye surgeon.
Every single post, there'll be a comment saying, how much do you have to pay for her? It's like, hey, he's rich and successful, he doesn't care about the money. And I'm like, she's an eye surgeon, she's got her own money.
Yeah, because your ex was in...
Okay, yeah, he must have misspoke. He's just stupid and doesn't know how to communicate.
Allie, my ex, I was with her for like 11 years. We had the zoo with the animals and the whole thing, and that was a crazy breakup.
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is exactly what I mean. When you're very public about being in a relationship with someone online, and then you go through a breakup, the whole world is basically watching this breakup. It's not easy. I mean, I imagine it wasn't easy for you.
It wasn't easy, but it also, I mean, it had to be done. But like, I wouldn't stay with somebody just for the YouTube content.
Yeah.
But like, a lot of people get messed up over these things.
Yeah.
But my life's changed since breaking up. After breaking up with her, I started reading so many books, like in the Manosphere, and like just, I don't know if you read a lot of books like this, Attached and Hold Me Tight and Jordan Peterson books and stuff like, and it just changed my whole perspective of the world. And I stopped watching TV because we used to watch TV and just like, you know, like the 90 Day Fiance and like the Love Island, and just sit there and I'm like, I'm like, why am I watching this? How is this progressing? Yeah. So I break up and I start learning Spanish. So I'm on a 345-day Spanish speaking streak. So I'm learning my 5th language. I speak Japanese, and I speak Gen Z fluently now. I'm like a 17-year-old. And so now it's Spanish. So I got the Spanish on the go. I'm reading books. I stopped watching TV. I'm traveling the world.
You went on a lot of trips.
Oh, I've done tons. It's fun.
I saw that. I was like, nice.
Yeah, I love getting around. Oh yeah, I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life right now. People are like, you're having a midlife crisis. I'm like, no, I'm just like waking up to the world and seeing what's out there.
Yeah. You've never done it before?
What's that?
Just going around, having fun?
I mostly I would go down to like a resort in Mexico or something, but like
when you were, did you ever have that phase when you were younger?
No. I went to university 4 years. I was a teacher at 22 years of age, and I wouldn't travel. I didn't go on trips down south. I didn't do anything. I just bodybuilded. I was literally like doing 3 diets a year while being natural and just doing all the cardio and the triathlon. So I was just like a sports fanatic. And then now I just was like, this is exciting. This is fun. Just exploring the world and doing different things and just living my best life.
Yeah, for me, it didn't happen until, I mean, I went on my fair share of trips, but I think it was until 28. I was like, right, okay, this was after a breakup, pretty hard breakup. And then was in a position where I actually had some money for the first time. Everything was all online. I was like, hey, let me just go fucking travel and experience some things.
When I was your age, 30, you're 34, right? Yeah. I hadn't even met Ali yet.
Yeah.
So you're just a baby.
Yeah.
You got so much more years. But I'm glad that I discovered.
Look at this. This is Gum Gum. He's sitting here right now doing this. Just lying down, relaxing, and thinking of cat stuff. 'Cause he's a good boy. I love my gum gum.
What my life is about now, because it's like I know more what I want, I know what I don't want to, which is just as important.
Mhm.
So even a failed relationship teaches you
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot. It teaches you, I don't ever want to do that again. Do you know what I mean? I know I want this and I want it to look like that, and I'm not going to settle for anything less.
Yeah, because every relationship I've been in, it teaches me something.
Absolutely.
About like because every relationship, every woman has something new that I've never experienced before. And I was like, hey, like that was nice.
Mhm.
But then there's also some bullshit that comes with it as well. And I was like, actually, but I really did not like that. And maybe a couple of those things accumulated and it was like, this is not going to work out.
Yeah, it's also a lot on me too, because if you let it happen to you and they're treating you a certain way and you're letting it, it's kind of your fault for letting it happen. Like you teach people how to treat you.
Yeah.
So if you don't want that, then you have to speak up and stand your ground and be like, well, this is not something I want to be part of.
Yeah.
So
what was some of the, for you, like red flags and things that you just don't like? Because you said now you know what you like and you don't like. What couple of things you know you don't like?
what do I not like? I don't like a masculine woman. I don't like a woman who's trying to be controlling.
Mhm.
I really like somebody who's like kind and just wants to be almost like a cheerleader type person, like a fan,
Yeah.
more so than like somebody that thinks they're doing everything wrong.
Yeah.
I think it's just, those are some main things.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's, for a lot of guys, they just need to have some experience and go through, you gotta go through at least one heartbreak, I think. Because
Yeah.
some people get in a relationship and they just stay in that relationship and think, yeah, this is just how it's supposed to be.
I think it's really important too, just to be yourself. Like there's so many ways of doing this. Like people think, no, act like this and act like that and act like that. I'm like, no, act like yourself, but be yourself. That's the most, it might sound cliche advice to be yourself, but the problem is people aren't able to be themselves because they're scared of presenting a version of themselves that they're not going to like.
Yeah.
So if I like something stupid, like I was a university.
Oh, I'm so glad I do not have that problem. Oh, gum. Such a good gum. Oh, I love you, Gum. You are such a sweetie, you know that? Yeah, you're my special kitty. Oh, that's my Gum.
University cheerleader and I like dancing, I like whatever. Like maybe I don't want to say that I want to be cool and macho. And it's like, no, if you're feminine or do whatever, just tell them that. You'll eventually meet someone that likes that. Like think of what I do. I bike ride. Like if I have a girl now, but think of just a single guy looking for a girl. What do you do? Well, I like to bike ride. I wear spandex. It doesn't sound that sexy. Like it's not that hot. So I could say, oh, I could lead with, oh, I do this and this and this and sound cool. But if it's like, it's not really what I'm into, I'm faking them into liking me for something that I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah. I think for me, I would always try, if I was on a first date or whatever, I'd be too much on my best behavior. So they wouldn't really know who I really am. And I felt like, what's the point of me not fully being myself?
Well, and there's so much gameplay. Be mysterious. Let them find out. Let them talk. Like, I'm like, no, I'm just going to yap. I talk all the time. If you don't like me and you don't want to talk her, then I'd rather find out on the first date.
Yeah.
I'd rather say everything that I'm thinking about, joke around, be silly, be myself. And if you don't like me, then that's great. We don't waste time as much. Like you're better off being like very, I don't know what the word is, like Donald Trump. Like you either like him or hate him. I'd rather you like me or hate me right away, rather than just be neutral all the time, hot or cold.
I'm trying to imagine what it'd be like for you to be with someone who yaps as much as you.
Yeah, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work.
Let me talk.
Well, this girl, Instagram Marie there, she's in the back, but she DM'd me. She slid in my DMs and she's like,
nice.
I bought your cookbook. And then there's more than somebody who's 6 feet tall to be equally desirable in the eyes of a woman. Like you just line everything up. Like you don't have a picture. You don't have anything. Just this guy's 5'6" and he's 49. What do you want? This guy's 6 feet tall and it's an income, $230,000 more to be equal. So if you're short like me, you gotta be rich.
Fuck. Do you think that was one of the, apart from getting...
No, you do not have to be rich. Oh my god, dude. So the irony here is Greg says don't ever listen to women. They will always lie or say something stupid. The studies he's talking about where they ask women about height versus income trade-offs, like, would you rather date a guy who's over 6 feet tall and only makes $50,000, or would you rather date a guy who's 5'6" but makes, more money? And the cutoff for them to be roughly equivalent with dating preference is like the guy who's 5'6" has to make at least $250,000 a year. That's literally just asking women, what they think, like what their preference would be. So on the one hand, we're not supposed to listen to women because they don't know what they want and they're stupid and crazy. But yeah, let's listen to women and, oh, I have to make at least $250,000 a year if I'm 5'6". Like, it's just fucking retarded. Like, no, you do not have to make minimum $250,000 for girls to be willing to date you if you're 5'6". You fucking retard.
your pants pulled down and taxed aggressively in Canada, do you think the hike thing also motivated you to want to make more money?
I never was motivated by money. I was always motivated by improvements and just a measure of success for myself. Because I think bodybuilding, there was no way I was ever going to make money.
No, I didn't see some stupid random video that some stupid random person made about me. Why the fuck would I?
From bodybuilding, yet I did 42 shows natural, then I hopped on gear and then got my pro card and the whole thing. The best I ever placed was 4th in a pro show. I never made 1 cent from bodybuilding, but I was so motivated to do so. And now I'm bike racing. I'm not Lance Armstrong. I'm never going to turn pro in bike racing, but I like it. And so just the thought of improving. And YouTube, it's like I like to make money and I like to sell turkesterone. I like to sell my cookbook, but I don't need any money. Like I could retire now easily. I wouldn't have to work any more in my life, but I just like the thought of doing better. I like it's a self-challenge. I think life is about like taking on challenges and just overcoming them. And if you just retire, it's like, it would be boring.
I can't imagine you just being retired and not doing anything.
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm posting 1 or 2 videos a day right now. I could be posting 2 a week and making maybe half the money and still be doing great, but like, I don't want to. I like what I'm doing.
We'll get back to the podcast in a second, but first of all, I want to say a massive shout out to Bionic. I have been using their supplements for the past 4 years. I never knew what supplements I needed to take. I'd always go into the pharmacy and buy a load of random bottles and end up popping pills all day, every day, not having a clue if I was consuming the vitamins which I should.
So like the first advice, somebody trying to get girls, I'm like, at least look good. Like, hey, I'm 5'6", but at least I have muscles. At least I'm not fat. Like if you're 5'6" and you're 300 pounds, well, what are you going to do? You got to have like 1 of 3 things. You have to look good, you have to have money, and you have to have game. You'll be able to talk. If you have 2 out of 3 or all 3 out of 3, well, you got it made. But if you have none, what are you going to do? At least look good. Like at least dress nice.
And the hair's looking good as well.
It's not so bad.
Yeah. Mine's still hanging on.
Yeah.
It makes a difference. I mean, like my brother's gone in the opposite direction and there's some people who just kind of shave it and own it. But I was like, nah, I still want to have hair.
Yeah. And you're so young too.
Yeah. Are you doing anything to help?
No,
maintain?
I'm too lazy.
Nah.
I can barely put cream on my face after I shave. Yeah. Like that's my max. I just don't have the time for this stuff. Yeah.
I mean, it looks good though.
Thanks.
And then after you did the cookbook, what was next?
The cookbook sales were crazy for about 2 years. And then I started my own supplement company and that took off. And yeah, that's what's going strong now. That probably 90% of my income comes from supplement sales now.
Selling what subs?
Most of the sales come from turkesterone because it's authentic and real, proven real. There's been a lot of scam stuff. Some people are trying turkesterone saying it doesn't work. And I'm like, yeah, but you're trying it from China and it's not even from the Ajuga turkestanica plant. Like there's an actual plant that's the one that works. And people are using this copycat plant, which is.
By the way, after everyone found out his original turkesterone supplement didn't work, he tried to make up some cope excuse saying it still works. And turkesterone doesn't matter. He is just a fucking manipulative liar, dude.
Like, I'm like, I just got back on turkesterone. It's literally the difference. It's only been like 3 days. Like people you'll have to look at my photo later. You'd be like, what the hell? It looks like I just died for a show or something. And it's like turkesterone. It's just, it does that for me and other people. But the worst part is it really negatively affects my sleep. Like I really can't sleep. And so when I first started taking it, I was taking it as a pre-workout, which is great. I can go to the gym and I can just train so much harder, but I could not sleep. It was so bad. I was in Mexico and I was sleeping like 3 hours a day and I'm going to the drugstore and I'm buying like, what the hell was
whatever knocks you out?
What were those pills called? The ladder ones, the white ones? It's a drug.
I think.
Thank God I threw it out at the airport before.
Is that muscle?
You were on the trip, but like I thought I told you about this.
Is it muscle relaxant?
It was like Xanax or something.
Yeah.
I literally could not sleep. I was like, oh my God, I can't sleep. I was sleeping like 3 hours max a day. I was like, what is wrong with me? And so I had to take a break from turkesterone. Then I started back later and I took it in the morning. Now I only take it in the morning. And I'm telling you, like, I'll sleep maybe 5 or 6 hours a night instead of like 8, but you feel the same. Like you don't need sleep.
Yeah.
I gave it to a famous cyclist and he was using it. He's like, Greg, like, what is this stuff? He's like, I normally sleep 8 hours. I'm sleeping like 4 or 5, but I feel like I'm good to go.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I'm like slightly concerned about it, but like the studies say it's safe. Blood work comes back safe. But like when you take Halo, you're more aggressive and it just prevents you from, I think, sleeping as well. You're more wired.
Yeah.
And so some people are like, oh man, it gives me so much energy. I don't know if you knew this, but I have narcolepsy.
I did not know
so I have narcolepsy and I take that, it cures my narcolepsy. So I would fall asleep. If you would have followed my ex's stories, every day she's posting clips of me sleeping. So everyone would be like, oh, you're awake now. It was just like a big joke. But I'm like, I have narcolepsy diagnosed from a neurologist.
Cat donate $2. Did you like Breaking Bad? Thoughts on the show? Breaking Bad sucks. I'm not gonna watch that. Breaking Bad is just absolute garbage. Daniel acted with courage, tough situation. He choked a small, emaciated, homeless man to death. If choking a small, emaciated, homeless man to death is courageous, then, I don't know, like, can I blow up a school and get touted as a hero? Like, oh, this is just such a joke, dude. Islam is a cult, that's why I left. Is this the speech about how not praying is worse than pedophilia?
Any person that misses one salah,
Yeah, I've already seen that video. Thanks for the donation, Kat.
Apologists and stuff.
You randomly
I'm
fall
just, all the time. I go on dates. People see me like 15. Oh, I remember I went on a date with you. You fell asleep halfway through the movie. I'm like, yeah, I still do that. But with the testosterone, there's something about it that literally just keeps me awake. So it's almost like an aggressive, like I want to just lift really hard. Like I just want to attack the weights. More energy, I can go harder on the bike. So I think it's great. Now there's some people that are like, Greg, I'm taking 3 pills a day. It doesn't affect my sleep at all. I'm like, I don't know how.
Yeah, like, I don't understand the people that you go out for dinner and then at 10 o'clock at night they're just banging a coffee away. I'm like, how?
So, I have a theory about this. Why, some people say they have nervousness and shit when they're on testosterone. I think it's a hypnotic suggestion, essentially. Or like a form of placebo effect. So, it's a new supplement. Nobody knows exactly how it works. It's being hyped up as having like steroid-like side effects. You know, there's no clear mechanism of how it works. Some people say it binds to estrogen receptors or something. So people are probably nervous when they're taking it, and it's just giving them nervousness and anxiety. And some people are saying they have sleep problems just because they're getting anxiety, not knowing what the supplement's doing. That would be my best guess. Like, it might do something weird and just trigger anxiousness or something in somebody and create like a flight or flight response, who knows, but yeah, if you're hearing some people saying I can sleep fine taking it, and then other people saying they're like actually getting anxiety symptoms, yeah, it's probably just placebo and a hypnotic suggestion.
How the hell are you?
She can do that. Yeah. She can drink coffee and go to sleep.
My dad can literally do anything and fall asleep immediately.
I think I'm the perfect guinea pig for drugs. Like when I was taking steroids back in the day, I would take like 10 milligrams of Anavar, which is like a girl's dose, and I go to the gym and like, holy shit, I'm pumped. Every little drug that I take, I'm like wired. If I drink a cup of coffee, I'm good. Like I change. So I'm just really sensitive to things. Like other people will drink like multiple cups of coffee and you don't notice it. I'm like, man.
For me, I have to have any kind of stimulant needs to be in the morning after 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
I stay away from it because I've realized now that I'm quite sensitive to caffeine.
Yeah. Because I was making her lunch. She'd go to work. I'm putting her a little lunch together and stuff, sending her off to work. And she's like, yeah, I don't even eat anything until like the afternoon. I'm like, why? She's like, well, I'm not really hungry. I'm like, the caffeine.
Yeah, if you wanted to intermittent fast, I just think
if you ate all the foods from my cookbook and you're more full and had less calories, you would eat less overall and lose weight. And so he's down like 200 and something pounds. He's like 330 now from 5. Like, he's lost a lot of weight. So calories in, calories out does work. But man, if you're too hungry. And so imagine being able to be less hungry. I think if we could make people less hungry, the world would be like, no one would be overweight, except for the people who are emotionally eating because their girlfriend dumped them or something like that. That's it.
I agree. What have you got planned for the rest of this year? Any new projects or just keep doing what you're doing?
What have I planned? I haven't really.
Oh, it is a chain! This is the Revo hubless e-bike, and last time we reviewed it and found out just how bad it is. I found it to be delicate, underpowered, and most of all, dangerous. In fact, if you set it in motion, it starts a chain reaction whereby the cranks turn, engaging the pedal assist and sending the bike into oblivion. Oh no. And as you can see, there's acres and acres of cheap plastic all over this bike to take this thing apart. When I got your text that we were something pounds, but in Revo's promotional video, they actually make mention of the bike's weight.
It rides and handles exceptionally well, thanks to a strong, lightweight core.
What do you think that strong, lightweight core is?
My guess is that it's like a really rough casting of like a bent I-beam. I don't know about that. Oh, that one's missing. Ooh. Oh.
Oh my.
Yeah, that's
just square stock aluminum. Rusted. Every bolt's rusted. You want to drill a hole in it?
I do. There's no way that's not hollow.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, I was wrong. That's 1/8 inch thick at least.
It's lightweight. Well, it ain't gonna break.
I don't think your warranty's gonna fly anymore.
There was never any warranty. So to legally call the Revo a Class 1 e-bike, it has to pedal with or without the motor, and this does. How does it do that? What's going on in there? Is there a chain? Is there a bunch of gears? We're gonna start taking it apart to find
I've taken ashwagandha. It has a calming effect. It doesn't really boost testosterone that much. If you're gonna take it, I would say just take it for, the relaxing, calming effect that it has.
Find out.
It's not a freewheel. You hear it?
Oh yeah.
Something's rolling around in there.
So this is only half the story here. You can see this drives the wheel. The entire wheel looks like it's a gear that goes all the way around. But as you remember in the original review video, this was extremely difficult to pedal. Take a look at this. This has got to be part of the resistance right here, but I'm interested to know what we're going to find when we take the other side of the clamshell off.
From here to here. Healing.
Oh, it does have a chain!
With a little spring!
This is the gift that keeps on giving!
And there's a chain drive in there. It has a name brand chain.
Really?
Why in the fuck wouldn't they have just made a mid-drive bicycle? It's literally a mid-drive. They made a mid-drive bicycle with the stupidest reduction gear you could possibly fucking imagine.
It's KMC.
Wow.
Actually, I guess it's not even technically a reduction gear.
But if you roll it backwards...
Our minds are kind of blown right now. I don't know what I was expecting. A lot of tooling went into making this. You put an engineer on a really dumb task, they're really smart.
Yeah, Anon, I literally just answered your question. Can you stop being fucking annoying?
And they're gonna figure out how to do your dumb thing. But make no mistake, this was a bad idea. While we have this apart and we can see how it pedals, Revo actually had something to say about the pedaling and the pedal assist.
If you prefer, use the incredibly clever pedal assist that adapts to road gradient and provides you with a gentle boost that feels so natural.
It's not a super smart or innovative pedal assist, I can tell you that. It's one of the worst pedal assists I've ever used, and it's underpowered. Let's see what's powering it. There's gotta be a motor in here somewhere. I'm betting right here.
A variety of torque specs. Whoa! All right, let's try and go through this. This motor turns this way, which turns this shaft to a gear right over here. It goes this way, and then this goes backwards. And then it turns a gear this way. Now, if you go back across, that gear is this gear. Once this rotates forward, this gear rotates forward, which...
What in the fuck? This is the most retarded design for a bicycle I've ever seen.
In turn, if you would kindly switch sides again, turns this gear, which then turns the chain to this one, and then once again, we swap, which turns this gear.
I have no idea what they could have been thinking.
Which turns the wheel. How many gears is it?
So 12 gears if you include the actual wheel as a gear. I wonder, Pat, if that's why it has that much resistance when you pedal.
Yeah, this is like gearbox worst case scenario.
So right now the motor is not on, and with great difficulty I am pedaling it. Can you believe how loud it is?
So the chain reaction that happens when you start rolling the bike, it just starts moving the cranks, and then moving the cranks engages the pedal assist, which turns the wheel, which moves the cranks, and the bike runs away. Take a look at this.
Okay, so you're walking your bike and you kind of jog across the street a little bit. And it kicks in. And then it's a chain reaction because the pedaling keeps it going. Look at this.
Okay, so Pat, how much you want to bet if you turn that back wheel, it turns the cranks?
100%.
So if your feet are on the pedals, it'll hold still. But if you let go ahead and turn that back wheel. It turns the freaking pedals! It turns the crank and it engages the pedal assist.
Oh no.
Wow, this is really crappy.
So is Squatch officially a Revo service center?
I'll fix whatever you got, man. Bring it in.
So this is the part everyone is waiting for, especially Pat, those hubless wheels. That's the mother of bad ideas. That is what makes this bike so terrible. Everything else had to be built around that. And so we're gonna take those wheel covers off and see what's behind them.
A great mentor of mine once said, if you take enough bolts out, anything will come apart.
Oh, it's just a strip. It's just a light. That's the light. Yeah, just rip it off. Yeah, you're good.
Well, it'll go back in.
Yeah.
It's like underglow lights.
I'm ready.
Are you? I'm so ready.
I can't say that I'm surprised, Pat.
No. I was kind of hoping there might be something cooler in here.
Is it just rolling on ABAC bearings?
No.
Or are those little wheels in
I
there?
think they're little nylon wheels. Let me get some light on it. Got pins. Oh, did you hear it?
I heard something in there. So we're hearing this little rattling sound. So as I mentioned before, I hit a little piece of crap in there. What that is.
Oh,
you hear that?
Heard it. Oh, we can't go that way. Yep.
Yeah, yep.
Pin, wheel, snap ring.
And
These
then
will
you
come
put
out.
epoxy over
Here,
it.
watch. Go over here. I'll hit the pin right out. So now that wheel is just rolling in there. So I guess it's like a cartridge bin, right? So if you let all these wheels roll down to the bottom, it should just... We're going to remove the rim drive cog.
You are right.
Is it moving?
Yeah, it's coming out. It's totally disengaged. Pat's not so sure we can get this back together if we take it apart, but I want to take the risk.
I'm just going to chip all this off.
Heart, strawberry, orange heart, peach, yellow heart, lemon, green heart, pear, blue heart, purple heart, grapes, coconut.
Well, thank you. Appreciate the donation, Raw Vegan Cowboy.
Oh, there's one.
There it is.
It is a little tiny skateboard wheel.
Is the rim the hardest part of the entire bike to change?
Yes. This is the wear item. This is like, oh man, it's just time for a new chain. Nope, gotta replace the entire wheel combo. And you have to do this to that poor bike to get it. Look at that, it's a rim channel.
And then it bolts on like that. That would have been a lot easier.
The tire and the braking surface are replaceable parts. Oh, that's what was rolling around. One of the screws came out and was rolling around inside the tire on the rim.
The airless tires are actually possible to replace and service. Everything on the rear is possible to replace and service. If you're down to epoxy it back together, yeah, still kind of a thumbs down. So in the video, I demonstrated how bad these wheels roll. I want to show you on the front wheel, which is still in one piece, how it rolls compared to a normal bike. 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
It's pretty close. Let's just spin it once more. It's a little RC car steering servo. When you engage the anti-theft system with the fingerprint scanner...
It worked super good.
Yeah, it worked super good. This servo is supposed to turn and lock the kickstand in place so that the wheel stays locked.
So the servo makes sure that you can't move the kickstand?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So the anti-theft just locks the kickstand in place.
Yes.
You know, that's actually not a terrible idea.
So there you have it, people. I could have done a little bit more preparation. Most of the parts sort of working. If your Revo...
I have no fucking idea why anybody would make something so stupid.
Feudalism is over. So what comes next? Techno-feudalism. Now, that sounds sinister. Well, yeah, it should. Techno-feudalism describes an economy that is slowly regressing to medieval times, where we're becoming serfs tilling the digital land owned by our Silicon Valley feudal lords. And the end game of this project is replacing democratic governments with privatized and non-democratic digital spaces. One tech billionaire is already ahead of the curve in making this vision a reality.
This is what victory feels like.
I mean, come on, you had to see that one coming. Who was surprised with that? It's always him. It's always you, Alon. The world's richest man has been hard at work manifesting this dark, new post-capitalist order. He announced his support for a German far-right party in an upcoming election and agreed with their leader that pro-Palestinian activists are basically Nazis. He accused the leader of the British labor...
Well, they are. He's right about that. It's just that he's also a Nazi.
Party of covering up large-scale sex crimes, and then argued that the U.S. should liberate the U.K. British friends, shout it out in the comments if you want me to come liberate you. I'll be on my way. And he's been acting like Trump's assistant regional manager, living in a $2,000 a night Mar-a-Lago bungalow and running a made-up government agency. Oh, and he's also using the social media platform that he owns to do hate speech. Now, it's easy to attribute this bizarre behavior to general billionaire megalomania, but that risks missing the point. All of his actions connect to the larger project of using digital space to subvert governments and command increasing control over our lives. Okay, so what is techno-feudalism, and how are folks like Musk using their influence to push not just the United States, but the entire world in this direction? Now, to understand, I first need to talk about feudalism, which is a pre-industrial system in which you were either born landed gentry, meaning that you owned land, or a serf, meaning that you worked the land. And because land was something you inherited, there was no way to climb the ladder from serfdom into gentry, no bootstraps in that world. There was no market price on the land. But with economic changes in the 19th century, land became a more valuable commodity on the emerging market. So landlords kicked the serfs out and invited them to come back and exchange their labor for money, creating whatever goods were desirable on the beautiful market. Now, this marked the creation of enclosures, in which peasants were kicked off the land their family had worked for generations, fenced out of their previous homes. They now worked for wages and had to pay rent. In other words, it was capitalism time. Now, while we're not moving back onto parcels of land owned by feudal lords, much of our lives is spent on apps and in other digital spaces that we do not own. If you do own a digital space, however, just consider signing up for our Patreon. There's a link in the description. We would love to take your money. Now, this often involves digital forms of enclosures, and we're creating value for the owners of these enclosures every time we read the news, catch up with friends, or order dinner. Techno-feudalism describes this cloud-based way of life where we've become serfs who live on the terrain of Silicon Valley billionaires. And much like the serfs before us, we don't really have a choice, as so much of modern existence requires use of these digital spaces. Like, really think about it. If you were going to throw your phone away, get off the internet, not use apps, like, what would you do? A lot of stuff would be really hard. If you've done that, don't let us know, because you're not here, because you wouldn't be watching this. According to McManahan, Strachan, and Forno, techno-feudalism suggests our preferences are no longer our own. They're manufactured by machine networks. It's underpinned by the theory that the cloud has created a feedback loop that removes our agency. We train the algorithm to find what we like, and then the algorithm trains us to like what it offers. I don't know what this says, but I'm getting this Instagram ad recently that's like, how to be a good dad even if you have ADHD. And it's like, Jesus Christ, you're targeting me with a thing that's like, your specific neurodivergency is making you a bad dad, but you need to do this to be a good dad. It's crazy. So not only are we dependent on cloud-based networks, but the more we engage with them, the more we need them, and the more they sort of own us. Now, you might think that President Musk's recent political activity indicates a desire to use traditional systems of government to gain power, but it's actually the opposite. He's using the government to undermine the very power of government. Trump's even promised him his own government agency, DOGE, or Department of Government Efficiency, with the precise goal of eliminating wasteful government spending. And this plays into the recent trend in which governments are giving up more and more of their power to private tech contractors. This increasingly looks like previously public services, everything from transportation to the post office, libraries, education, becoming enclosed by private corporations. And this isn't an exclusively right-wing move, as the guy who really married big tech to government was none other than Barack Obama, because he hoped that we could change America to be a Silicon Valley hellhole. Lucy Green writes that there was a revolving door between the Obama administration and tech giants. A host of ex-Obama staffers went on to work for Lyft and other Silicon Valley giants, with some helping craft legislation that basically favors digital landlords while taking rights from the new serfs. In other words, it gives companies a lot of power and makes it where if you're a Lyft driver, you don't have real labor rights. It's established an incestuous relationship between government power and tech influence. Green writes that Silicon Valley is now better positioned than most industries to wield political influence, and in ways we have not seen before. It is at once government vendor, collaborator, sponsor, advisor, communicator, rival, and enemy on any given day. More and more government contracts are going to Silicon Valley, especially in military and communications technology. Consider how NASA, rather than investing in its own R&D, now buys Musk's rockets and satellites. This turns the agency from something that is at least in theory about the public good into a mechanism for enriching Musk. According to Green, tech companies are exacerbating all the pressures on the government, which is both eroding revenues and undermining their strength. And Yanis Varoufakis notes that as with the original enclosures, some form of fence would be necessary to keep the masses out of such an important resource. In the 18th century, it was land that many were denied access to. In the 21st century, it is access to our own identity. This is because just to participate in this new cloud-based kingdom, we're constantly trading our identity and personal data for admission. This data is collected whether you're driving your Tesla or you're posting on the app formerly known as Twitter. And then you're fed ads that imply that if you have ADHD, you can't be a good dad. This means that Musk is completing a project that was initiated and endorsed by Obama and a whole bunch of liberal politicians. So don't say woke crack or anything, guys. I'm saying bad stuff about Obama and those guys, then you'll just be mad at that. You guys are hard to please. But Musk is going beyond simply trying to make America Silicon Valley again. He's trying to take this project global. It's not dissimilar from the pre-industrial land grabs and expansions that would expand the territories of feudal lords to give them more power and control. France's president recently said this about Musk. 10 years ago, who would have imagined that the owner of one of the world's largest social networks would be supporting a new international reactionary movement and intervening directly in elections, including in Germany? He was joined by Norway's prime minister, who said, "I find it worrying that a man with enormous access to social media and huge economic resources involves himself so directly in the internal affairs of other countries." Sort of like the unmarried friend who gives you marriage advice, or the person without a kid that tells you how to parent. It's like, just chill. Just chill. It's not your role. Musk has been a major power player in the Russian-Ukraine war via his Starlink satellites, which Ukraine relies on, and which literally give him the power to undermine their war efforts. In recent months, the most alarming part of Musk's European tour of terror has been his support for the far-right Alternative for Germany party. He recently warned the German people,
"Only AfD can save Germany. End of story. And people really need to get behind AfD, and otherwise things are going to get very, very much worse in Germany.
Okay, let's take a quick look at this article. It's titled, Musk Says Only AfD Can Save Germany, and talk with German populist leader. And if you just read this headline alone and knew nothing else, you might be like, oh, the AfD, that's probably a political party. Populism, not just someone who claims to appeal to ordinary people. Surely nothing crazy is going on here. But if you were looking at a headline from a different source covering the same story, you could read something like Elon Musk hosts X event promoting neo-Nazi AfD party ahead of German elections and think, oh, that's a bad one. And how is it possible that the same story is information? They're reducing complex issues to simple sound bites. The full picture on every story. This story, how stories are loved about ground news.
Rich, did you hear what the far-left communist stammer is doing?
This is India. This is China, which wants to run the whole world. China's already trying to take over the shipping lanes in the South China Sea. This is the Chagos Islands, right down here. Years ago, the Chagos Islands were owned by France. France ceded the Chagos Islands to our friends in Great Britain, UK. And a number of years ago, the United Kingdom and America got together, and we built, mostly with American dollars, by the way, we built a military base in the Chagos Islands on one particular island.
I don't know what Keir Starmer is doing. You're gonna have to inform me on that.
Island called Diego Garcia, and it's a really important military base. For one thing, it's very close to the Bay of Bengal and the Indian Ocean in China, so we can watch them. For another thing, it's where it's one of the only bases where our nuclear submarines can dock. Hugely important. Well, the United Nations got mad at the United Kingdom. They said, Great Britain, you're bad people. You used to be colonialists. You acquired other countries, sometimes freely, sometimes by force. Every country I know of in the world of any strength has done that. Doesn't mean we ought to be proud of it, but it's part of our history. But the United Nations said, shame on you, UK. Shame on you. Bad, 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 bad. You have to give back the Chagos Islands and the military base there. And the UN doesn't have any jurisdiction over the United Kingdom. But the UN said, not only do you have to give it back, but you don't give it back to the people of the Chagos Islands. You give it back to another group of islands way down here called Mauritius. Mauritius used to own the Chagos Islands when France ceded them to Great Britain. They were run by Mauritius. But the people of the two island groups, archipelagos, the people don't have any affinity. Now, what's Mauritius say? Of course we'll take it. But they want to start charging the United States and the UK £9 billion for a 99-year lease. So we can lease our own military base. All because the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom feels guilty because somebody, some tofu
here we go.
eating wokarati at the United Nations.
Some tofu eating, avocado toast having.
Says they're bad people, bad colonialists.
Yeah, well, that's British sensibilities for you. They can't offend anybody. Well, yeah, that's what it's like living in the UK. That's why you're getting overrun by Muslim terrorists. Thanks for the donation, Aaron from England.
News is their blind spot feed, which highlights stories that are disproportionately reported by either side of the political spectrum. I don't know about you all, as I do, and this feature really helps me. If you want to check it and get Unlimited Ground News is doing a conversation to equate. Now, let's get back to the show. The party's leader, Alice Weidel, used their conversation to equate Hitler and the Nazis with contemporary communists and socialists, even though Hitler actually put communists into camps.
So he was nothing else than an anti-Semitic socialist.
And we are exactly the opposite. We are a libertarian conservative party. We are wrongly framed the entire time.
This isn't just more of Elon being oddly Nazi adjacent, it's an active continuation of the techno-feudalist project. And this was noted by the Green Party candidate from Germany who said, with his billions upon billions of dollars and unbridled media power, Elon Musk's support for the AfD is not some ignorant whim. He's emboldening those who want to weaken Europe and its rule of law to bury regulations that limit unchecked power. Now, some of you Musk fanboys might argue that all he's doing is encouraging a more libertarian spirit and a sense of free speech absolutism. But according to political philosopher Willem David Blunt, Musk and co. aren't libertarian. They're authoritarian. They're primarily interested in shielding themselves from regulation. They're overlords, wanting to be free of constraint like feudal overlords of the past as divine right of kings. They view themselves arbitrarily as geniuses, and we are buying into it one click at a time, affirming their power. And it makes sense that Musk would work to destabilize Europe with its historical social safety nets and more aggressive regulation of tech companies, including the recent Digital Markets Act, which bars companies from monetizing data collected on mobile apps to help advertisers better target individuals. But you might still be wondering, how does any of this end capitalism? Well, let's think back to the transition from feudalism to industrialism, when the enclosure of land turned everything into market relations. The early open access and publicly funded internet was, over the course of the 90s, sold off for commercial interest, and eventually enclosed by tech companies that consolidated services to extract maximum data and profit from users. But now the shift to techno-feudalism has more to do with power and control than it does market viability. Now, according to Varoufakis, techno-feudalism is qualitatively distinct from capitalism, and thus, as a word, it illuminates crucial aspects of the real world in ways that rentier capitalism, or platform capitalism, or hyper-capitalism cannot. In other words, techno-feudalism breaks from the pure market logic that has driven most tech development until recently. And just like how some of Musk's seemingly erratic political behavior makes more sense in light of the techno-feudalist project, so does his own use of and general encouragement of hate speech. Now, Varoufakis writes, because techno-feudalism's algorithms are known to reinforce patriarchy, stereotypes, and pre-existing oppressions, those who are most vulnerable, girls, the mentally ill, the marginalized, and yes, the poor, suffer the outcome most. In other words, if recklessly using R words and N words and F words on social media reinforces the strength of these platforms, then hey, why not encourage it? And in case you're gonna be like, he doesn't, he did the R one. I'm not gonna say it, but he did it. We recently saw this with Mark Zuckerberg pulling diversity programs out of Meta, along with their content moderation program, which now allows for hate speech. And Zuckerberg has explicitly connected these moves with a renewed
CDG donate tillers. Anon wanted you to react to this. Can you please not skip through it and actually watch? Don't click through. Don't be gay. This is the Discord conversation with that troll. Okay, great. I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, CDG. It was on stream. I was there. I don't know why I'd watch it again. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Call for masculinity and aggression in corporate culture. It's one thing to say we want to be kind of like welcoming and make a good environment for everyone, and I think it's another to basically say that masculinity is bad.
And it shouldn't shock us that folks like Zuckerberg, Bezos, Musk, Mark Andreessen are all getting in line to serve in Trump's anti-woke army. Now, Varoufakis writes that bigotry is techno-feudalism's emotional compensation for the frustrations and anxieties we experience in relation to identity and focus. He notes that even the most diligent content moderation can't stem all this hate because algorithms optimize for cloud rents, which flow more copiously from hatred and discontent. It's good for business to do hateful stuff, so they're going to keep making it possible to do hateful stuff. Now, Varoufakis also points out that another effect of the techno-feudalist revolution is that we no longer own our own minds. During our working hours, we become cloud proles, putting ourselves into various digital systems. My main one is YouTube. What digital system do you put yourself into? And then when we get home, we become cloud serfs, fueling our own distraction and exploitation. When I'm at home, I still largely fuel YouTube, sometimes other streaming apps, Reddit, Twitter, Instagram. Why don't I read books? I don't know. Now, he writes that while privatization and private equity asset strip all physical wealth around us, cloud capital goes about the business of asset stripping our brains. Whew, take that one in, guys. Cloud capital goes about the business of asset stripping our brains. Where we once both lived and worked on the feudal lord's physical land, the new serfdom takes place in the cloud controlled by the tech overlords where our minds and very identities are extracted for value. Now, it might feel like we're totally screwed. At this point, that's how I feel. But, according to Varoufakis, the poison might also contain the cure. He writes that collective action is made harder when people have fewer opportunities to come together. But herein lies the great power the cloud capital presents to its potential rebels, a capacity to build coalitions, organize, and take action via the cloud. I guess that's what the comments are for. Get after it. So the very space that we're forced to work as both unpaid laborers and reproducers of the system is also a space where we can band together to rage against the machine. As Bernie Sanders pointed out in a recent interview with Hassan Piker, the techno-feudal takeover of politics disempowers working people as a whole and hollows out what remains of democracy.
You got control of the media by the few, control of the political system by the few, control of the economy by the few. And if that's not oligarchy, I don't know what oligarchy is.
So as Trump takes office, flanked on all sides by those with a clear techno-feudal agenda, challenge is creatively using those feudal spaces to organize resistance against our new lords. Okay, please let me know what you think below. If you haven't checked it out yet, there's a link to our Patreon community in the description. It's a great way to support the channel, get early videos with no ads, extra perks, access to our Discord server, things of that nature.
Not sure if I really believe this theory. Like, the issue is, actual productive work has to get done. So, yeah, you can get people using social media apps and shit, but they need to make money so they can buy things. Like, this is all for driving consumerism, so like, no. It's just a very weird idea that somehow, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of weird missing holes in this theory. Like, yeah, sure, you can have tech monopolies and everything, but real productive work has to get done. I don't know how this will make us serfs just because there's tech monopolies and shit when it comes to social media. Alright, how about we play some video games? I'm gonna go just take a piss, and then we'll play some Ghost of Tsushima. Man. Oh. Oh. Okay. Wait, what? How the fuck that? That's weird. Yeah. It's very hard to tell where the fuck I should be going.
Quickly, Nobu.
I guess this way.
Susano, protect me.
Who killed these people?
A fearsome warrior. He demanded I tell him the tale of Shigenori's heavenly strike. When he didn't hear the answers he sought, he flew into a rage and butchered them.
What did he want to know?
I am not sure, my lord.
Tell me the story. I need to know what he's after.
When Tsushima was first settled, a strange and terrible thunderstorm swept across our island. Wherever lightning struck, beasts of lightning appeared. These violent creatures tore through villages, causing death and destruction, moving too quickly to be stopped. The people knew only one man who could possibly stand against the lightning beasts. Shigenori, the fastest swordsman in all of Tsushima. Shigenori never lost a duel. With years of practice, he had created the Heavenly Strike, an attack that struck quicker than the eye could follow. Shigenori lured the creatures to a desolate beach in Komatsu, where the sand would slow their movement. Their clash turned the sand to ash and bleached the leaves of trees white. Shigenori's heavenly strike cut through them faster than they could move. As the final beast fell, the storm cleared, and Tsushima was safe again. Shigenori began a life of...
Dodo $8 on today's episode of Yep, That's Chinese.
Remember when Pizza Hut tried to outsmart Chinese people, but just got outsmarted themselves instead? You see, when Pizza Hut first launched in China, they didn't want to be seen as just another trash American spot. So they actually decided to brand themselves as a high-quality, healthy restaurant that was known for their large fruit and salad buffets. But since this was obviously expensive, Pizza Hut just imposed a rule where each guest was only allowed to fill one plate with fruit and salad. They figured that this would cleverly help keep their costs low while still appearing as a fresh, high-end restaurant. But Pizza Hut never could have expected just how far Chinese people would
Yeah, Chinese people are fucking greedy.
go for free food. You see, before long, Chinese citizens had invented the concept of salad stacking, or creating extremely complicated food structures to pack the most fruits and veggies possible on one plate. People who call themselves salad engineers even began coming up with highly complex math equations and diagrams to help them best maximize their towers. A meta strategy was soon created that involved a circular base of carrots, concentric rings of interlocking cucumber slices on top, and then thick dressing over everything as glue.
They don't even eat this, by the way. They just take it because they can.
Entire online forums were created for Chinese citizens to just constantly help each other improve. And Pizza Hut ended up losing so much money that they soon removed their salad bars for good. Remember when Pizza Hut tried to...
Yep, that's Chinese. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Okay, this is super fucking boring. Is there a way to skip this?
And only the bravest and most
Great! Can I skip it? Oh my god.
worthy of learning the
We
heavenly
can't skip
strike.
this.
When a storm approaches, a sword is placed at Shigenori's rest by a student who knows of its location to ward off attacks from beasts of nature.
The murderer wishes to learn Shigenori's heavenly strike. It sounds dangerous in the wrong hands. Which way did he go?
A woman fled toward a nearby bridge. He chased her.
He'll answer for what he did here.
I'm just gonna... I... spam somebody else's chat.
That's the bridge the musician mentioned. Someone weeping. Where?
My lord, so many. Slaughtered.
Did you see the man who killed them?
I know who he is. Yasuhira Koga.
I've heard the name. He fought for the Yarikawa clan. Would you recognize him?
I'll never forget that leering face.
Follow me. Perhaps I can pick up his trail on the other side of the bridge. Horse tracks. Yasuhira was in a hurry. What more do you know of Yasuhira Koga?
Only that he was a retainer for the Yarikawa clan years ago.
After the rebellion was crushed, the clan was dissolved and retainers dismissed.
Rumor says he left Tsushima, but when the Mongols attacked, he returned. From where? I'm not sure.
It doesn't matter. He cannot be allowed to live after what he's done. Up ahead, they're constructing a roadblock. Mongols, hide yourself.
I don't have any arrows. Fuck.
사무라이!
Fuck.
보쇼! 떠쇼!
I don't see Yasuhira Koga anywhere.
We're pursuing a man named Yasuhira Koga.
He just left. He's been staying in the watchtower.
Working with the Mongols?
Yes, but last night they argued. Only made out one word. Shigenori.
I'll search the watchtower. Find somewhere safe before more Mongols come.
Not giving up. Kill every Mongol I can. Send it to their heads.
Ugh.
What has Yasuhira been doing? White leaves, like those bleached by lightning in the tail. The Mongols have their own version of Shigenori's tale. Maybe he wanted to compare it to the musician's version. A dueling ring. He's looking for it. Yasuhira is looking for someone who can teach him Shigenori's heavenly strike.
The white leaves. There are trees like that not far from here.
That's where he went. You've helped enough. Get to safety with the others.
Thank you, my lord. I hope you punish that monster.
Need to find white-leafed trees.
Heal!
Careful, my lord. This path is dangerous.
Dangerous for a samurai, but not a priestess.
Why is it night all of a sudden?
My duty, tending the shrines. When the war ends, people will need these torii gates to mark their path, so they can find the Shinto shrines and pray for the kami's protection.
We could use their protection now.
Yes, but the paths are too treacherous. I tried to visit the nearby shrine, almost fell to my death.
Maybe I can reach it. As a boy, I climbed every tree and cliff around my village.
If you get there in one piece, pray for our island.
Oh my god, why can't you
And take
skip
an
these
umami charm for
conversations?
yourself. Wear it close, and the charm will change your fate.
And perhaps the fate of our home. Thank you.
Follow the torii gates. They will lead you to shrines all across our island, and the omamori charms that rest there.
What in the fuck? Oh my god. Well, I guess we did a thing.
Yasuhira must have gathered leaves from here. There it is. White leaves, like those bleached by lightning in the tail. We'll get some rest soon.
Oh my god, what? Do you have to fight wild pigs in the game?
Stop! I told him everything I know!
Someone's being tortured.
Stop! I told him everything I know! Here, you do yourself!
What in the fuck?
Олег Болчич! Душу! Терачу! Aşağı yavşak!
Any enemies nearby? Where the fuck are they? Okay, I guess he was lazy.
Was a man named Yasuhira with these Mongols.
He wanted to learn the heavenly strike from my grandfather, and took him away.
Your grandfather's in danger. Where did they go?
His old training ground. A dueling ring on the Komatsu coast. Please, save him.
Hiya! Faster, no.
It's very dark when it's dark in this game.
Yasuhira cannot learn the heavenly strike.
Do you think being woke is a good thing or a bad thing? And do you think being vegan should be part of being woke? I've noticed a lot of people are taking pride and self-identifying as woke, like Matt Dillahunty. It seems retarded to me. What do you think?
I don't know. I don't care, dude. Thanks for the donation. Couldn't care fucking less if somebody says they're woke or not. Don't give a shit. What in the fuck? Oh my god. Search for Shigenori's Rest. Where? Like, it's dark too. Oh my god. And there's also, like, I literally have to open up the map stream, like, the map screen, to see where the boundaries are. I don't even know if I can jump down that far without hurting myself. Oh my god.
Someone cut that tree down in order to cross.
Why doesn't it just tell you where to fucking go? It's pointless.
Yasuhira brought Mongols with him. This is how we win.
Are the Call of Duty games overrated? I mean, they're not good. Like, at least not lately. Oh, there's the last guy.
What do you think society should do with psychopaths or people who lack empathy? I think we should put them back in the insane asylums until they are able to become normal. Otherwise they would have to stay there for life. We should have no empathy for them.
Being a psychopath doesn't make you a criminal. Thanks for the donation, dude.
That must be Shigenori's dueling ring. What has Yasuhira been doing? Poor man. Killed by Yasuhira. Blade has seen many duels. Footprints. Still fresh.
Oh, there he is.
Yasuhira Koga. The butcher of the rebellion. Time hasn't changed you.
You were a child when Yarikawa burned, boy. For 15 years,
And
I
we
dreamed
can't
of cutting
skip
Lord
this dialogue.
Shimura to the bone.
You won't live
Oh,
long
hey,
enough
Gum
to
Gum.
face him.
The old man
God,
taught
you're
me
so
the
big.
legendary attack before I
Hey,
killed
big
him.
handsome boy.
Let me show you.
Fucking, oh my god.
Ha! Lord Shimura should have taught you better.
Psychopaths are objectively a danger to society. It is inevitable until they harm someone. Just like you said, you're going to dump your mom on the street when she has dementia and you will be charged with manslaughter and elder
Lord
neglect for the
Shimura should have
GG
taught
prison.
you better.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, Psychopathy.
Ha! Lord Shimura should have taught you
Are
better.
you serious? Oh my god.
He's fast.
God damn it.
Ha! Lord Shimura should have taught you better.
Oh my god! Jesus!
Ha! Lord Shimura should have taught you better.
What a load
He's
of
fast.
shit. Oh my god.
Lord Shimura should have taught you better.
I swear I parried it.
Lord Shimura should have taught you better.
Like,
Fast.
I love how it just starts you off with this guy rushing you and you have no chance.
Ha! Lord Shimura should have taught you better. What are you waiting for, boy?
Not waiting. Studying. Learning.
Damn it.
Ha! Lord Shimura should have taught you better.
That's good.
Wow, you're doing really well here
Fuck,
against
he's fast.
this old faggot boss. Way to go, man. You're a true gamer like you always say.
Lord Shimura
Cry
should have
about
taught
getting
you
rushed
better.
by an old faggot with a headband. Good, just dummy. Fuchsing clown always blaming the game instead of your skill. Fag.
Thanks for the donation, literal racist. Fuck.
Ha! Lord Shimura should have taught you better. What are you waiting for, boy?
Not waiting. Studying. Learning.
Oh, come on. Give me a break. Oh my god.
Lord Shimura should have taught you
I blocked
better.
that one attack. Come on. Fuck.
He's fast.
What are you waiting for, boy?
Not waiting. Studying. Learning.
Fuck. God damn it.
Ha! Lord Shimura should have taught you better.
Damn it. Oh my god.
He's fast.
What are
He's
you
getting
waiting
caught
for,
by that one
boy?
attack.
Not waiting. Studying. Learning.
Damn it.
Ha! Lord Shimura should have taught you better.
Oh my god. Shit! Oh my god!
Lord Shimura should have taught you better.
Damn it.
He's fast.
Damn it.
What are you waiting for, boy?
Not waiting. Studying. Learning. I've got it. The heavenly strike couldn't save you.
Dodo Donatillers, this is painfully cringe to see. Bro thinks he's eating healthy because he has blueprint meals, but look at the other shit in his fridge. Goat milk, bone broth. What an actual fucking retard. They're all, like, it's always the same, dude. Like, I think there's a huge overlap between people who like Brian Johnson and people who like Liver King. They're all just interested in some stupid, dumb fucking diet fad. So yeah, Brian Johnson just created the blueprint diet fad. I guess it's better than the carnivore diet fad, but holy fuck. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You deserve greater respect than this. I promise I'll use Shigenori's technique to protect Tsushima against all who would harm it.
Gum? You're beautiful, you know that? Yeah, you're beautiful and I love you. Such a big kitty. Yeah, you're a big handsome kitty. Yay, maximum health increased. Definitely gonna need that one.
If I pack the Mongols' black powder into a clay pot, I can set it aflame and throw it as a weapon.
What in the fuck? Is that a weapon? What in the shit is that? I'm gonna whack him with a fuzzy thing? I have no freaking idea. I prefer that. Dodo $9. Yeah, it's weird. I notice a lot of Brian Johnson followers believe in things like raw milk. They're very big into organic foods, yogurt, probiotics, bone broth, organic meat. But those aren't things Brian Johnson promotes as health foods, so where the fuck are they getting that? They all have to share the same fan base. That's the only explanation. So, yeah. They're, yeah, Brian Johnson, Liver King, all that shit, they just have the same fan base. Thanks for the donation there, Dodo. Can I fast travel? I can, thank God. Hate how the time of day changes, like, for no fucking reason.
Except for Lord Adachi's wife. If your plates need work, let me be of use. Apologies. You don't have what we need to do the work.
Thank you.
Where's the bow bitch? There's like a bow bitch around here. Bower. Yeah, where's the fucking bower? I love how they can't just show you on the fucking map and you have to wander around just aimlessly for no fucking reason. Wasn't it like around here or some shit? Oh, there it is. Just put a fucking icon on the map. You're playing a goddamn video game.
Tadayori Nagao would envy this bow.
There we go.
An honor to work on your bow.
Upgraded the bow. I didn't even...
Anything like it. It was a samurai?
Okay, and where's the stupid mission?
You're sure it was him?
Oh, here. So smoke signal can kind of give you a clue.
Lord Sakai, come quickly.
Lady Masako, Do you have news of your family's killers?
On the list we found, Sadao was at the top. He's the head man of Kuta Farmstead.
Kuta's people served your clan. Why would he turn against you?
Because he is an ungrateful traitor.
Yeah, the people who say they eat lard and steak and bacon every day and they've never felt better, there's a good chance a lot of them are lying and they just want it to be true. Some of them, their diets may have been so bad beforehand that, yeah, like literally just eating steak every day is better than what they were eating before. And, especially if you include weight loss in the mix, like if you lose, 20, 30 pounds, you're probably going to feel better than the way you were feeling before.
My husband appointed Sadao as head man, and he repaid that kindness with bloodshed. I learned he fled Kuta the night my family was murdered.
This game's better on PC.
Survived.
Sadao is a
It sucks monkey fuck on console, but I'm actually enjoying it on
He's a
PC.
fool. He just passed by the temple carting food for the refugees.
He will make an unscheduled delivery to his brother.
And we will be there to catch him. We have to go, or we will lose him.
After what happened at the inn, I didn't think you'd visit the temple again.
I came to watch for Sadao's brother, and mourn Clan Adachi's dead.
Have you given your family a proper funeral?
Not well.
Dodo donates $2. Have you ever seen pictures of Jasmine when she was a baby? No. Or are you like those Amish people that don't look at photographs? But to be honest, I wouldn't want to see it either. Also name top 5 people you can't stand. Penguin Zero, Rayleigh Link, Hassan Piker, Kyle Kalinsky, and I guess he who shall not be named. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Their killers walk free.
After
I guess
my
Paul
father died,
Saladino would also easily
I said
make that
goodbye
list.
to him that same night. It helped ease my pain.
I buried them. That will have to do. For now.
When's the last time you slept? Or ate?
I had some rice and fish yesterday.
Even the youngest warrior needs a full belly and a rested sword arm.
Are you calling me old, Lord Sakai?
I wouldn't dare.
My sword arm works just fine. We should have caught up to Hachi by now.
Which way do you think he went? Both roads look traveled. Let's search the area. He can't be far.
Oh no. Just let me kill stuff. Like it just doesn't fit the game, you know? Where in the fuck am I supposed to be looking?
Masako, look. The man with the cart.
That's Hachi, Sadao's brother.
We're playing Ghost of Tsushima. Dodo Donatello's really Richard Xi Jinping, Elon Musk, RFK Jr. didn't make the list. Well, I mean, yeah, they could make a list too. You really prefer Elon Musk, Xi Jinping over Rayleigh Link? Come on, bro. Well, in terms of the amount of harm they can inflict, yeah, they're worse. Thought you meant, like, people that I've sort of dealt with personally. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
There it is. Leave me alone.
He's leaving.
And we will follow.
I'm sorry?
Did I pack Everything? What's that stupid?
Oh, this fucking game, dude.
He's leaving.
And we will follow. Close, but out of sight.
Behave yourself, Ringo. Or no carrot for you when we're done. What nice weather for a walk.
This is just a riveting fucking gameplay. Slowly following somebody with a cart. How could they have ever had such a brilliant idea to design a mission like this? Slowly following some dipshit with a cart. Oh, you know in our samurai game where, you know, you like slice people to fucking death with a samurai sword? Let's have a mission where you slowly follow somebody with a fucking cart. Genius. Brilliant.
Water? Other things?
Couldn't have thought of anything better.
Of course.
We were promised Saka. Did you get it?
Not yet, but I have something for your guest.
It's a meeting.
We'll pass it along.
He handed them a note.
I'll stop here again at the usual time.
We'll meet you
This game is particularly bad with follow missions, dude. Like, I could maybe give it a pass if it's like once or twice, but this game has a lot of fucking follow missions. It's ridiculous.
That man is an idiot.
He's the headman's brother.
Still an idiot.
But he has good sake.
Not today. Today all he had was a note.
That note is more important than your life. If we fail to deliver, the headman will kill us.
Sadaw's a family man.
From a bad family.
His cousins are bandits.
Remember the riots that erupted? When Kuta farmstead was short on rice?
Yes.
Who do you think hired the bandits that slaughtered the protesters?
Headman Sadao.
The coward.
I knew it.
Right. So next time you think of the headman, remember the Kuta massacre.
Hey, Gum Gum. How's my little baby? It's your good baby, Gum Gum. Still don't have any fucking arrows. Why can't you make arrows?
We're losing them.
I mean, they're made of wood. Eric donated $2. Have you ever tried debating Kyle Klinsky? He doesn't do debates. You would destroy him on topics like veganism, Israel, Hamas. He doesn't do debates. Think he'd be too much of a pussy to ever agree. He doesn't debate anybody. Thanks for the donation, dude. What? Sorry? I lost the bandits? The bandits that are right in front of me? I lost those bandits? Oh my fucking god. Yes, make a follow mission that much more stupid and annoying. We start back from here. Why is that necessary? Oh my fucking god.
That note is more important than your life.
Retarded.
Fail to deliver, the headman will kill us.
They literally went inside the hut. Go fuck yourself. Suck my dick.
Cousins are bandits.
Remember the riots that erupted when Kuta farmstead was short on rice?
Yes.
Who do you think hired the bandits that slaughtered the protesters?
Headman Sadao.
The coward.
I knew it.
Right.
Gum gum. Gum gum. Gum gum. Yeah, Gum Gum. Be a good Gum Gum. Yeah, come here, Gum Gum. Come on, Gum Gum. Gum Gum. That's a good kitty, Gum Gum. Yeah, come here, kitty. That's a good Gum Gum.
So next time you think of the head man, remember the Kuta massacre.
Oh my god, this is so stupid. Just so ridiculous and stupid.
Traitors!
Oh shit. She can die, right?
I can't fail! No! It's too soon!
So she blew our fucking cover.
Corpses can't answer questions.
There's someone in the house. I'll make them talk.
Let me try first. A note from Sadao. Hachi gave it to the guy. I'm not going to hurt you. My name is Sakai. Who are you?
Hina, Sadao's wife.
My husband is innocent. The Mongols killed your family.
Where is he?
I don't know.
You're lying.
She'll help us. And she can't stay here.
I'll take her to my estate.
She is going to kill me.
No harm will come to you.
Mission structure is kind of strange. So we'll travel here. I wish he could change the time of day. It's kind of annoying. Like, why is it always fucking night?
Send your best warrior.
Oh, you can see his butt.
I'll never forget the day he was killed. I could have saved my father. If only I was older, stronger. If I wasn't so afraid.
Well, I guess that was worth it to get a health increase. Oh, wait. So we just randomly found that? That wasn't even the right one.
Wouldn't trade you for anything.
Oh, I see. Where the fuck do I go from here? Is there... Oh, man. This is nauseating. Oh, there. Dodo donated $2. What would you do if to these people if you could do anything?
Together as a united front against fascism. Our community here in Bay Ridge is the same as our community here in Sunset Park.
What in the fuck? They're communists?
Our communities across the world, our migrant immigrant communities across the world are...
I'd deport them and send them to Gaza. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Don't know what any of this shit does.
Sugar. Bend over, any tillers. Who do you think wins this?
Let's see how much duct tape it takes to stop me. 1, 10, 100.
Oh, we are destroyed!
100, let's go. We ran out of tape. $400 on duct tape, right? Haven't eaten yet. Check this out. I was gonna do 500, but we're gonna skip straight to 1,000. Block it hot like Beckham.
Your
Let's run it back, let's go. Gotta get it. Go, lad! Go, man! Yeah!
Birds, niggas, no.
Yeah. I don't remember what happened. He hit this hole like this, boom. Fan. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna stick to OnlyFans videos.
Inshallah.
No one won. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Let's go, Nobu.
I don't know what the fox dens are supposed to do. It says I found fox den. Oh, hey.
Come and fight!
Garlichin Tasna. Sugal Selme.
You'll be free soon.
So many brave samurai died at Gomoda. How are you alive, my lord? There's no escaping them, my lord. They control every road in and out of here.
Is that how they captured you?
Yes. I was following the paths. And they were camped nearby, waiting for travelers.
Oh, this is
Find a
great.
safe spot in the wilds until I've cleared the roads. Can't give up yet.
Rumored location added. I have no idea what that is. I don't know if those are just shrines.
Heal!
Have I been there before? What's that?
Who will fight?
More Mongols.
Alif. Turki. Mir turlu cinnuli. Send your best warrior.
Oh shit. Damn it! Oh my god! Fucking annoying.
Faster, no.
Is this another? Yeah, it's always shrines. Fucking cares. Shrines are stupid.
Lord Sakai.
Bend over, donate $2. Did you ever feel like this, Mom, when you were with Jasmine?
Sure.
Why is the internet not working?
The same reason you're not working.
Did you turn off the internet?
Maybe.
Turn it back on now!
No.
Turn back on the freaking internet!
No.
Mom!
No.
You better turn back on that freaking internet right now!
Locking the door.
Open up! Open
No.
up!
No.
I was just about to start a new game! My friends are wondering where I went!
Oh, I'm sure.
You already embarrassed the crap out of me. Now you're gonna pull me away from Call of Duty.
This is clearly fake.
Oh.
God,
This is obviously fake. Thanks for the donation, Ben, and no, I never felt like that.
Haven't bad. Ha ha! Here, you see yourself.
What? Well, apparently unlocked water stance. There's some iron. Ooh, more iron. Ooh, more iron.
Sakai!
Sensei, any word on Tomoe?
Yes, but I'm not sure you are ready for her.
You make her sound like a demon.
That's not far off the mark. Tomoe is fearless. She is not samurai, but she is a born killer.
I know the type.
No, you do not. Come.
Where are we headed?
An archery range. The locals saw Mongols training there. I suspect Tomoe was with them.
If Tomoe is truly fearless, she'd make a useful ally.
A starving leopard is fearless too.
Leopards can't master your way of the bow.
Let it go, Sakai. She will never join us.
The best way to rid yourself of an enemy is to befriend them.
Which is what the Mongols have done.
For now, we could change that.
You saw what she did to the prisoners at Fort Nakayama. That was no mistake. That was a choice. And not the first time she's made it.
We don't know it was her fault.
You don't. I do. You have to climb to get there.
Sure you can make it, Sensei? You need a hand, Sensei?
This game looks so much fucking better on PC, it's crazy.
Not bad, Sakai.
Why didn't we just walk around? Fuck.
You said the only way up was to climb.
No. I said you had to climb. It's good exercise. Arrows, Mongol and Japanese.
If they were here, they're long gone.
We might pick up their trail by the practice target.
There is no target.
Near that watchtower.
Not bad, Sensei.
Find out where they went. Move it, Sakai.
How many Mongols is Tomoe training? A severed head. Used for target practice.
Sensei, Mongols
That is not a severed head. Are you kidding me? What in the fuck? Yeah, I get it. Oh my fucking god. Wow, it literally doesn't even let you play the fucking game. Great, yeah, thank you. We're playing on the hardest difficulty and it like literally is telling you, hey dumbass, fucking retard, fucking use this stance.
Sensei, I could use your help.
Oh yeah, fuck. Jalen, don't tell her I'm bisexual, so I occasionally get aroused. Sorry, get grossed out looking at other men if I find them ugly, because I think sexually, I guess, as a straight guy, do you get grossed out by men by accident? I don't know what the fuck you mean by that. Like, yeah, if I see a dude's gross, hairy asshole, I'm grossed out by it. Like, what? Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Good work, Sakai.
Resting your bow arm, Sensei?
Observing your response to an ambush.
You knew those Mongols were still here.
Yes.
You didn't think to mention it?
If you can't handle a few Mongols, what good will you be against Tomoe?
This is war, not a test.
And how many wars have you fought? I'll test you as I see fit.
I can see why Tomoe attacked you.
Now, where did she go, Sakai?
I'll look around. A lot of tracks. A dozen men, maybe more.
Follow the trail. If we catch her, do not wait for me. Attack and keep moving, or you'll die.
Do you plan to use your bow this time?
If we find her.
And if not?
Can you take a dozen enemy soldiers without me?
If I must.
Good answer.
Look at them.
They're practicing what Tomoe taught them.
Murdering the innocent.
Тэд энэс мултарч чадахгүй. Алсаг алуурсан ойр байна. Оцгой.
Okay.
Over here!
Did you see a Japanese woman with these Mongols?
I couldn't believe it. She was giving them orders.
What did she say?
Something about the sensei and the hot springs. That's all I heard, my lord. Forgive me.
I taught a monster how to hunt.
They heard Tomoe giving orders to the Mongols. She mentioned Hiyoshi Springs.
She's just getting started. Sakai, the way you fight, it's not your uncle's way, and it's not mine.
We've never faced an enemy like this. I do what I must to defeat them.
A samurai is a guardian, not a killer who darts around like a thief.
You didn't see Komoda.
I've seen enough. I know it was brutal, but I won't train another monster.
I know. I won't let that happen.
If Tomoe is going after Hiyoshi Springs, I need to prepare. So do you. I'll see you at my dojo, Sakai.
Just found out me and Vegan Gains are on the same podcast at FitX Fearless. I'm that incel that was brainwashed. Alright, that's nice.
Or deliver supplies.
You think that's our doing?
A few points can isolate a whole town. He was a good student.
Too good.
Would you to me versus the amount of harm I'm doing would be worth it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
We're fighting your own reflection.
We will turn that.
What are we doing?
We want to control movement. Archer's territory with the fewest archers.
I would want someone looking over the bridge into town.
So would I.
It would be smart to control the main entrance into town.
People already avoid the main road. Archers there would be wasted.
The road south runs along a high ridge. Perfect place to rain down arrows.
Tomoe would agree. There's hope for you. Let's go hunting.
Is there a way down from here? Oh my god. Oh Jesus.
Blade of Clan Sakai.
Where the fuck are we going? Oh my god.
Quickly, Nobu.
What else did you teach Tomo?
We're getting close. Eyes open.
Innocent travelers, murdered.
Let's help their killers follow them across the Sansu River.
Sanab. Tengdwing Han! I refuse!
Oh my god.
Tomoe wasn't here.
Keep moving.
All those innocent dead. Tomoe has thrown everything away. Betrayed her people.
She is a traitor because the Mongols offer power, wealth, status. Things denied her by birth.
Tomoe knew she was born to a lower station than she deserved.
Now you're being too kind.
I understand how they think. But people who sow chaos must be punished.
Your way sows chaos.
In the enemy.
Not just them. The samurai must use violence with restraint. Without it, you unleash endless bloodshed.
The point is to defeat you.
Ambush!
Oh no!
Jesus.
One more snake nest to find. Come.
I guess we're going that way?
How did Tomoe become your student?
She showed up at my dojo with her father's makeshift hunting bow and refused to leave.
You didn't turn her away.
I tried, but she sank arrow after arrow into my targets. I've never seen talent like hers.
She must have had training.
Her form was wrong. Would have been useless in a real fight. But she had no fear of missing a shot. She never hesitated.
A warrior's spirit.
No. The killers. I didn't see until it was too late.
Tänk du inte att vi vet. Vill ni inte kväll? Tänk, hörrat! Hej, som nasen bort kom till! Tänk du inte att vi vet. Det kunde som kavla, vid den låt där sväng! Tänk du inte, vi har huvud. Jag ska!
Dude. What a load of horse shit. Where'd that guy go? Oh, there he is. Oh, shit. What in the fuck? Give me a break! Oh, that is so stupid and annoying. Did that not do the bees? Fuck right off. Great. Yeah. That's true. Fuck.
Oj, och då gick så här där. Vi har kuben. Där
Shit.
Sensei Ishikawa. You know the name Ishikawa? I do. I have message. Speak. Sensei, all of Hiyoshi Springs will beg for mercy, like the victims of Hironori Naga. Silence!
Hironori Nagao. Didn't he die fighting bandits?
It was decades ago.
He was reputed to be a great archer. Did he study with you?
No. Tomoe is spreading lies.
But there's a seed of truth.
She wants us to doubt each other. We are all that stands between Hiyoshi Springs and a bloodbath.
Then we stand together.
We'll plan the town's defense at my dojo. Meet me there and be ready to fight.
That's my noble.
Okay, I get it.
Good.
Fuck. Why am I not able to fast travel there?
Boy.
Hill!
No idea why. Dude, I swear we play the game more at night than during the day. I don't know what the deal with that is. Is there a way to change date and time?
Sakai. We must deal with Tomoe's threat against Yoshi Springs before it's too late.
I don't understand the fixation on the town.
I was born there. Destroying it proves our worth to the Mongols, and humiliates me.
But the terrain works in our favor. 2 skilled archers can hold off hundreds.
Or we allow the Mongols to take it. Tomoe wins a victory and lets her guard down. Then we strike.
Sacrifice Hiyoshi Springs for Tomoe.
The sacrifice is worth it.
Tomoe would agree, Sensei.
Fine, Sakai. She will attack from the north. We should focus our efforts there.
Scout elevated positions, place arrows, and...
Listen! Did you hear that? 1 arrow, 1 death. I wondered when Tomoe's new friends would visit.
If the point was to kill us, she would have sent more men.
Or the point was not to kill, but to delay.
Hiyoshi Springs. The attack is starting.
This way. If I fall today, promise me you will keep hunting Tomoe.
Hiya!
You two, come here.
What is it, my lords?
Mongols are heading for Hiyoshi Springs.
Gather everyone at the inn and stay out of sight. We will deal with them.
Yes, my lords.
Good sight lines over here. The Mongols won't be able to flank us. We don't have much time. What can we use to our advantage? Not many options.
We'll exploit the ones we have. Those barrels could do some damage. Dry grass. Lure the Mongols in.
We'll make sure you have flaming arrows.
Hornets' nests.
Excellent distraction. Take these flaming arrows, and try not to burn yourself or me.
Then don't get in my way, Sensei.
Get ready. The Mongols will be here soon.
They're getting closer.
Good. Let's demonstrate the way of the bow for them. They're coming downhill. Take them.
One arrow, one death, Sensei.
Oh shit.
Not bad, Sakai.
Ready for more.
So are they. Coming down the main road.
Fuck!
I've got them. No sign of Tomoe.
She'll come.
More on the way.
Let them cross the Sunset River.
Where... This is a bad mission.
Harley Johnston.
That's the last of them. It's over.
For now.
Ah, damn it. Press the wrong button.
There she is.
That's Tomoe?
Burning the Nagao banner.
We can catch her.
She'll be long gone by the time we get there.
She's a coward.
No. She's mocking me. She knows the last student I trained before her was Hironori Nagao.
You said he wasn't your student. Which is it?
I was young, prideful, callous. Hironori learned from my example. He led a rebellion to seize the clan, and lost, but only after butchering Lord Nagao's best men.
Hironori didn't die fighting bandits.
That was a story to protect Nagao's legacy. There was no saving mine. As his teacher, I could never be trusted again. I was granted the mercy to resign my position. I convinced myself the way of the bow had to survive. But the truth is, I am a coward who should have ended it long ago.
You told Tomoe all of this.
I wanted her to understand what it meant for me to teach again. And like everything else, she turned it against me.
You'll never redeem Hironori Nago. And you won't change Tomoe. But today, you saved the people of Hiyoshi Springs.
With my new student.
I'll need you at Castle Canada.
My bow is yours, but Tomoe isn't done yet. We must keep hunting her.
We will, Sensei.
Lord Sakai, I studied poetry with your uncle.
The Mongols have taken Lord Shimura captive.
Thank you. That was excellent spam. Appreciate the donation 9014.
He will endure. He is strong and resilient, skilled in the art of combat and poetry. Do you practice haiku, my lord?
There's no time during war.
War is the reason to make time. Haiku allows one to concentrate, eliminate chaos.
To find peace.
Precisely. My favorite place to write lies atop the cliff. It is one of many such places. If you look, you will find inspiration all across Tsushima.
I hope I can find quiet places like this one, untouched by war.
Look for the birds. They will show you the way.
Yay. That's annoying that you can't fast travel there. Is there... Oh, whoa. Do we really go across that whole map? That's a big fucking map.
Good noble.
Come and fight!
Хасэл мэгчл хоёр хугалнаа.
Ah, shit.
Please release me!
You're going to be all right.
They caught me at the crossroads north of Tsutsu. They take everyone who passes by.
They're controlling the roads to capture travelers and put them to work.
Is there anything that can stop them?
I'll try, but avoid that crossroads for now.
This game doesn't know exactly what to do when you have a horse on a bridge. That is very awkward. Oh, is that more Mongols? That looks like more Mongols. What the fuck? Oh my god. What in the fuck? I dodged it, I pressed the button, it just didn't let me. That's great.
Are you cowards?
Samurai яагаад гацчих?
Хата барадам!
Тоошо, түргэл! Очиж бари, бийж бас!
Oh my god. That is super awkward fighting dudes with a fucking bow and arrow.
Let's go.
Oh, more of them.
Quickly, noble. Face me! Killing you will make me a legend!
Lord Sakai.
Lady Masako, has the traitor's wife told you where he's hiding?
Every time I ask, she starts crying and won't look at me.
Can you blame her?
I'm starting to. Maybe a young samurai will charm her. She's inside.
Wait here.
My lord. Lady Masako plans to kill me. I can see it in her eyes.
I won't let her hurt you. But I need your help.
I have told you all I know.
Hachi delivers messages for your husband. That means they have contact. It's only a matter of time until Masako finds them both.
No, you have to save him.
I can only do that if I get to him before she does. You know your husband. Where would he hide?
Let me think.
This is important, Hina. Your husband murdered innocents. I'll be back.
Well?
I'm giving her time to think about where he might be.
What did you offer her?
Let's take a walk.
I know a place she won't hear us.
I told Hina I would try to save her husband's life.
You know I'm going to kill him.
I had to gain her trust somehow.
So you lied.
I told her I would try to save him. And I will.
What will you tell her when you fail, Jin?
That you could not forgive his crime. And that I would not stand between you and justice.
Everywhere I look here, I see only the night my family died.
You had a family before you married Lord Adachi. Could you go to them?
My older brother died a few years ago. And my sister, the assassins butchered her. The only thing I recognize was her gold sash.
I didn't mean to make you relive that day.
It never leaves my mind. There should be music.
What?
My grandchildren would make songs with me here to celebrate the changing of the seasons. I will never hear them play again.
Can we skip this stupid horse shit?
Thank you.
Hina.
Get to the house!
Hina.
We need her killer. Now.
Better look around. They must have left a trail. This way.
Am I... Oh, there it is.
Why would someone kill Hina?
To keep us from finding Sadao.
The traitors knew we had her.
It was a long journey from the woodcutter. Many people saw her with me.
You made sure they did. You used her as bait.
I hoped her husband would take it.
You should have told me your plan.
So you could stop me?
I promised to protect her. Only one set of tracks. Whoever the killer is, they're alone. With Hina gone, we need them alive.
Come on, fight!
They have our man.
We can't let him die.
I'm bleeding! Cut too deep! I don't want to die like this! I'm bleeding! Help!
Oh my god. So stupid.
Get into cover! No, not you!
And we're donating $2. The one-time Gypsy Crusaders based on the group of savages that you and all of us hate. Don't care. Don't give a shit about Gypsy Crusader. Don't send me any links about him. Thanks for the donation, dude. Like, it's just not entertaining seeing the same guy say the N-word over and over again. I don't know why you think I care.
Hachi, Sadao's brother.
Why did you kill Hina?
Tried to
Like,
free
I get
her.
it, he's racist.
She wouldn't leave.
Figured it out by now.
Wanted to save Sadao. She screamed for you. I didn't mean to.
Where's your brother?
I failed him. I won't betray him.
You can't die! Tell me where he is!
He's gone. Hina died for nothing.
She was murdered by traitors, just like my family. I can't give up the hunt.
He carried messages for his brother. Maybe he had one.
What did you find?
A map of supply routes.
He delivered food to survivor camps. Maybe Sadao is hiding at one. Go to the nearest camp and talk to the monk in charge. He might know what the map reveals.
What about you?
I will bury Hina. I owe her that. I'll find you at the camp when I'm done.
Good horse.
Here. Send your best warrior. Yum Higgins! Ah! no samurai!
Ah, shit.
You'll be free soon. Did they hurt you?
They burned my farm at the river path, between Tsutsu and Azamo. You can see their men from the cliffs above.
That's good to know. I'll have a look. That's my noble.
So they're there?
Let's go, Nobu.
No, I guess not.
Lit up the night sky.
Will I travel this year? There's a good likelihood. Ah, there's a bear. Where the hell's my horse? Oh, there he is.
Here.
Masako said to find the monk in charge of his camp. He may be able to read the map I found on the traitor's brother.
I'm here.
Lord Sakai, how good to see you.
Junxing, I should have expected to find you here.
How may I serve you, my lord?
Do you know these lands well?
I set up all of these camps.
Does this map mean anything to you?
We give these to our wagon drivers who deliver food. They mark where the camps are so no one gets missed. Is that blood?
Do you see anything that isn't one of your camps?
I hear rumors of our own people killing each other in Ariake.
Traitors are preying on innocent people. They murdered the women and children of Clan Adachi. You can help bring them to justice.
This map shows Ariake's lighthouse. We have no camps there, but people have said bandits have taken it over.
Not bandits. Something worse.
Lady Masako has arrived. I think she prefers to speak with you.
They already took China and Goryeo. Now us. What have you learned?
The headman of Kuta village might be at the lighthouse.
Clan Adachi built that for Ariake. This traitor has no shame.
Sadao has men protecting him. There's no way they won't see us coming.
Good. I want to give that traitor just enough time to fear what's coming.
Let's go. Why would Sadao betray you?
I accused him of stealing rice, starving our people to turn a profit.
You think he caused the rice shortages that hit Kuta?
I could never prove it, but it was such a disaster.
Guards outside.
The coward is hiding at the top. Sadao! I've come for your head!
Archer! We need to find them!
Fuck. God damn it.
Die, samurai!
Lord Sakai.
You're mine!
That's enough.
Fuck. Fuck.
Sadao! I've come for your head!
Fuck it then.
Get down! Get down!
Hey VG, much love. Well, thank you, Kenny. Appreciate that. God damn it.
Get down!
Why can't I change stances? Is there any particular reason? What in the fuck? I dodged. Yeah, it was literally not letting me change stances. Okay, the buttons, I don't know what it is, the buttons just stopped fucking working. That's great, thank you, I appreciate that, I like that, I like it when things don't work. That's nice. Thank you. Fucking retarded. Yeah. There it goes again. Dude, it's just stupid. The amount of fucking bowmen you have to fight, like, fuck off. This isn't a shooter. Oh my god. Yeah, there we go. The controller's just not working. That's great. That's nice. Oh my god. Is there any particular reason for this?
You die here! Die! Get down! Don't let him run!
Oh shit. Fuck. Okay then. Good thing Asians have bad peripheral vision. What in the fuck?
You killed Hina! My brother!
They died because of you!
You should have died with your family!
I wish I had!
Are blowhose coaching clients real? Yeah, some of them. Some of them are stupid enough to play. Pay for blowhose coaching.
You killed Sado. Masako.
He helped kill everyone I loved. And for what? To satisfy his pathetic hatred?
When the Mongols defeated the samurai, I wanted to die with them. I threw myself into a battle I knew I couldn't win. It was easier.
How do you survive?
I remember that I have people to protect.
You know, this doesn't really make sense. It seems like the story was made by a Western writer because samurai follow the code of Bushido. They don't really care if they live or die. It's like a code of honor. So you go into battle because you are supposed to and you have to, not for some like dumb Western value reason. Oh, it's to cope for some sadness. Like, that's not why they do things.
And the dead to avenge.
With Sadao dead, whoever is responsible will hear that I'm alive and hunting. They'll become afraid, make a mistake.
Just be careful, Masako.
You too. You are a part of this now.
We'll find the other traitors on that list. But first, we must save my uncle.
I'll be at Kaneda Farmstead when you need me.
All right.
Someday we'll go for a peaceful ride.
So, what is that? Survivor camp. Armor upgrade available. Still no fucking upgrade for my goddamn sword. And these are like the story missions, I think. Let's maybe clear out that camp. That might be a good idea.
Quickly, Nobu.
Yeah, the lighting and textures and just resolution on the PC version is so much better. I don't know why the fuck people said, oh, the game looks so incredible, one of the most visually stunning games. It's just a blurry fucking mess on console. Those are some nice deer. Very pretty.
Good Nobu.
Hiya!
Well,
Throw your blades!
why not?
Won't let you kill any more of us! Yeah!
Ah, what the fuck? The hell is this?
Stand and fight! Хозогч нь огтлноос самурай! Шэмэн хүдлөө нэмэргүй! Ноошо! Түлгэй! Ноошо! Амар цаяв кибуцул!
What? Oh my god. It's fucking up button inputs. I don't know how or why. Let's see, there's like fucking archers. I'll just sneak in, I guess.
The reason Jasmine left you is because she let Durian Rider fuck her anally. She only likes lean Australian cyclists told a men fuck her.
Hey, steel, sweet. Definitely need that for the sword upgrade. Yeah, those stupid fucking bowmen are what always fuck me up. It's so annoying. Horse shit! Why is it doing that? It just literally will not put in the fucking button input. That is so fucked. Absolute horse shit. Fucking cunt. Dickhead. Oh my god. It did it again. There's still more of them in the camp. Shit.
Alsın hunnigen hert al. Enter samurai wadıkta. Altna tırdı. Yamarnek yam harvo. Ten hrakdach gul bita. Nichunt sum tartischach. Nigen bitten lu harvat wen. Suman horek zekwi. Some bish bison yum belgude. Yush bish beise. Otto uksenon samara. Bignek holos agnachar shidij. Ahit haravot odot afnat. Terten beno. Yuma sumota. Sumna symbol kengdwe. Arjin. Tirbish basin.
No! Stupid dogs! Oh! Man. These camps are fucking ass.
Is
Really?
it worth the money for starters? Can't find them any cheaper than this for cast iron weight plays.
Walmart? 45-pound pair. So there's 2. It says pair, so I'm assuming this is 2 45s. Yeah, it's about $1 per pound. That's roughly normal. Usually you can find them used for half that price, but that's not, like, that's a fair price. Thanks for the donation, Tristan. There's so fucking many of them.
It had to be done. There's no other way.
Why did it turn, like, to night so suddenly? The day-to-night transitions in this game are fucking weird. Tristan J. Donatello, I was feeling embarrassed asking, but you have any suggestions on where I may find them any cheaper, particularly online? Look at like some website that sells classified ads. So Craigslist, Kijiji, stuff like that. Just find people selling them like locally in your area that are like used. Facebook Marketplace is also actually a pretty good place to find good deals on weight training equipment. So you should be able to find cast iron plates on there too. Thanks for the donation though, Tristan. Oh shit, what the fuck? Dogs. That's very awkward. Shit, where?
Hindman!
Are there any more? That's where I was before. I think. There's one.
Are you cowards?
I think I hear dogs. Is that all of them? So destroy the powder keg. Why can't it just show you where the fuck it is? Oh, there we are.
Ergnas derbeć mi. Shit.
fuck. Shit! Did you see Harry's gang got kicked out of Vegan Paradise Fest for outreaching the Carnus there? I did not see that, but that sounds exactly like what a vegan event would do. Oh my god. Fuck. There we go.
If we share, we'll all go hungry.
Don't remind me.
What do you think they'll do to him?
I don't know why you can't skip this shit. It's fucking insanely long.
He doesn't deserve to be tortured.
They're not hurting him.
Right. Maybe they're feeding him.
Sword upgrade available, sweet.
Hiya! What do you think they'll do to him? Was worried to say. I would be honored to work on your blade, my lord. Apologies. You don't have what we need to do the work.
Tanto. Why? Oh my god, we have
see you again.
3 more steel pieces. Why did it lie? It literally lied. That is some fuck, bro. Yeah, it literally straight up fucking lied. Said, oh, sword upgrades. Didn't say fucking knife upgrades, cunt. So I need steel, 3 more pieces of steel. It literally... I can't believe this. Yeah. Okay, so it literally won't let you fucking block. after you silently take down somebody, if somebody notices you, and then you eat a hit, and then randomly, it just said, fuck you, when I tried to parry the attack. Fuck it, let's just do a standoff. Probably a good idea anyway with this fat fuck here.
Samurai.
Let's go, Nobu.
Oh, there's something there. Where is there? Yeah. Okay, there's that thing. Fuck. Hell yeah, bitch. Perfect parry. Yay, maximum resolved increase. Yay, maximum health increased. Smoke bomb, sticky bomb, wind chime. Rather the sticky bomb, I think.
Tar on a packet of black powder. It'll stick to anyone I throw it on. No escaping the blast.
Iron. Iron. I want fucking steel. Iron again. Why is it so hard to find steel? Fucking bullshit. More iron. So now that's a fast travel location. Stance progress, iron. Apparently it's just entirely chance whether you find steel. That's kind of gay. Alright, let's go to that location. It's on the way anyway. Can't open the gates. Iron.
Here. Who will fight?
What? Fuck. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh my god! That is fucking annoying how I still lose those stupid fights. Fuck you. Yes, people have asked me many times about the Destiny leaks, and I don't care. We've already been here, right? Black powder bomb full.
Quickly, Nobu. Throw your blades!
Fuck. Fuck. It did it again! Oh my god! Why? I pressed the dodge button and it just did nothing.
Faster, Nobu. Stand and fight! Yum Hige! Ah!
I can't. The last guy. The last fucking guy. Are those bears literally just about to fight the guys we're gonna fight? What in the fuck is going on here? Really? Dude. So those bears just didn't give a shit about me and just attacked those dudes.
Сумтар хаваас нийцчихсэн. Сайн хадаа. Сумуда бидэн лүү дээрс байна. Бидний холоос адны харах шидэж. Сум нь хөрөлцөхгүй штэ. Сумуда. Сум биш бай. Ой, өнөөхөг чи хаа. Тэнд байна. Явц тусгай. Ой, өнөөхөг чи харлаа. Ой, өнөөхөг чи харлаа. Ямар ч удмаар болоо. Тэнд байна. Ой, өнөөхөг чи харлаа. Ой, бари. Аваа тэр зүгээр доо. Тэрнийг олцгоо. Самурай олоод өгтөл болно.
Alright, 8 iron. I want steel, for fuck's sakes. More iron. Iron. Guess I'll go out that way.
Hiya!
Hey!
Damn it! That annoys me. Oh, god damn. Fuck you. Holy shit, dude. Suck my ass. Fuck, that is so annoying. Give me a break. All because the thing was selected wrong.
Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Энд жил тууслаа. Сумуута. Бидэн тусаасан. Тэр мөн байсаарлаа. Тосо! Тэнгдвэн хан. Энэ үхчихээ. Тэрийг олоод толгойг тасти.
What the fuck are they?
Энд харахта хүлбай. Ой, өнөөхийг чи хардаа.
Oh. Great. That's great. Who is he fighting? Or is he just practicing? Oh, great, yeah. Okay, there we are. Now they're dead. Oh, sweet. I got 6 steel. Now I can upgrade the sword. Iron. Artifact. Iron. Okay, that's a fast travel point now.
We should gather the others. Find some weapons.
What's the point? I can help improve your blades, my lord. Sharper than ever. Apologies. You don't have what we need to do the work.
Goodbye. You're a good horse, Lord.
Who will face me first? I'll take your head to the mountains. You'll never kill again. Fight me. Here.
Oh, it's a Mongol base. That might be hard and long, but let's try it. We'll give it a go. Great. Great. Oh, damn. So frustrating when you fuck it up. If only there weren't the stupid archers, it would just make a lot of this less frustrating. It's like before you go into the base, you have to make sure these fuckers are dead. Fucking stupid. How the fuck did that guy get there?
Huge fish water. Tibaha.
Shit. Oh shit. Who's shooting that? Oh, he can see me through the thing, of course.
늦은 박아라. Hindman! Hindman! Явж туслая! Чадахгүй.
Oh, what the fuck? So I think I killed either everybody or almost everybody. We just have to blow up, we'll do whatever objectives are in here. I think there's prisoners. Nobody's in here. Why? Fucking weird.
Чи харгу? Очиж барь. Очиж барь.
Okay. Oh, up there. Get fucked. That's great.
Durian Rider Harley Johnston, Durian Rider Harley.
Destroy the powder cache. Where? Just tell me where the fuck it is. Where's the powder cache? Like, holy fuck. Is that so hard? Just to put it on the fucking map. No, run around like a fucking chicken for like 8 minutes. No, I haven't seen Severance. I don't know what that is. Oh my god, can you hurry the fuck up?
Good noble.
Okay, I can fast travel there now. I should be able to upgrade the sword again.
What happened to you? Nothing.
I would be honored to work on your blade, my lord. Your blade is ready.
Nice. Kill enemies fast.
You have my thanks.
Hell yeah.
May you...
Here! We'll get some rest soon.
Oh yeah, and I got a skill point, right? Excellent.
Here!
Don't ask me to rile up people who drink horse blood.
I wasn't asking. Not at the Komatsu.
That was a misunderstanding.
That was a scared sake merchant trying to wriggle out of trouble.
And who?
Taka's counting on us.
I love the kid, but this is too
Yes,
dangerous.
this is
It will never
Shenmue.
work.
We'll make it work.
This the samurai?
You can call me Lord Sakai.
Forgive me, my lord. I am Kenji, upstanding merchant, renowned sake brewer.
And the best swindler on the island. That's why he's going to help us rescue my brother from Azamo Bay.
That town's a fortress.
If the Mongols took it, we'll need an army to penetrate the walls.
Or a single delivery of sake.
It'll never work.
Get your sake ready. We'll discuss the plan on the move.
Let's have a drink first. Talk this through.
Now, Kenji.
When we get close to the town, you can hide in the cart with the sake.
The Mongols won't search it?
Not anymore. It's the same sake delivery I always sell them. They love my dars. Dars, Mogul, give a dars now!
You've been doing business with the enemy.
I keep the Mongols drunk, and they let me keep my head. All set. You sure you want to go through with this?
Anything for Taka.
How bad is the occupation in Azamo Bay?
A few people fought back. The ones left alive are prisoners or slaves.
But you never saw Taka?
No. But someone's been working the forge the past few days. Maybe it's your brother.
How long have you two known each other?
Since I was too young to know better.
I was just starting to brew sake. Sold Yuna my first batch.
It's
Tasted
about
like
people who
piss.
split their minds
cheap.
into two and
For a
enslave the
while,
alternate
I tried
version
to
of
get
themselves
Taka's
so they don't have
outselling
to
it.
work.
Turned out he was too soft.
People told him sob stories. He'd give them sake, free of charge. Mongols.
Damn, you two better get in the cart.
There aren't many. I can handle them.
No, Jin. Taka is so close. Please.
All right.
Get ready. They might search the cart.
You said they don't do that.
The town gates. I've never seen them this far out here.
My hand. Please. Consider boy. Hey! You, stop.
Dars! Dars for Azamo Bay!
Aha, Dars. Hurry up.
Just a little farther.
Release me.
What's all that screaming?
Doesn't matter. Keep it down.
Is that what Taka's going through?
Your brother's a skilled blacksmith. They won't treat him like that.
You don't know that.
We're getting close. Quiet.
Mongo. What's that, Dirch?
I can't believe this worked. Oh, no. Somebody must have pissed off the Mongols. They burned half the town. This is where we part ways.
Keep the Mongols drunk and distracted.
I'll do my best.
Stay safe, Kenji.
And you, Lord Sakai. Taka's waiting for us. Let's go.
Once we're done, I'll meet you at the crossroads behind town.
We need a vantage point to scout
Yeah,
ahead.
this mission's stupid.
Remember, no alarms. We do this quietly.
At least the graphics look nice.
Got it.
Up here.
Look, by the gate.
But she has a nice MILF Asian pussy.
He's in charge. A slaver.
Bastard.
He's inspecting the prisoners like they're horses.
He might lead us to Taka.
Follow him.
Oh my god.
Still feel the arrow. Must have broke off.
Let's not talk about it.
Hoi! Arvo! Huh? You're like dog spit! You...
Where in the fuck's the target?
Taka's probably fine. He wouldn't try to run.
Let's go.
Ooh, stealth mission. Ooh. I'm not losing sight of the target, or am I? I guess I am.
That's not handman! I won't be your slave! Nada Santantare. Сонсдог болтол чинь сургаад өгөө л дөө. Help you. Хариулаач нэг бол чи харав уу?
Where?
Юу ч биш бололтой. Тийм бол яах вэ?
This mission is dumb. Just so many follow missions, dude. Did you see Chase Avier's pro-transgender fact studies cheat sheet? No.
What is problem?
Your blacksmith, Taka.
Oh my god.
He's sabotaging you.
I knew it. Taka's here.
He is only blacksmith.
No, I'm a blacksmith too, and I'll do much better work.
I cannot.
Riveting.
I get rid of him, but be ready to prove yourself.
That bastard! He'll kill Taka!
What in the fuck? This is just fucking ridiculous, dude.
Market's full of Mongols.
We can't lose the slaver if he reaches Taka first.
Stay close, Yuna. I'll find a way through.
That's not handman!
That's great. That's great. That's great. That's great.
Очиж барь. За, самурай! Тэвчээр барж гинэ.
What does it want me to do? Like, that's just so stupid. There's like 80 fucking people over here. Great. Like, you can't get through. And then as soon as you try to go around, oh, you're losing him.
not handvan!
지금
It's just one of the most monstrously stupid fucking... Where am I supposed to go? There are people just everywhere. I can't move.
I don't know what you want.
The slaver.
Can't let him get away.
Where is he?
You must get me, Queen.
No, please. I need to rest.
It's Taka.
Please!
You know. Taka! What did they do to you? You're safe now.
We need to move. You can't. They'll catch us, just like the others.
This is Lord Sakai. He'll protect us.
I need you to trust me, Taka. I need your help. I'll try, my lord. There's a gate nearby.
Then that's where we break out.
They found the slaver.
They'll kill us. We need to hide.
No, keep moving.
We can climb those crates.
Where are we going?
Kenji's waiting for us at the crossroads.
Kenji's with you?
If he made it out alive.
Stand off. Why not? Fuck. Ah, oh, damn it. Oh.
Where are we going?
Kenji's waiting for us at the crossroads.
Kenji's with you?
If he made it out alive.
I can take them all on. I'm gonna kill them. Hell yeah, bitch. How do you like that?
horses. They're coming for us.
Get in the tall grass and stay down.
It's Kenji! Taka! You made it!
Were you followed?
No, but we can't go back to my place. It's crawling with Mongols. We should go.
We have to put some distance between us and Azamo Bay.
What a good hope.
Haven't seen a Mongol since dawn. I think we're clear.
We need to figure out where to go next.
There's a place up ahead where you can see most of Izuhara.
Everyone all right?
I could use a drink. And some sleep. I can help with one of those.
Taka, you've been quiet.
First time in days I haven't felt like I was about to die. My lord, I am grateful. But how do you know Kenji and my sister?
I owe Yuna my life.
We have something in common.
I'm not built for riding all night. Komatsu is just over that ridge.
They have a forge.
One of the best on the island.
Good place to make tools. Maybe something to get Jin over the walls of Castle Canada. What do you say, Taka?
My lord, I'll do anything to repay you for freeing me.
Thank you. Taka, Kenji, get some rest. We can't stay here long. How are you doing?
I have my brother back.
He's shaken up. Can you get him to Komatsu in one piece?
With food and rest, he'll be fine.
Your brother wasn't the only prisoner in Azamo Bay.
You're going to save them.
And make their captors suffer.
Good.
Ride for Komatsu Forge. I'll join you when I can.
Jin? Thank you.
Okay, that should be it for tonight. It is late, and I need to sleep. But big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I shall see you all tomorrow. So sweet dreams.